Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I feel like I just saw you, mofos. Joining me is Reese2753.
Okay.
Oh, and Randall.
What a great intro that was.
Thank you. And Greenline.
Greenline is here, but I cannot hear jack shit, so I need to come back and double check my settings real quick. Hang on.
Okay. I know that you saying you can't hear jack shit means you won't hear this. But when I joined the call a moment ago, it set my microphone as my headphones. So probably somebody needs to message you that might be occurring to you as well. Because I also couldn't hear jack shit.
Random 11, your mission, should you choose to accept it,
is to help Greenline.
I'm sure you'll figure it out.
All right. Why are we streaming today, you might ask? Well, it is National Orgasm Day. So, you can
I had to capitalize on the only opportunity we'll probably ever have.
You can support us at OCA Podcast Patreon, aka patreon.com/OCA Podcast. You'll notice I slammed in an extra show right at the end of July for you. You're welcome. Also, there's the Anime Collector Patreon. Just such small amounts of money can get you me doing something. Also, you can support us at ocapodcast.com/support. You can donate directly. You can donate indirectly. You can be one of the people holding this podcast afloat by joining the Patreon, which almost makes us profitable. Anyway, you could also celebrate National Masturbation Day. I'm sorry, not Masturbation Day. National Male Orgasm Day. Ladies, sit this one out and go to bed upset. Go to the website and click on the link there because it changes as soon as you get here to not be the one I said. All right, jump right in. Microsoft's DEI team laid off as diversity no longer considered business critical.
This is all part of the plan, though, right?
Gotta be.
The bridge plan?
Yes. Microsoft has reportedly laid off a diversity, equity, and inclusion team. Oh, fuck. A kid just rode a bike up to my front door that is not one of my kids. Hold on, I'll be right back.
I'm pretty sure I don't think we've really covered the bridge stuff, and I think we might be covering it more later this podcast. I don't want to promise anything because I know some people are waiting for that, but the whole my general understanding is that they
God, the nerve of some children.
Stop talking. They want to make it more subdued, right? Not as in your face about the DEI. So them laying off the whole team makes sense if their whole process is we got to go underground.
Really taking the wind out of my presentation here. So Microsoft has reportedly laid off a diversity, equity, and inclusion team after the company deemed DEI as no longer business critical in an internal email that blasted the company for a lack of investment in the efforts. True systems change work associated with DEI programs everywhere are no longer business critical or smart as they were in 2020. Could it be that you hired a bunch of DEI hires to run them? And therefore they're no longer as smart as when you initially set out to do them? Wrote a team leader in an email sent to employees stating that the team was eliminated due to changing business needs. The email also went on to assert that DEI programs are in danger across all businesses, not just Microsoft. Unofficially, in my opinion, not specific to Microsoft alone, but Project 2025 looms, and true systems change work associated with DEI programs everywhere are no longer business critical or smart as they were in 2020. Hence the purpose. So it almost, the way they phrase this, it almost sounds like, well, here's the problem. Trump's going to win and he's going to fire all the black people anyway, so we're just going to do it before he can. Like, what is that? Like,
the Project 2025 stuff is so bullshit anyway. It's like the Heritage Report, the Heritage Foundation comes out with this, this stupid thing, and then it's like, oh yeah, Trump's definitely going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Except he's come out and said he doesn't give a shit about it. It's something that some random group. It'd be like if BLM came out with some like we have to tear down the nuclear family, and then people are saying, oh well, that's what that's what Kamala Harris is going to do. She's going to follow BLM's strategy. Like, no, that's not realistic. You're living in La La Land right now.
Yeah, well, that's where they live permanently. So anyway, so it says here, hence the purposeful and strategic 3 to 5 year shelf life of many companies' inclusion commitments post the murder of George Floyd are being reevaluated. I love this. They're like, you know what? Honestly, they're no longer business critical or as smart as they were in 2020 when we were trying to make sure that you didn't burn down our business. So we started a DEI thing to, fillet you over George Floyd's death. And the way I see it, the timing was impeccable. So businesses everywhere could reevaluate the path forward should their U.S. federal contracts be at risk if the work continues on its face. The email praised the work of the DEI teams, celebrating the, quote, brilliant, ethical, and world-class strategists at the company. Helping, I just love that. It's like, you're valid, you're wonderful, you're world class. There's the door. You're like,
you're one of my top employees.
Yeah, we couldn't do it we couldn't have done it without you. Now get out.
You have now been promoted to my elite employee.
You're promoted the way that people at VTubers get promoted, right?
Graduated. You've been graduated. That's the VTuber term, right?
And the way I see it, the timing was impeccable, so businesses everywhere could reevaluate the push forward should their U.S. federal contract be at risk if the work continues on its face. The email praised the work of the DEI team, celebrating the brilliant, ethical, and world-class strategists at the company, helping to make the world a better place, but also criticized the executive leadership for investigated and evidenced discrimination, harassment, and toxicity towards them during their tenure. Sorry, hold on. The executive leadership of the DEI team, or the executive leadership, meaning the C-suite of the company? I don't understand. Also criticized the executive leadership for investigated and evidenced discrimination, harassment, and toxicity towards them during their tenure. spokesman. So it's like we couldn't have done it without you, but also I got written up multiple times for being a racist. Like get out. Spokesman Jeff Jones said in the statement, quote, our D&I commitments remain unchanged. Our focus on diversity and inclusion is unwavering, and we are holding firm on our expectations, prioritizing accountability, and continuing to focus on this work.
Except when it bites us in the ass.
Yeah, so you got to be asking yourself, like, what kind of stuff did the DEI team do? Well, let me show you, lovely viewer. This is DEI at Microsoft.
Hello, everyone. I'm Natalie Gadilla. I'm a Caucasian woman with long blonde hair, and I go by she, her. I'm a product marketing lead here at Microsoft and co-host of the podcast Security Unlocked with this guy.
Yes, that would be me. Hello, everyone. I'm Nick Fillingham. I'm a Caucasian man with glasses and a beard. I go by he, him, and I'm a security evangelist here at Microsoft. We are so excited to be with
Hello and welcome to Microsoft Ignite. We've got a big day ahead and lots in store for you. First, we want to acknowledge that the land where the Microsoft campus is situated was traditionally occupied by the Sammamish, the Duwamish, the Snoqualmie, the Suquamish, the Muckleshoot, the Snohomish, the Tulalip, and other Coast Salish peoples since time immemorial. A people that are still here, continuing to honor and bring to light their ancient heritage. My name...
I saw you post this for this bit. I thought this was a parody. I thought, no!
What the hell is a security evangelist?
When you get
they work
hired
for the
somewhere,
fire force.
Yeah.
or no, they work to fight against the fire force. Sorry.
when you get hired somewhere at a small business and they tell you we're ordering business cards, you get to pick your own job title. All right, security evangelist.
No, the evangelists are the people that go around the country to spread, and it's kind of like talent recruiting, but it's not really. It's more like spreading the message.
So they're here to convert those filthy Mac users with their security evangelist who's going to bring them into an ecosystem more prone to get viruses. Great job.
I mean, that clip, as cringe as that clip is, it's not even the worst.
Yeah.
Because they'll hit you with all of that, and then they'll also go on a shit like, I am wearing a red shirt.
Mm-hmm.
I am thin. Here is my privilege. I have my privilege. Please,
I like the idea
it's so bullshit
of being a guest on one of these shows, and they start it like that, and you're like, what the fuck? I wasn't expecting it. Then it gets to you, it's like, I am a sexy beast of a man. It's just,
I'm wearing a shirt that says "fuck blind people" in Braille.
Yeah, imagine you just lie like, I am.
Can
I
they
am a
see me
male.
right now? No, mate. Give us your intro. Okay,
No, that's
well,
the
in
whole
that
point
case,
of you. That's the whole point of you doing it. It's supposed to be inclusive to blind people, right? I am a male.
Do you know
I am
how do they know
handsome.
what color blonde is if they've been blind? Their whole
Yeah,
life?
I'm handsome. I'm also wearing a fuck blind people shirt.
I'm a well-hung man in his 30s.
With a full head of hair.
So
You can see the bulge if you look at my crotch, because it's so big down there.
You could read the
It's
size.
not
with
my
the
can of
braille.
accents in my pocket.
My dick does trample on the land of the indigenous people. I'm sorry.
I'm grabbing a Kleenex to wipe my non-existent tears.
It's used for the male orgasm day. That's what the Kleenex is used for.
It's an important holiday.
Clean up the mess,
Don't
we
forget
can't
everything
leave
fought for.
we can't leave garbage on the native land, okay? It'll cause them to tear up, and then they'll need the dirty Kleenex.
I don't think I've heard Green Line yet, so I'm going to just say, make
You
sure
talked a minute ago.
your mic is not set as your.
He unmuted. I think he can hear you.
Yeah, what's up?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm just making sure you were here because when I joined the call, it set my microphone as the speaker, so I couldn't hear Reese, and I wondered if you were dealing with the same.
No, I couldn't plug in my headphones. I guess.
So it was user error.
Yeah, it was user error because I mean
It was
so
a
used
your
to,
problem. That's
So
all
I
you need to know.
I have a brand new pickup, and that's partly why I was late and I couldn't.
Green line, your business critical. There's the door.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I thought we were diverse and inclusive.
If Microsoft has a office,
We already
in
have two handicapped individuals.
Damn it.
if Microsoft has an office in Texas, would they have to like acknowledge the land rights of like Spain? Like this is on. We stole this land from Spain. We acknowledge that. Yeah. Well, I mean the
Stop. Right, no.
indigenous land is
We
further back.
conquered this land from Spain.
Winner takes
Oh,
all.
in Texas, you guys stole it, and you were like, "We're gonna move down here." There's a lot of Americans over there. Yeah, do something about it. That's what happened.
When you're a swole ass Chad, armed to the teeth with bandoliers and bullets all over the place, and you walk in and say, "This is American property now," and they go, "All right, see ya."
Wasn't Texas part of the Louisiana Purchase?
I don't know. Let's get back to this here. So the question is, wow, why would Microsoft get rid of their DEI department? And the answer is because it's Bridge now. So Permaban said, Kirsha, shout out to Kirsha, brought it up after Microsoft ending DEI news. I saw the sources too. Seems Western corpos are only disbanding it to hide the cultural revolution tier shenanigans from the critical public eye. Subterfuge, if you will. But Kirsha shows there's always breadcrumbs. So let's look at Kirsha. Kirsha says, even more of the Bridge initiative taking form. I got this article from Bridge's Smart Brief. These companies are circling the wagons. Don't fall for it. CNN dismantles race and equality team amid national mass DEI disbandments. Quote, a CNN spokesperson, pardon, I have to be inclusive. A CNN spokesperson speaking to Lewis denied that the race and equality team would be, quote, disbanded amid layoffs and instead would be, quote, fully and completely incorporated into CNN's future vision. The spokesperson insisted that the investment is still 100% there, but the unnamed person did confirm that the team no longer existed as it initially began, adding, for all intents and purposes, the team is not a team anymore. They're assigned to different areas so that their perspective and work is brought into all of our types of programming. It's not a unit in the way it was before, but race and equality is very much still their focus. So basically, you brought in a bunch of people to try to convince people, you know, like with their HR teams to make you go to like sensitivity training and shit. And then the people there that you let amass all of this control and power over everybody else, you're now going to make them the heads of different departments so that they can ensure that all the shit that was mandatory in like the sensitivity training is now implemented in every department. Now, Kirsha also had this to say about Tim Pool. We're going to play this clip real quick.
It's kind of like when you have a pimple and it's like the big pimple's there and you're like, oh yeah, it's the DEI pimple. And then you pop the pimple and now all that like pus and shit just goes like into your skin and crap all around your pimple. And it's like, I've just spread the pimple pus all throughout my skin.
Random 11, you are a critical member of the team.
Here's the door.
There's the door. That was disgusting. So Kirsha had this to say. DEI. DEI isn't dying, and we haven't won. I've been talking about Bridge for months, and even linked my findings to Timcast and others for more coverage. Don't celebrate when we're still in the war. We can win. But we need to stay vigilant and not rest on laurels that don't even exist. So here's the video she's talking
Ladies
about.
and gentlemen, it has been a long time coming. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is on its deathbed. The left knows it can no longer sustain the lie. It took them this long, but they are now finally adopting what is plainly obvious. Diversity initiatives don't work, are racist, and highly offensive. Here we are. It's mostly garbage. Iconic black radio host Charlemagne the God trashes DEI while guest hosting The Daily Show. It was actually a pretty good segment. I think it's maybe 8 years too late, but it's fairly good. He basically says, dude, nobody who goes to a diversity segment enjoys it. They're all sitting there going, this is some BS.
You see, Tim, I know it's important to give morale to people, but it's also important to know what's actually going on. You don't want people to feel like they're winning so much so that they stop paying attention, that they stop thinking, well, if it's already going away, I don't need to pay attention to DEI. I don't need to deal with any of this. I can just go back to playing video games. DEI is not going away. It's becoming embedded in the fabric of corporations. And I've been diving into Bridge and how it's the next step in DEI transformation, more than just a rebrand. It's going to be the way that companies operate, unless people with further reach than me start speaking out about it. It's insidious how this is becoming part of the fabric of companies and how little people are talking about it. A lot of people will bring up how Bridge stands for benchmarking race, inclusion, and diversity in global engagement. And if this is what people are saying Bridge is, they are very far behind in uncovering what's going on, which makes it even more important, Tim, that people like you with a large platform talk about what this is. The website I have in front of me now is the initial Bridge 1.0 initiative. Bridge was set up as a DEI monitoring system. They were responsible for seeing how well DEI was working, and after years of having DEI as hiring practices or as marketing techniques, they even agreed with what Charlemagne in your video said, and many others still say today. No one likes going to the diversity meetings. No one likes having to listen to any of these. They just do it to check a box. And Bridge is making it so it's no longer just checking the box. You will be doing the work. It's changing. They're firing the DEI employees. This isn't a win. They're going further underground. They're firing the employees to make it feel like we have won, and we don't notice what they're doing next. We're not noticing the next step in their program as quickly. And it's unfortunately going exactly how they planned. They're going to be making DEI a tenant, a part of the job for every employee. Are you a programmer? Are you a 3D designer? Are you a cashier? Are you some sort of shelf stocking worker? This is going to be part of your job as well. Unfortunately, they want to make it the fabric of the company. And they want to even change consumer opinion.
But they won't change my opinion, Kirsha!
It doesn't matter if they actually change the way you specifically as an individual think. You will have no escape. You will have no entertainment that isn't touched by DEI. You will have no company with which to buy your products from that isn't touched by DEI. And it doesn't matter if they don't actually change your mind if you cannot escape it and you cannot give alternative people money. Bridge 2.0 is the operationalization of DEI to be part of product framework, company DNA, and consumer transformation. Because the acronym has changed, I've even tried putting out more posts about Bridge when people were talking about Sweet Baby Inc. and wanting to hard focus on just one part of the problem. To understand what Bridge is, the CEO has even said directly in interviews what she's trying to do, what the goal is. This is a 4.5 minute video, so I'm not going to play the whole thing now, but it's on my timeline. It's here. The videos are still on YouTube. All of the resources are still available. But listen to what she says.
That Bridge is an acronym for belonging, representation, inclusion, diversity. The G is the gap in all of those things, and then the E is equity. And our mission is really about moving the narrative of DE&I away from philosophy to operationalizing inclusion as a business practice. So our North Star is that. Our North Star is not necessarily marketing per se, because we believe that inclusion needs to cross the entire organization, marketing included, but everywhere from organizational practices all the way to advocacy.
And it gets worse. I found it very hard to cut up any of this information into bite-sized pieces because there is so much of it. And as soon as you think it can't get any worse than that, it does. And it's awful to have to slog through all of this information, but it's important that people know what's going on instead of feeling like we've already won. The Bridge 2.0 website that you want to be paying attention to is wearebridge.com. Wearebridge.com has all of the information about the current initiative they are trying to embed into companies. It has a list of all of the companies that are involved in pushing the initiative, and it's a lot of companies. It's a lot of companies, and they proudly state that it's been spearheaded by Condé Nast, Campbell's Soup, and Sephora. All of the information that you need to know is on their website. They even have all of the graphs and charts that led them to the conclusion that DEI as hiring practice and as marketing isn't as effective as they wanted it to be. This looks like absolute conspiracy theory nonsense, but this is what they are working off of. This is what needs to be shown. I've already done the research. It's an easy video for anyone who already talks about DEI. It's not like you're going to lose views. I have the resources. All you need to do is verify and read it. Please, start talking about Bridge.
All right, let's talk about Bridge. Anybody have anything else to say?
Holy shit, VTubers are getting next level.
Right.
Yeah.
Kirsha specifically is pretty next level. Anybody have any thoughts?
Take offense to
I
that.
mean, we've all taken offense to the fact of just like, yeah, it's diversity and inclusion. So are you going to hire like a female plumber and she does a shit job and it's like, well, but we need to include her into the system. It's like, no, she sucks at this job.
Can't complain, I'll be sexist.
Yeah, no, you suck. It's time to move on to,
So I can't help but notice the world has slid dramatically in the direction of the Book of Revelation, right? With COVID, with an attempt on Trump's life, with peace in the Middle East that has then resulted in Israel attacking Iran within the last 24 hours. We are right on course for fulfilling that prophecy. So when Kirsha talks about the concept of not being able to do business without, contributing to some company that is embracing this Bridge initiative, I can't help but feel like the mark of the beast is right around the corner, right? The inability to buy or sell without having the mark, so to speak. So definitely a great dour note to start the podcast on. So apologies for that. But I did promise old man we would discuss this at some point. So there it is. Debt paid. All right. I presume nobody else has got anything else they want to share before I...
Not particularly, no.
No.
Who's got pickups?
I have pickups, but they're going to be in Discord, so. And a couple of them I have to read out loud because I cannot show them on camera.
The best kind of pickup.
I got some kitty media stuff. I have to grab
just in time for male ejaculation day. I picked up a Ethernet cable with an L shape so that I can plug it in and then push my fucking desk right up to the wall. Because I realized when I started putting it here that my my desk is right in front of that point. So anyway, that's my pickup. Lance picked up Boa Hancock card. She's got a power level of 5,000 or whatever that means. Anime Fan got the Oshinoko Steelbook. We definitely got to do this for a watch club after Mashal. How's that sound? Thanks. I'm glad there were no objections. Also, Anime Fan also picked up Tenjo Tenge, good choice. Hells, haven't watched it. Black Rock Shooter, haven't watched it. On My Buddha, very interesting watch. I'll just say that. You may want to pop it in tonight on National Male Ejaculation. Also, Toradora Volumes 1 and 2. Good job.
Yeah.
Reese picked up.
Lupin the Third, the secret page of Marco Polo, and Princess of the Breeze, and To Your Eternity Season 1. And I also picked up Atomic Blonde.
But why though?
And
because it's 4K.
Yes, that's a 4K Blu-ray. And I also got my cover story for making any weird noises on this podcast on this holiest of days.
I was gonna say, you're gonna pull the old Lance watching Silent Hill, are you?
Yeah.
Whoa! Holy shit!
Oh,
I guess joined the PC Master Race.
I guess the investments for Footnum editing your videos have paid off, huh?
I guess so.
Now you can edit them yourself with your GeForce RTX. I hope Footnum's getting paid so well that he also got one of these.
So, well, I still have to pay him for this. Actually, most recent video.
So did you end up going with the pre-build, or did you build it yourself?
Pre-build. It's a pre-build.
So you can blame them for the swastikas in your.
Yes, exactly. So that's why I was late, because I was like trying to.
Did you get disc drive in there?
Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately,
why?
You were business critical up to this moment.
Yeah. There's the door. Okay. Yeah, I see. I have.
He can get an external drive.
Yeah,
they exist.
I have it. I can get an external drive, and I can also get. I have disc players in my room. I have gaming consoles that can play discs. So
yeah, but you can't rip Blu-rays on your computer.
I'll do that later. I'll get an external random set, and I also got Kitty's Portrait of Passion and Teachel's Carnal Courses from Kitty Media. Media Blasters.
Are you going to be dipping out early tonight?
No.
Just before midnight.
No.
Gotta take advantage of the.
It's National Orgasm Day.
Yeah,
no,
Orgasm
did you
Day.
know how they celebrate National Orgasm Day? Don't you, Greenline? Sure.
Yeah, and
he's already celebrated today.
I already celebrated. I celebrated when the day started around 3 a.m.
What are the specs on this computer that you have purchased?
Let me dig up the link that Footnum sent me. Hang on, I can find it. Because Footnum is the one who recommended this one. He was like, "This is the one you should probably get."
So real quick, I just want to address something. Cool T said, AC, this is not revelations. There are pandemics nearly every year. It's just up to the media if they want to highlight them or not. For some reason, the media decided to focus on one in 2020. I don't know why. Okay, you misunderstand. I'm not saying that the pandemic existing is a fulfillment of revelation. I'm saying that the power grab that happened during the pandemic is indicative of revelation. That trying to mandate vaccines, trying to create a scenario that would fulfill the mark of the beast scenario where you aren't even allowed to leave your house unless you have the mark. You can't buy or sell unless you have the mark. I'm saying that they've set the precedent that we're creating an environment where the Overton window has moved to the point where that now is on the table, whereas previously the concept of it was so far-fetched and out there that we were in no danger of fulfilling that part of the prophecy.
You want to know why they decided that COVID was going to be an issue? It was Trump.
Yeah,
100%.
Absolutely.
They tried throughout the 4 years of Trump's presidency to stop him from being able to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
They tried impeaching him. That held him up for half a year. And then in 2020, they saw the COVID, and you can tell too, because it was like for a little bit there, it was the Republicans that were saying, "Oh, it's nothing," or sorry, the Republicans were saying, "Oh, it's COVID and it's the China virus and it's going to kill everyone, and oh my God, we gotta, everything's got to be brought down, whatever." And the Democrats were saying, "Oh no, hug a Chinese person, and this is nothing. Don't just keep going on about your business. Don't worry about it." And then the Democrats were like, "Wait a minute, we can use this to stop Trump from doing anything this year." And they're like, "Oh yeah, no, it's the worst thing ever. We got to lock down." And the Republicans were like, "Wait a minute, no, I don't like that." And then both parties switched their 180'd, both of them 180'd. And they were successful in using that to stall up, not only stall the last year of Trump from him being able to really do anything, and they were also able to compound it with the BLM riots as well.
Well, that was my favorite part of 2020, where they told us that we couldn't leave our homes because grandma would die. Unless you were protesting police brutality, in which case you were actually helping to fight COVID by going out unmasked with thousands of people and burning down entire city blocks.
No, it was okay because they were masked. That was the thing, right?
Oh, right, because
right.
Antifa had do-rags over their face or whatever, and therefore that stopped COVID.
That stops all COVID.
100%.
Right?
Yeah, 100%. Yes.
And then also they used it as an excuse to loosen the rules on the election, and then we had the 2020 election,
and here we are.
Full circle.
And here we are. I put the I put the link in chat, random.
All right, cool.
In private chat. I don't know if it's gonna have the specs. Otherwise, you're gonna have to walk me through the the process of finding the specs on the PC itself.
Here we go.
i7 470 RTX.
Do you see I have it on the screen?
I do now. Nice. Yeah, pretty decent computer.
Only $1599.99. Nice. All right, cool. We good?
Yeah, we're good.
So we've got an interesting Kickstarter to show. No, that's not it. That's
all right, hold on one sec. Greenline, are you going to use your computer to generate all your anime pictures now?
I don't know. I don't like AI art very much, but I'll try it.
No, you were.
You haven't seen my AI art, my friend.
Hold on. What were you saying? What were you saying it before? You were a critical part of this podcast, but now you can leave. Whatever you were saying, there's the door.
Wow.
Well,
all right.
If it gets better, which I'm sure it will, I'll work on it.
I'm pretty sure you don't even work here anymore, Randy. So I don't think you can give any orders.
The Once Critical team is now in charge of everything. All right.
We are the pus.
Ah, gross. Okay. Actually, before we get into this, let's push up on that. I stopped after that one. Okay. Luigi Message 4 says Japanese imports are better. Yes. However, with video games, the CERO have hypocritical female character designing rules that companies are better off taking the sticker rating to release uncensored. Yeah. Is there anything stopping a company from releasing without a rating? Or just AO rating?
They can't be on Steam or any... Well, actually, Steam might be able to do unrated. But in stores, for sure, need a rating.
Yeah, but let me ask you
if they want to be on the shelf.
Who buys in a store, right? At this point, buying online it's like second nature to most people, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about Steam. I think the console stores like Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation require it to be rated. Steam might not, but I can't say for sure. But yeah, if it's a PC, if it's an indie PC game, there's basically no excuse. You don't need to be rated, really, as far as I know.
Cool T says, "Welcome to the Master Race."
Oh, thank you, Cool T. That's so nice.
And external doesn't work well for 4K UHD based on my experience.
You got to get the right. There's a There's a forum online. I forget what it's called. They have a list of like drives that you can buy that are they're internal drives, but you can then buy a bay to convert the internal drive into an external drive. Although there might also be external drives that you can do it, but the one I bought an internal drive, and then I bought a bay. Even though I have a spot for it in my computer, I bought the bay for it. Like it's not a bay. It's an adapter. It'll convert the Blu-ray drive into a USB Blu-ray drive. It was expensive though, but basically when I bought my computer, I was like, I don't give a shit about the price, and I threw everything at it. So you can do it properly with that, and then the idea is you get custom firmware. You flash the custom firmware onto the drive, and then I don't think you can play UHD discs that way. Also the Blu-ray player can't be a UHD disc player. It's a standard player, but you can flash custom firmware that you'll be able to rip the UHD disc. Anyway,
so in the future, I'm just gonna message Random
setup.
11. I'm just gonna message Random 11 to link me one of these damn.
And then if you want to play it without ripping it, then you gotta use your Xbox or something.
Yeah.
So Cool GT says it can't be unrated on console. That's why they gave Hatred an adult-only rating.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know what Hatred is, but I just at this point, yes, I get it. There's a ton of kids in the world. I get it. You want to capitalize on the ability to get kids to buy your game because most people who have time to play games are kids. But most people with money are not kids. So think it through.
And those people won't actually play your game. They'll just give you the money. And so if you put out a shit game, they'll never know.
Also, Sad Boy says never goon. That's why he's a sad boy. Luigi Most 64 says go to T. Those will still sell. It's the adults that buy stuff. Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself, except that I did. All right. Let's get into our Kickstarter. Speaking of adult-only things that will sell. Yuri Manga, Her Kiss, My Libido Twinkles, has 31 days to go, and it has already reached its goal. What? I can't believe it.
To the surprise of no one.
Yeah. So
such a small goal. Be more ambitious.
Well, let's see if we can get it to 100,000. So
I expect you, Random 11, to get it to 100,000.
I don't want this. What the fuck?
Let's see. In order to get the physical book, it's $27 for.
Yeah.
Wait, is this for the physical book? Okay, it looks weird. And then the physical autograph book is $53. Autograph book and reproductions. Okay. Anyway, I thought you said it was like 40.
Yeah, right there. You're showing right past them. Go back up. Up again. There, that's the first one.
Yeah.
Good. Next one down.
Yeah.
That one. Yeah, you can get the English, physical, and Japanese.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, so it comes with the English and Japanese version. Who fucking cares though? Just get this one for $27. It's a stew. All right. Anyway, while volumes 1 through 3 have been completed in Japanese, there's no current official English translation. The first volume was originally a one-off and contained 6 chapters, so you can enjoy the first volume on its own if you so please. However, if this project meets its goal, then I want to continue on with additional crowdfunding projects for the other 2 volumes. Some of the rewards include a rare, one-of-a-kind illustration, so I come to you, all who have read this, on bended knees. Please lend me your support. Anyway, so there you go. I should probably stop scrolling. We don't want to nut too early. It is National Orgasm Day. All right, in other news.
I hear it's good to do that multiple times on National Orgasm Day. So
that's true for every day. Hasbro gives up on Power Rangers as franchises costumes, props to be liquidated at heritage auctions. So you had me highlight just this portion. I'm just curious if there was anything else in here you want to mention before I read this.
Basically, it's just going over the history of Power Rangers.
There was a ton of shit in here. I thought we didn't.
Yeah, Saban brought over the idea of Power Rangers from Japan. He then sold it to Disney. Under Disney, the brand kind of shat itself. Then Saban bought it back off of Disney, and then Saban sold it to Hasbro after the movie happened.
And now he will buy it back.
It doesn't look like they're selling it, but they're just letting it die. I don't know.
Yeah.
So that was the history, and then you can go into the...
Yeah. So bear with me. Bounding Into Comics has an ad up here that is a fucking disaster of a stealing screen real estate. Hasbro CEO Chris Cox, great name, spoke during a conference call back in April regarding the Power Rangers brand and its fate within Hasbro. He explained that Power Rangers had fallen under $50 million in gross revenue. Fuck, man, that brand is dead. It's dead. Oh no, $49,999,000. Fuck, we have to stop. It's dead.
We should watch the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie at some point.
Oh fuck no.
Oh, and just a reminder, we did cover it, I think, a couple weeks ago, but for context, it was later revealed that like the CEO of Hasbro, or like the person in charge or whatever that bought the Power Rangers brand off of Saban, died before the purchase went through. And so now currently, and didn't talk to anyone about buying it. And like anyone else at the company. So now everyone at the company currently was like, why did we even buy Power Rangers? What the fuck? So like no one at the company wants the brand.
It's just funny. He explained that Power Rangers had fallen under $50 million in gross revenue, and that without licensing the brand out to Playmates, Hasbro stood to see the full collapse of the brand. Cox explained that Playmates has a lower cost to market than Hasbro does, and felt that Playmates could keep the brand going sub $50 million annually. In June of 2024, it was revealed to investors that Hasbro had no plans for Power Rangers when they acquired it from Neo Saban. The research and development department hadn't even been made aware that Hasbro was thinking about purchasing the IP, let alone being tasked with adapting Bandai's designs into Hasbro's market space.
It's so... I don't know why they insisted on taking the toys away from Bandai. Bandai was already making the toys for the Sentai series.
Yeah,
it was like they just have to pay for packaging.
Yeah, packaging that says Power Rangers instead of Super Sentai.
And it's all fucking on a silver platter for you. What are you doing?
Now the ultimate end has arrived. As mentioned at the beginning of this article, Heritage Auctions seeks to sell over 900 lots in their first ever all Power Rangers auction. Liquidating the franchise in its entirety through private auction indicates that Hasbro will not be returning to television with a live-action Power Rangers offering, nor will it be returning to the big screen with such an endeavor either, as Netflix has backed out of a collaborative reboot, leaving Hasbro with no distribution avenue for any production they stand to create. Boom Studios has indicated that they are still in possession of the Power Rangers comic book license and that they had no plans of relinquishing it in the near future. It's unclear if that means they will continue to publish new Power Rangers content or if it means they will not be releasing that license back into the wild. As of this writing, there is no public statement from Hasbro stating that the Power Rangers brand has been permanently suspended. There is no indication that Hasbro will be selling the property, but there is also no indication that they won't be doing that either. There has been no statement from Heritage Auctions nor Hasbro on whether or not auction items will be directly donated to museums or if these auction lots will be sold to private collectors alone. So do you think, so like obviously the Super Sentai brand in Japan is going to continue regardless of what happens over here. Do you think that there's a market for dubbing the actual original series?
People have wanted that forever.
Yeah.
And Saban never did it. Disney didn't do it. At one point they did. Shout Factory, I believe, put out one of them subbed.
Yeah.
But for the most part, they do not want cross brand contamination with the Sentai series, which is stupid. I think,
dude, there's like at least 10 seasons of it on disc already.
Of the Sentai series?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like there's fucking like 40 seasons of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they easily could have put that out. Dubbing it probably wouldn't have been too expensive. Maybe for some of the shittier seasons, it would have been harder. But
just
I don't know why they didn't do it. Now
Super Sentai, 12 seasons, 1991 to 2002, subtitle. So they put out quite a bit.
Yeah. Doing a dub would be interesting. I guess they just never thought the money was there, but people have wanted legal access to the Sentai series, and or just like faithful adaptations, but they wanted it to make it the Sentai series are more like a little bit older. They're still for kids, but it's like aimed a little older.
Fuck, dude, they are so dark compared to the Power Rangers one. They fucking crucify the freaking Green Ranger.
It's a little bit more mature kids, but it's still a kids thing. But
if we ever get to the point where the current situation that I'm in requires me to grind a shit ton in order to even still be able to do the show. Just like I am slaving to be able to afford to continue to live in California kind of thing. So if we ever get to the point where it's sort of more like when I was working freelance and I just like had money coming in all the time and everything, and we're able to sort of go back to where I've got like 5 days a week to devote to channel stuff, I would love to just have us, like the hosts, get together and watch like 1 day a week. We just binge some Power Rangers, like the original Super Sentai one, the sub ones. I think that would be so fun to just like, spend a day watching some crazy ass like 90s Japanese TV together. I'd be so down for that. All right.
The other one last thing.
Sure.
I do kind of want to point out that and this may have affected the Hasbro's decision, but the two lead characters from the original, like everyone kind of agrees that the original Mighty Morphin was the peak, right? Like they've never really got back to that. And that's also a symptom of like the landscape changed. Like,
sure.
Like we'll never get another Michael Jackson because the landscape there's so much more choice. Like that'll never happen again. Same with Power Rangers. Like the odds of another Power Ranger is so minuscule that it would ever happen again. But the two lead actors from that season, the Red Ranger and the Green Ranger, now both have baggage with them. Right? The Green Ranger killed himself. And the Red Ranger got arrested for fraud for his PPP loan thing. And then went on some podcasts and made some weird remarks about Hitler being like having some cool quotes or something.
I remember this.
So they might have been like, well, our top. So Hasbro was putting out.
See, you're making a compelling argument for why the brand is dead.
Yeah. Hasbro was putting out some figures, and then they had civilian. They were the Power Rangers figures, and they had civilian heads.
So now that the Power Rangers is a dead brand, can I sell merch of Super Sentai Hitler Rangers?
Oh no. Bandai might have an issue with that. But so one of the last figures that they put out was a Red Ranger and a Green Ranger in a 2-pack together, and they gave the Green Ranger his human head, but the Red Ranger they didn't put in the Austin St. John head. He just didn't have a head. He just had the helmet, like no
so you
human
mean
head.
there was no way to remove the helmet or whatever?
Well, you don't remove the helmet, but they just give you 2 different heads. They give you one that is the helmet and one that is the human head that you just pop on and off. But yeah, and they for every other person in the team that they released for that wave of figures, they have the human head, except for the Red Ranger. They just decided nope, and I think it was because of the controversy at the time about him getting arrested that they didn't want to be associated with him anymore.
Yeah.
So then people were pissed off that they weren't giving, like, the fans don't give a shit. They just want a complete collection.
Yeah,
and
I want consistency
all of
with
their
my
figure-
collection. Damn it.
Yeah. So, if they're not going to be able to sell their main team, like their money making team, without controversy every time they put out figures, then I could see why they'd be like, oh, okay, we'll just not do it anymore.
I guess so. So Kutsuji said, Hatred is a game with a no sexual content that got an adult-only rating during Gamergate due to a journalist's hit campaign. Huh. Sounds like a great game. Game Freak are doing hires. However, the Pokemon Company International are doing DEI hires. Okay. Pokemon is suffering for ditching its Japanese roots. Japan is mad about the old and ugly character designs. Yep. Capcom have the audacity to say Japanese norms hurt people worldwide. Anime is popular worldwide. And it's already stupid to give anime for kids in Saban treatment. Okay. I'm going to skip the rest of these because they don't seem important. All right, cool. All right, let's jump into this. Paramount Plus cuts a popular SpongeBob meme for the UK viewers. Some SpongeBob SquarePants fans have noticed that the UK versions available on Paramount Plus has cut out a joke that's been turned into a popular meme in recent years. The meme comes from the 2006 Season 4 episode, Dunces and Dragons, wherein SpongeBob and Patrick arrive at a medieval-themed restaurant/performance similar to Medieval Times. You guys know what Medieval Times is?
I do. You guys have Medieval Times in America?
Yeah. The reason I ask is because I think there are 2 in California. But like
I thought it was a Canada only thing.
Yeah, so the reason I asked is because I wasn't sure if it actually existed outside of California.
In grade 4 in our school district, all classes got to go to Medieval Times as part of the medieval curriculum as a field trip, except my grade because of a peanut allergy in my class. I was pissed.
Fuck that kid.
Literally, like all the years ahead of me, they all got to go, and all the years behind me got to go. But because one person had a peanut allergy in my grade, our whole grade didn't get to go.
Wow.
I hope that kid was bullied into oblivion.
I hope you took a chain flail right to the face.
No.
All right, we'll have our own recreation behind the gym.
No, shove peanuts down his throat. Be like, oh, you have a peanut allergy.
It was a girl, but yeah, I was not impressed.
So you shoved this down her throat. All right. So Stan says there is one here in Georgia. So I guess they are all over the place. So if anybody who's watching doesn't know what Medieval Times is, it's a how would you describe? It's almost like imagine like a monster truck rally where like the way the seating is, where there's like a pit in the middle, right? Except it's like a jousting match, and like they have like a loose story about like the hero knight versus the dark knight, or the Black Knight, whatever you want to call it. You know, like the villain knight, right?
Can't call him
And
black anymore.
it's all entirely scripted, right? But it's just like a show where you watch, you know, and they like have sword fights, they have a jousting match, and they feed you like giant ass turkey legs and stuff, so it feels like you're at like a medieval banquet kind of thing. And like everybody's dressed up. It's like going to like imagine a Renaissance fair that went above and beyond and like had a jousting match and sword fights and shit happen right in the middle of it, right? That's basically what it is. And it's an interesting experience. There's also like a Pirates one. Have you done that one, Random Levin?
No, I've never heard of the Pirates one.
They have a pirate one where like it's the same exact shit except there's a big old pirate ship in the middle of it, and it has like trampolines and shit, and they jump from one end of the. It's some dog shit.
I don't think we have that up here.
That's good.
Is it called something else, or is it like
I
part
think
of?
it's just called Pirates.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't think we have that.
Paramount Plus might remove the double fishhook scene from Something Smells to avoid being called hypocrites. Okay. Lady Phoenix says Medieval Times is awesome. Only one location is in Canada, and that is Toronto. All right. So anyway, they said when approaching the actor on guard, SpongeBob and Patrick giddily remind the guard to stay in character. However, the guard, who's fed up with his job, is tempted to stab himself with the spear before deciding he'd do it someday, but not today. The meme has since been used to joke about overreacting to inconveniences or daily trials. The meme was likely removed because of its seemingly levity towards a very serious mental health issue. It may also be because the guardsman doesn't have a license for that spear. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. It says down here, no, AI was used to upscale the image. It is otherwise unaltered. If they're referring to this image, holy fuck, it looks clean compared to that one. Damn. Impressed. All right.
The StreamYard compression is not doing it justice.
All right. I'll open the fucking article on your own then. All right. In other news here, Crunchyroll unveils brand evolution ahead of San Diego Comic-Con debut. Have you guys seen this yet?
No.
Maybe.
Are they
rebrand
going into manga?
Prepare your anus.
No, just like a new visual identity.
Yeah, visual stuff.
Ooh, square. Oh, not square. Spiky.
Look, I'm just saying the amount of splats on screen, when your brand's primary color is orange, I'd stay away from the splats. You know, like
this is very Kiki. If anyone gets that reference. Nickelodeon is Boba, and this will be Kiki.
Kiki.
Oh, it's an eyeball.
Yeah.
Looking at.
Well, it's always been an eye, right? With Crunchyroll.
Has it?
No, they're like
Never.
they can have a role.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow, I hate that.
So
looks like Titmouse.
Has
worked on
Crunchyroll
it.
ever like alternated its logo like
Never.
at all? See, that's why I'm convinced it's Funimation. It's just like Funimation always fucked with their fucking logo.
Isn't it crazy? I mean,
Yeah, almost like
It's-
our theory that we had like years ago.
shit,
Like
it's almost like Crunchyroll is just Funimation now.
yeah,
With the name Crunchyroll. Isn't that nuts?
yeah.
So here's the new splash screen. I mean, it only really reminds me of the Funimation one, right?
You cannot convince me otherwise. They're planning on going into diversifying into manga, 100%.
I think they already have, but
Well, they're going to make a larger push for it.
So this is their old one, real quick.
I like that one better, just because it does have that boing right in the middle of it.
And the big old.
You know who had the boink? Funimation.
Yes, it's the fucking Funimation one where at the very end the little kunai like flings off of it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Tinfoil hat. Sorry, tinfoil hat.
Cool. Now make a new comment section.
Oh, no.
New look, new sound, same anime streaming service I won't use because it sucks. I love people. Anyway, I think that sums it up, right?
They do have to do better on their fucking subtitles.
Oh, terrible. All right.
Like, I'm not talking about the AI subtitles, like for simul-pub stuff, but like, there's old shows that I can't even remember. One of the ones I was watching, probably for a recent watch club, and like they didn't have a signs and titles subtitle. So every time a Japanese thing came up on the thing, I'd have to like switch to the Japanese subtitle.
Oh, you were talking about My Hero Academia.
I honestly don't remember. I think it was a watch club.
You messaged me about this. I remember this.
Okay, and then there was another one where I was watching it, and the signs and title subtitle was like 5 minutes delayed for some reason.
Yeah. Cool Tsuki says Crunchyroll still uses the Trump color.
Yeah, surprising.
Oh, that must grind their gears.
Imagine they change their brand up and all of a sudden the whole website is purple.
Yeah.
Slowly,
purple and white.
One day at a time, that little logo, that little highlight in the eye becomes a little smile.
You know how you were saying that like you've repeated the story about
eBay.
eBay, yeah.
Yeah.
Just over the days, one degree
hue at a time.
Yeah, one degree of
shade
hue
closer to white at a time until the homepage was white. Yeah.
No, well, in this case, more to purple.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Orange to purple.
You're just like, why does this look like shit right in the middle? Like right in the middle of the transition.
Yeah, especially because purple and orange cancel each other out. So like as you're on your way there, the site's just kind of gray. Like
it's got to go across yellow, green, blue.
You know what
and then
they'll do?
purple.
They'll wait until gay month, and then it's just like a new color every day, and then they just stick with purple afterwards.
Oh yeah, that's a good strategy.
The Kotuti says Crunchyroll still uses the Trump colors, and Stan says, "Sorry, that does not excite me to even consider that company brand." Lucian64 says, "Anime fans support anime, not Crunchyroll nor Netflix. Music fans never support Spotify nor Ticketmaster, as music fans will support the bands." Okay. And yes, High Guardian Spice. Let's talk about it. Okay. So
you need a new shtick there.
His shtick is watching our podcast. You lay off him, Reese.
He's just a little salty. I haven't clicked on any of his comments about Led Zeppelin yet, of which even I am surprised they came in so early.
Thank you for watching our podcast. Please like and subscribe.
You were once business critical.
No, all viewers are always business critical.
All right. So in theater news Mononoke anime confirms film trilogy plan. Second part release date. Oh, fuck. As if it wasn't already enough of a pain, I was going to have to endure more of this show.
I was gritting the entire time I was copying and pasting the headline into the VIP submissions.
Yeah.
But you must have seen it before, because I think I linked the ANN article.
ANN one.
I hate that show only because every time I see it brought up, I think, "Oh, Princess Mononoke," and then it's not.
Hatsune Miku is getting a
Princess Mononoke is still
film.
pretty mid, but
Let me ask you this:
You leave, Reese. You were mission critical. Now you were gone. Leave.
Okay, let me ask you this, Random 11. If you were told that a Spider-Man anime was coming out, and it was a Spider-Man anime movie, and the plot of the movie is that Spider-Man has no powers, and maybe at the end of the movie, like the very end, he unlocks his ability, but for the rest of the movie, he's just in the suit, not being Spider-Man. Would you consider that a movie you'd want to go see?
You're not selling it well, no.
Right. So if
and the web comes out of his feet instead of his hands.
So if you
definitely not.
If you were told, if you're a Hatsune Miku fan, and you were told there is a movie starring Hatsune Miku where she can't sing, does that excite you? Like,
that seems dumb.
let me tell you, because there's a movie about Hatsune Miku where she can't sing coming out.
Does she learn to sing?
She's too depressed to sing.
Good. She's a program. She can't be depressed. What the fuck?
Set in modern day Shibuya, Geki Joban Project Sekai Koareta Sekai to Uta Enai Miku. Why we got Sekai in here twice? Centers on Ichika Hoshino, a high school girl and street musician who encounters an unknown version of Hatsune Miku after hearing a Miku song that she'd never heard before in a CD store. Ichika learns that this version of Miku is having trouble reaching people with her songs, so together they team up to try to touch the hearts of the audience through music. That's a very different explanation of the story than the one I saw on another website. I'm going to have to pull up real quick. 1 second. Hatsune Miku is... Uh-oh. Did I pass it? Yeah, the article's new. It just came out. Why do I not see it? Why do I see other articles I know I clicked on already before I see it? Oh, here it is. Okay. Weird. All right, let me see this one. An official anime featuring the Vocaloid Hatsune Miku has been announced. Project Sekai, the movie Broken World and Miku Who Doesn't Sing. It's in the title. It says here, not much is known about the movie. Oh, hey, Osaro, thank you, buddy. Look at that, single-handedly keeping this podcast profitable in the month of July. Thank you. Not much is known about the movie at this time, except that what's been shown in the trailer. We see people look to come from all over the world, or at least Japan, encountering a somewhat melancholy-looking Miku on their mobile devices because she can't sing. Anyway, there you go. It's in the title. All right, let me move this over here. And let's talk about Kadokawa has acquired Oshi no Ko animation studio, Doga Kobo. It has been announced by Kadokawa Corporation that animation studio Doga Kobo will become a subsidiary of the media conglomerate. Doga Kobo was founded as an animation studio by ex-employees of Toei back in 1973 and has been involved in the production of many anime, Monthly Girls no Zaki-kun, New Game, Himoto Umaru-chan, Hina Logic from Luck and Logic, Devils and Realists, How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift, Anima Yell, Plastic Memories, and Saint Celia and Pastor Lawrence. Most notably, Doga Kobo are also producing the second season. Who produced the first season? So they're producing the second season of Oshi no Ko, Chikawa, and Aliyah Sometimes Hides Her Feelings in Russian. Most recently, Doga Kobo produced idol anime Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night in 2023 to celebrate its 50th anniversary. Kadokawa now has 6 anime production subsidiaries along with Doga Kobo, as well as Engi, Raging Bull, Bell Knox Films, and Studio Kadan, plus affiliate Kinema Citrus. Oh, shit. The only one I've heard of. Quote, we are very pleased to welcome Doga Kobo, an animation studio with more than 50 years of history and loved around the world, to our group. We look forward to further enhancing the collaboration between the two companies to create even more appealing and exciting works that will remain in the hearts and minds of the people in the world. Doga Kobo CEO Ryu Ishiguro added, in our 51st year of operation, we have worked with many production companies, specialty companies, and manufacturers. Kadokawa has also been a company that we have worked together with and has been a good friend. I would like to thank Kadokawa for their understanding and support. We will do our best to create an environment that will allow us to continue to create works with even greater enthusiasm and to bring out even better works in the future. We hope that you will support us in our efforts to create an environment that will allow us to continue to produce even better works in the future. Wow. Thanks for saying almost nothing. All right. What? The Shiunji family children will be animated by Doga Kobo. So he went from making Rent-A-Girlfriend to a bunch of incest, I'm guessing? Is that what we're doing here? The TV anime adaptation of Reiji Miyajima's The Shiunji Family Children manga revealed tonight the production house at which the series will be animated. Alongside that, the manga creator also announced he'll be holding his first ever solo exhibition in mid to late August in the trendy area of Omotesando. Okay. Next to the silhouetted characters of the Shiunji Family Children, the series will be produced at Doga Kobo, who were recently acquired by Kadokawa, one of the producers for the producers of the adaptation. No other details about the adaptation have been announced at this stage. Is this the Rent-A-Girlfriend girl? It is, right?
I don't think so.
Doesn't she have like the hair like that?
We need to call an expert.
It's got to be. Look, he put it as his profile image. Anyway, I was only supposed to read this part. Great. The love between brother and sister. The love between man and woman.
Oh, no.
That which is most forbidden is most that you.
It
just keeps getting worse. The 2 sons and 5 daughters of the Shiunji family shine like brilliant gems, each with intelligence and beauty in equal measure. And with the pedigree of their wealthy father behind them, how could they not be the talk of the town? Eldest son, Arata, has spent his life being tossed around by the whims of his colorful sisters.
Oh, no.
Yet a little teasing won't stop him from valuing his family over anything and anyone else. But when his youngest sister turns 15, their father reveals a long-hidden secret of the Shiunji siblings and knocks Arata's world off its axis.
He was adopted all along in his open game.
Yep. It's funny, when I look at this, you know how they say, like, a good design has a silhouette you can identify based on, like, the silhouette alone, right? This looks like the main character from, is it called Angel Sanctuary? What's the one where they have, it was released by ADV originally? Is it called, it's not called Angel Sanctuary. What's it called? Angel Links? No, not Angel Links. Angels? Is it? I don't think it's Angel Sanctuary. No, that's not it. Oh, God damn it. It's called Angel. Oh, fuck.
What's the series about?
It's like battle robots. Not Battle Angel. No, not Battle Angel Alita. God damn it. Oh, why? Okay. Let's type in ADV and then that'll help.
Angelic Lair?
And is it Angelic Lair? That might be it. Yes! You magnificent son of a bitch. All right, let me pull up this girl.
You are now unfired.
You have shown yourself to be business critical once again. Doesn't it look like her? This girl right here?
A little bit, I suppose.
I mean, even down to like the cuffling like things on the wrist. right. You know I'm right. Fuck off. All right. Speaking of characters who look like other characters, when I saw this, I thought it was an article about fucking Shield Hero. Party card Tsuiho, Sareta, Sono, Chiyushi, Jitsu, Saikyo, ni Tsuki anime previews opening song and new trailer. Great. That was a mouthful.
Say that 5 times fast.
No. Fucking Crunchyroll's gotten their tight ass about the fact that they won't use the English title for things just in case they change.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What do you mean?
Like, what was that show? They translated the title of, and it was like, oh no, it's not trans enough with the title we use. We erased the trans or some shit like that. And they like, ever since then, they only use the Japanese titles until an official English title gets made. All right. So anyway, I thought this character looks like mine from Bitch-san from
yeah, he was just like, you mean bitch?
Yeah. Anyway, so these are the characters. Wow, moving on. Cool. Let's actually see what this is. The story follows Roust, a healer who can only use one basic spell and is expelled from a first-class party for being too weak. While the leader of that party realizes how great his abilities actually are after hiring another healer, Roust finds new friends like Narcena, who supports him in his rise to the top.
Narcena, how did you get here? I was I belonged to another world where they called me bitch, and
she supports the rise in more ways than one. Rock is a lady's modesty anime announced for 2025. So this is the story of a proper princess lady girl who follows Arisa Suzunomiya, a young girl who's forced to give up playing guitar when she's thrust into a rich lifestyle after her mother remarries a real estate tycoon. However, when she meets a skilled drummer at her new prestigious school, her passion for rock reignites and the pair form a band. And if that doesn't whet your appetite, what about girls band Cry? I mean, this image goes so hard, right? Even though I'm pretty sure this is a full CGI anime. Here's some real girls. All right, moving on. Okay. Headhunted to another world, from salaryman to Big Four. All right.
He was hired on merit.
She was hired on dragon qualities. Still no all boys rock band anime. My friend, you are full of shit. It is called Hollywood. What is this? What is the anime called? Hollywood. Oh shit.
Are they all wearing shorts? All the band members need to be wearing shorts.
Have you not seen Beck Mongolian Chop Squad?
Oh, that's not all male though. Fuck, why can't I remember the name of it? It's something Hollywood.
Holly Stage for 50?
Shonen Hollywood.
Yeah,
is that what it's called? Shonen
Hollywood, Holly Stage for 48.
Yeah. You're telling me that you didn't go and see it's basically the Led Zeppelin anime. I mean,
Did that get a DVD sub only?
You don't think these guys rock hard? You don't think that they make girls swoon only to go have an all male orgy in their bang bus? Come on, man.
They crossed off tour bus on the side and wrote bang over it.
Anyway, yes. So there you go. Now you may.
Oh, Raj Leonardo's got the best birthday ever.
Oh, is he born on National Orgasm Day?
He says happy birthday to me, so I'm only gonna say it.
Oh, yeah, you do have the best birthday ever. All right. Okay. Luigi says he's dizzy. I apologize for showing you the CGI. Wow. Emoto, my favorite subgenre of anime. Sister love is always nice. My friend, you are correct. I'd watch if Penny Parker got her own movie even without the powers. Okay. Well.
Did you read Roger's second comment?
Well, did she ever have powers? That's her whole thing. She just made a robot.
Yeah.
Well, there was also that little spider.
Voting for Kamala after Biden dropped out is like changing your shirt after you shit your pants. Oh, you're hired. Oh, fire bomber from Macross 7 rules. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Macross 7. I understand. See, at first I'm like, I'm glad you said that. I have no idea why, but I understand. I got you, Luigi. Macross 7 is the one with the rocker in the robot with the guitar, right? Yeah. All right. I can dig it. I'm hip. All right. So back to this.
That's a really small man.
I just wanted to appreciate the lady. A really small man. He's the biggest ass one here.
No, I'm talking about the one in the. I'm talking about the one in the armor.
That's a small demon.
Whatever demon.
They put him way over here. I think these are to scale. Like honestly. All right. Sailor Zombie manga announces anime in production. I thought this was kind of clever. Can I just open this image so we can actually look at it? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, she's got like the shovel, the axe, a bow, a bat. You know, this girl's gonna just punch him to death, I guess. Oh no, her guts are already coming out. Maybe. Anyway, yeah. So let's read the synopsis real quick. Okay, here we go. 2 months have passed since zombies gained control of the world. High school student MIKU is wandering around by herself with no destination when she runs to a school where the survivors live together. She is helped by Mutsumi and Yuri, strong-willed girls at the same age as MIKU. She thinks she's finally found a safe place to live, but what happens next? In a world ruled by zombies, the girls will have to survive. The girls who have survived will begin fighting. Oh, each other? That explains the guts falling out, right? All right. No longer allowed in another world introduces 2 new cast members. He goes so hard that like a clearly more important character behind him can't even. He's like giving him the Mike Wazowski treatment, you know. So tell me about this character, Reese.
He basically raps all the time, and his ability is reproducing infinite gold coins. So basically, like Ludacris.
Does Ludacris produce gold coins?
No, just like money.
So anyway, yeah, it's from this show.
Yeah.
Right, with the girl with the nice rack. Anyway, moving on. I just thought it looked funny. This like the personification of Texas and American culture, like all rolled into one.
Even has the black lips.
Right. Yeah. Loner Life in Another World TV anime reveals a new trailer and more. Okay, so without saying too much, I just want to say I saw the first episode of this at Anime Expo, and if you weren't planning to watch it, you should because it's pretty fucking funny. The premise is that the main character gets isekai'd. Oh, what do you know? Just in time. The main character gets isekai'd, and he sees the circle opening up in the classroom he's in, and he determines that it's too much of a hassle. Like, even though he loves isekai stories in light novel form, he's like, actually being in one sounds like a pain. So he tries to escape it, but he can't, and it takes his entire school or his entire class with him. But because he tried to run away, he becomes the last one to go to the way station where you get your skill or whatever, you get to pick your ability. And so all the abilities that are left are dog shit. And basically he complains enough that the guy gives him every one of the useless abilities. And the idea is that alone some of the abilities are like walking, right? Stuff like that, right? So alone, none of the abilities are worth anything, but combined it makes him the most powerful in like clever and whatever ways. So anyway, I recommend it. I thought it was pretty good. They only showed one episode at Anime Expo, but that's all I needed to see to know it was going to be worth seeing more.
That's this show or no? Okay.
Yeah, this show. Anyway,
I'm
moving
surprised
on.
Randy didn't complain about spoilers.
I'm kind of burnt out on the isekai protagonist. Oh, he's overpowered. Oh.
Yep.
I just turned my brain off while you guys were talking. So.
Oh.
So apparently, yeah, turn it back on.
Switch been stuck.
Is that Captain Manga with the red shirts and stuff?
I was gonna say, make an anime great again, but
Tootie T says, "LOL, I read the Loner Life novel. It's a great story." What about Hitotsume Kozo? Any Kasa Obake? Where are they? They can be fun to watch. It's like yokai. Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. Sentai Filmworks completely botches the English localization of 2.5 dimensional seduction.
I mean, you might as well just kill the show, you know, instead of just, initially botching it by not having, by censoring it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Might as well just go the full length, full mile.
Confirm for me that I made the right choice in skipping this at Anime Expo. Her outfit here has no sleeves, or has sleeves, but this one has no sleeves. And this has a collar, and this one doesn't. A lot of variations of that, anyway. So after its actual visuals were toned down by its animation studio JC staff, 2.5 Dimensional Seduction has had its English localization completely butchered by Sentai Filmworks. Prior to the anime's broadcast, Western fans were forewarned of 2.5 Dimensional Seduction's inevitable English mishandling when notorious localizer Katrina Leonidakis announced earlier this month that the cosplay ecchi anime would be her next masterpiece.
Oh, yay!
Oh,
by the way,
fuck.
Can I just mention JC staff, the studio that made Prison School?
Right. So this is Star, they, them. She works for High Dive, and she is the annoying person at every one of the screenings I went to for High Dive who takes a selfie. This is the only selfie that got posted. Like, just for this show? Really? Like, why just this one? Is this because this is the only one with a full room? Anyway, so Katrina Leonidakis says, so excited to be working on this one. As an ex-competitive cosplayer, I cannot fathom how many times can you cosplay Mr. Popo or any number of other rotund characters. Competitive cosplayer?
I think she probably
you look like a
came in
bowling
last
ball.
place.
No wonder you're an ex-competitive cosplayer.
Came in last place every time.
As an ex-competitive cosplayer who's still very much involved with current competitive cosplay scene, it's so much fun getting to work on a series that takes sexy cosplay seriously, just like I did as a competitive cosplayer. After going through the anime's first 3 episodes, Batting in the Comics has discovered that the Sentai Filmworks localizer has deliberately overwritten the series' original script in favor of her own fan fiction. Within the first 5 minutes of the 2.5 Dimensional Seduction anime's first episode, the localizer had already replaced Yu Hashimoto's script with her abridged version of events. The first altered scene in question sees series protagonist Masamune Okumura's reacting to the surprise appearance of Deuteragonist and 3D girl Lalisa Amano appearing in the Manga Room Club. You're coming in? If you're looking for the brass band club, it's the one next door. That says Arrow Riri. 18 plus. Ooh. This is the manga. Yeah, my name's Amano Lalisa. I'm a first year. I really love manga. Per a fan translation of the series, which will be used as the point of reference for our comparisons, as Seven Seas Translations has its own problems, upon discovering Lalisa is interested in manga, a shocked Okumura thinks to himself, a girl? Damn it! Don't girls only like shoujo manga? This is a sanctuary for manly desires. Don't you know what day it is? Women and popular guys shouldn't like my weird otaku lifestyle. What kind of reason does she have to be here? Even if you say you like manga. Oh, this figurine is so cute. Oh, damn. In Leonidakis localization, however, Okumura is portrayed as much more reactionary and sexist, declaring instead, this club is for ass and titties. What? Oh, here, yeah. You just wouldn't say it? Come on. This club is for ass and titties, and the guys who love them. Goddamn, I actually like this localization. Katrina Leonidakis, you sly bitch. I bet she only likes shoujo bullcrap. In turn, Okumura resolves, no way am I letting some girl ruin my secret sexy sanctuary. I'll come up with some excuse to get her out of here.
She's clearly just like trying to characterize it as the way she thinks they're like, oh, they're predatory men or something like that.
This is why I'm an ex-competitive cosplayer. The men were all like this. The alterations continue as Lalisa proceeds to check out the limited edition Lalel figures on the clubroom shelves. Taken aback by her interest in the figures, in the manga, Okumura questions himself, hold up, that figurine isn't just some cute doll. It's a limited undressing edition of an erotic figure. It could help me drive her away if she sees it. However, unfortunately for him, Lalisa ends up activating the figure stripping function. In turn, the otaku concludes to himself, it's understandable. This isn't something girls can handle. It's interesting. Undressing. Oh no! The tatas. Put the baby on screen, quick! Retroactive baby! Woo! 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 Got it. All right, we're safe. 5-second rule. It's understandable. This isn't something girls can handle. Meanwhile, under Leonidakis' care, the unnecessary sexist anime version of Okumura instead reclaims, jackpot! Those aren't your sister's baby dolls. No, ma'am. That's a limited edition strippable figure. Now she'll get it, he convinces himself. She'll know she doesn't belong here. Next up is the scene wherein Lalisa both reveals her collection of erotic cosplay photos and confesses to Okumura that she would like to create a similar set of her own. In the fan translation, a shocked Okumura, a piece of Lisa's collection in hand, inquires, do you wear stuff like this? To which she seductively inquires, senpai, do you not want to? What? Oh, well, of course, I don't really mind. Okay. In the anime, rather than simply checking back in with Okumura's shocked feelings, Lalisa instead presumes that her new friend is looking down on her interest, pushing back. Didn't you just say you wouldn't judge? And unsurprisingly, the problem continues on into 2.5 Dimensional Seduction's second episode. When new student Mikari Tachibana arrives for her first day of class, she's immediately mobbed by her classmates, many of whom want an autograph from the model. In the manga, some of the girls in the class can be heard gossiping about Mikari's supposedly uncouth reputation. Oh shit. She's dating the model, Keikun. She's the worst, says one, with her friend dismissively replying, no way, I heard she was getting hot and heavy with an actor the other day. Oh, what a slut. Sentai Filmworks anime localization not only removes the majority of the second girl's dialogue, but also changes the context of the second girl sentence. How her crude judgment instead replacing with the envious "lucky her." Another butchering occurs right at the second episode's conclusion. At one point during the manga, Mikari attempts to put the moves on Okamura, her childhood friend. However, whether through social awkwardness or his love for his fictional waifu Liliel, the otaku ends up missing her cues and instead ushers her out in favor of his next appointment, a photo shoot with Lalisa. To this end, while later contemplating her feelings for Okamura, she catches a glimpse of Lalisa entering the manga club room, prompting her to fear she has romantic competition. However, in a bit of dramatic irony, the reader can see Okamura telling a flustered Lalisa to not worry about arriving late. In doing so, simply telling her, let's get started with the shoot right away, implying that he didn't consider his interaction with Mikari to be anything more than 100% platonic. Don't start tripping so suddenly. But in the anime, Okamura instead stutters, don't apologize, your timing is perf. I mean, don't worry about it. His innocence in the situation are replaced with an active recognition that his activities are less than above the line. Okay. Wow. Let's get that baby back on screen just to be safe. It only gets worse in 2.5 Dimensional Seduction Anime's third episode, Lily X Miri. The scene in question starts with Okamura's knockout reaction to Mikari and Lalisa in their new homemade Miliela and Liliel costumes.
Can I just say, like, I think the baby thing has worn itself out. Can we get a new censor?
A less
censor
pixelated
thing?
baby?
It's less baby. No.
Yeah,
something
I
else.
think he's talking about the concept of the baby at all.
No, I don't think you understand. The baby is completely 100% necessary.
No, I get your reasoning, but I disagree that it's relevant anymore.
The bit must maintain for us to be able to skirt by.
I don't think YouTube actually is going to like. I don't think they'll be like, oh yeah, our rules technically say if a baby's there, it's okay. I don't think anyone at YouTube is actually going to do that.
Just in case. All right, so realizing that Okamura has at least partial eyes for Liliel, Lilia attempts to have Okamura notice her by posing in an even more risque pose that shows off her butt. From there, asking, how is it? Do you like it? So you don't then. Of course, I like it. Stunned by her similarity to the actual character of Malala, Okamura assertively praises, of course I like it. Met with this praise, Mikari proceeds to admit, I've loved Senpai for 10 years. 10 whole years. That's the first time he said he likes me. Therein recognizing that while the otaku did show her affection, it was more towards her cosplay than her actual person. But in the anime's localization, rather than offering the simple phrase and allowing Mikari to read too much into it,
Hakuna Matata.
Leonidakis instead has him blurt out the far more direct and far more loaded statement, hell yeah, I love you. Like with the above gag regarding Mikari's confession, thanks to this change, Okamura is now portrayed as less too polite for his own good and more intentionally stupid. As of writing, neither Sentai Filmworks nor Leonidakis have offered any comment on the changes. Well, yeah, why would they? why the fuck would they? All right, I don't know.
They knew who they were hiring.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. Any more thoughts before I move on?
No.
JC staff can
the first
stop ruining anime. Thank you.
Right. I mean, the first translation wasn't that bad, but then the rest were just like, okay, no, this is not.
Yeah, the baby is specifically mentioned in YouTube guidelines. Sorry, Randy, my hands are tied.
No one knows that context, and it's so weird to be like, there's boobs on screen, so we must put a baby. Like,
When I first
explaining the
walked into that,
context
I was
every
very
time, it's
disturbed.
like
Stan says we need to play
Just
it
for a
safe,
bit?
and it's funny in any case. So there you go. The real question is, which brand is the explanation in? Oh, here it is.
We will continue to restrict ad revenue on breastfeeding content where a child is not present.
Imagine producing breastfeeding content without a baby to breastfeed.
Greenland getting Vietnam War flashbacks to a certain member of the podcast.
It is in the Agwe brand, of course. All right. Anyway, back to comments here. Censorship bars and blurring have led to bans. I don't know of a case where a baby got a ban on YouTube. Sure. Hasn't happened. He's right. I posted some last minute weird news in the Discord just now. Oh, well, maybe I'll cover that next podcast on Sunday. It is like those beeps. They are annoying as drawing attention. Okay. Is that Seth Rogen's twin brother? Oh, Katrina Leonidakis? Yes. Vote or die, motherfucker, because she would be P. Diddy's secretary too. All right, whatever that fucking meant. All right. I'm going to call the rest of that probably. We can just move on. And let's talk about isekai. Is it time? Is it time? Opinion, native isekai is a real anime subgenre. You have 10 seconds to veto.
Let's do it.
Looks like she's helping him celebrate National Male Orgasm Day.
Looks like both of them are.
Yeah. If you're entrenched in anti-twit discourse, you've probably seen or heard of the phrase native isekai. The phrase has been maligned as simply describing fantasy, but for people too stupid to understand that they could just say fantasy. But I think that native isekai could actually be a useful descriptor. Maybe not a genre unto itself, but still meaningful.
He's wrong. It is a genre.
What is an isekai? Generally, it's an anime or manga where the protagonist is reincarnated or transported to another world. Some gain unfair cheat powers just by virtue of being transferred. Meanwhile, others simply apply modern knowledge and sensibilities. Either way, the big thing here is power fantasy wish fulfillment. Though the genre is broader than that, isekai literally translates to other world. By definition, classics such as Inuyasha and Digimon are technically isekai, even if they seem much different from the isekai that has saturated recent anime seasons. I'm going to turn off this. Don't worry, this AC is still on. All right. There exist people who unironically think a regular fantasy setting is called native isekai. The saturation has led to some viewers conflating isekai with fantasy and erroneously calling fantasy series native isekai. I disagree with this usage since it's clear that fantasy works just fine for series such as Frieren or Record of Lodoss War. But let's take a look at Frieren. It's a fantasy series, and yes, it's a power fantasy. But Frieren and Fern's strength is grounded in their hard work and effort within the context of the setting. They're powerful individuals, but this isn't due to some goddess ex machina, but by virtue of their own efforts. Let me be clear. This is fantasy, not native isekai.
Disagree. Doesn't even know the fucking definition. God damn it.
Native isekai should be used as a subgenre of fantasy to describe titles that have the trappings of an isekai, but without the other world bit. What does that mean? So basically what you're saying is it's a power fantasy, right?
This person doesn't even know what it means. God damn it. Go look at Twitter. That's not what anyone is using the term as. The fuck?
Looks it up on Twitter. Oh, only random 11's using it.
People are specifically calling Freerin a native isekai.
All right, so it says, what does that mean? Gamified setting, fantasy world with skill ranks, levels, jobs, etc. Power fantasy. Power can be earned or fated. Either way, the protagonist is stronger than the common sense of the setting. Wish fulfillment. The protagonist uses his power to fulfill his desires in a way that's satisfying for the reader. So that means that Dragon Ball and Superman are both isekais. Am I wrong? The best example I can think of is the hidden dungeon only I can enter. It fits all three of my criteria. It has skill ranks in an adventurer's guild, gamified setting. Noir gains his power by accessing a secret dungeon thanks to his unique skill, power fantasy. Lastly, he uses his power to protect his love interest and increase his standing, wish fulfillment. In fact, reading my review again, I was already questioning the show's genre and finding a proper term for it. Now, by isekai adjacent, it's not accurate to call a series isekai when it doesn't involve otherworldly transportation or reincarnation. Even so, many series have adopted the same cliches of the isekai genre and simply ignored the requirement of a displaced protagonist. While technically fantasy, it feels more apt to call them isekai or isekai adjacent since they follow similar conventions. The hidden dungeon only I can enter is more aligned with the interests of isekai fans than traditional fantasy fans. Yet, without a proper term to describe it, we could call it fantasy. We could only call it fantasy. This is why I think native isekai should be reserved for this type of series. A few others I can name are Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? Vanish from the Hero's Party, The Strongest Tanks Labyrinth Raids. What's up?
Like, the first one is what I thought of too. It's like, oh, is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? Because when I initially heard about it, I thought it was an isekai. Then I watched it. No, it fucking isn't. And calling it a native isekai doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah,
Well,
I find this
point of
the one where they
isekai is that if isekai means other world, then native isekai means that they're not transported to another world; they just exist in that other world. That is the setting.
Hold on, just finish reading this last paragraph of this stupid article.
The heroes of these stories aren't from another world, but nevertheless, they have many of the trappings of isekai. I wouldn't recommend these to a fantasy fan who enjoys titles like Kemono no Soja Eren. Is that Beast Player Eren? I think it is. Or Spice and Wolf. But I would recommend them to an isekai fan. After reading this, whether or not you agree that native isekai deserves to be a subgenre or not, can we at least all agree to stop using it to describe typical fantasy?
Okay, no, we can't agree because you're a retard and you don't even know what the fucking word means. Why would you take a word that's got isekai literally in the title and say it has nothing to do with another world? We're just going to ignore that, and it has to do with sub cliches in the isekai genre. Like that's, and then what is the term native in there for at all? Like it should be like isekai cliche genre. Like that would be a better fit term, although it'd be clunky as shit, but it would be a better fit term for what he wants to describe. The whole definition of native isekai was just the fact that it takes place in another world where the people in that world are native to said world. That's where the term comes from.
So give me an explanation. Give me some examples of what you consider native isekai.
Slayers.
Any story that takes place in a world that is not Earth.
Okay. So
and
any story
arguably distant future, distant past could be an edge case, possibly.
Any story that's not right now, right here.
Right here, right now, right here, right now.
The distant future, distant past in Earth is an edge case. It's
So
people argue over.
You would argue Bastard is an isekai.
Yeah, no, a native isekai.
Okay, so like I said, you would argue Bastard is an isekai.
No. They don't get transported to it.
Right. So
native
the term isekai with
okay,
the
you're switching the
term
okay
native in front of it means that it's still part of a classification called isekai. Therefore,
okay, hold on. You can't switch definitions like that and then be like, oh, okay. So you're
why
taking.
is bastard? Why is bastard in your mind?
Okay, hold on.
Considered a native isekai and not simply a dark fantasy. Is Berserk also an isekai?
Hold up. Son
We
of
have
a
to
bitch.
agree on terms
we
here.
can
Okay,
have multiple genres in one show, in case you forgot.
Okay, hold on, FDM. That is true. You are correct. But we're skating on like slippery platformed ice sculptures right now. You've just done like a weird like sleight of hand trick. Okay, so for context, in our last discussion about this, I was arguing that we didn't even need the term native isekai, and we just call all of these things isekai because the definition, the core definition in Japan, could apply to what we're calling now native isekai.
And the argument you were making before had to do with the term tensei. Isekai tensei.
Yeah, so if you're reincarnated, that would be an isekai tensei.
Okay.
And if you're not reincarnated into that, and then there was another term, I forget what it was, for transported, and so that would be an isekai, whatever transported thing. And if it's just another world and you're not transported and you're basically native to it, it would just be an isekai. But I'm okay calling them native isekai that are not transported / reincarnated.
I prefer to use tensei. I think that's a nice. It's easy to remember, and it's not just isekai.
So I would say that like. I think the problem that people are running into, that they feel the need to have terminology to describe, is that there is a phenomenon occurring in recent history where light novels are getting adapted into anime that play on the trope of video game skill trees and that sort of thing. That what do you call it? They used like power fantasy as the terminology. I would say more like
well, power fantasy could apply to One Punch Man, which doesn't use the game tree logic, right? So
I don't agree. I think that the terminology regarding power fantasy, I think, is specific to the fact that a nobody gets power, right? Like, so
no,
hold on.
Hail Master Chief.
Let me explain. So like, for example, Superman was invented by a couple of Jewish guys, right? And the idea
one of them was Canadian.
Okay, I'm glad you're proud of that. So the idea behind it is that the Jews who invented Superman made a Superman, an Übermensch, right? The idea is that the during World War II, the Nazis believed in the superior race and the Übermensch, the Superman, right? So in response to the treatment of the Jews during the Holocaust, when they invented Superman, the purpose of it, or the
Superman was predated the Holocaust.
Did it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, maybe I'm conflating the reasoning behind it, but the concept, as I understand it, was that the idea was creating the average guy, mild-mannered Clark Kent, right, with the glasses and the works at a newspaper and wears a suit and stuff, but is like seen as harmless, right, as Clark Kent, is also harboring this unbelievable power. Right. And so the idea of a power fantasy is the relatability to the weakling that also has this alternate mode that is the fantasy of being unstoppable and basically being put into a position where you are incapable of being told you can't do something or whatever. Like basically the idea that you're free to like nobody can tell you what to do, and you can do anything that you want because you have the power to do so.
Okay, I feel like we're going down a tangent that's
Sure,
irrelevant.
sure.
But
I'm kind of wrapping that up. But the idea is that power fantasy refers not. I don't agree that it is a power fantasy in One Punch Man.
I will give you my One Punch Man argument, and I don't really want to debate it, but I'll give it to you. One Punch Man, Saitama is a person who doesn't appear to be strong. He has a slender build. He is bald. He's unassuming.
Ripped
When
as
he
fuck.
starts
Did you not see the freaking...
with his shirt off, yes, but like he wears like baggy clothes. So he joins the Hero Association as like the lowest C rank hero, and everyone underestimates him. And then he's over the course of the series shows everyone how good he is. So I think it does fit the power fantasy genre.
So when I was bringing up Superman, the reason why is because Superman himself is not the power fantasy. The power fantasy is the perspective of the creators making a character that represents them, who is also all powerful. Okay, so it's a little bit different when it comes to Saitama. Just because you have a character, Broly's not a power fantasy.
No, but Broly like presumes strength in every being, every fiber of his being. He's like ginormous.
I would take the argument that a power fantasy.
He's also not the focal character of that show, anyway.
So I would take that a power fantasy has two dynamics to it. There's the dynamic,
and I would argue that Goku is a power fantasy. So
I would argue that as well. See, but from different perspectives here, because there's two types of how this applies, right? There's the power fantasy for the audience, which is what I think Goku is. And there's the power fantasy of the character, which is what I think most of the isekais are, right? So the power fantasy of the character is, and of course the audience is also experiencing it. It's just that the extra relatability comes from the fact that the character is also experiencing it, right?
I'm not sure I get the distinction between.
So the distinction is that in most things that give a power fantasy dynamic to the person reading or experiencing the media. The character themselves, like in the case of Goku, even though the thing about Goku is that it's like plot magic, he's good at everything and like he learns the Kamehameha in 5 seconds and all that shit. Goku works at becoming strong, right? And the idea of the power fantasy to some degree is that it comes effortless to the person in the context of they're the one experiencing the power fantasy. Right. So when it comes to Saitama,
but I feel like just a character that's super overpowered, and then you get to see them indulge in being super overpowered and badass or whatever. That's it. It has nothing to do with.
It's funny because there's all these other terms.
Master Chief, you play as him. That's a power fantasy. You kill aliens.
Yeah,
you're
I would argue hands down, Doom is a power fantasy.
I would disagree that just because Goku earns it, that takes away from the power fantasy. When Goku stands there in front of like bad guys and they shoot his gun at him and he's just like, I'm not even gonna move because I don't even care. You know, that's the power.
Are you calling power fantasies DEI?
When did I say black at all? What?
No. I was saying, like, you brought up the part. So I think you're actually thinking of the scene where Trunks fights Cyborg Frieza's henchman, and they shoot him, and he just hits the blast away.
It happens multiple times.
Yeah.
But Gohan does it
because you brought up Goku. I was saying this man is not black, as in when Trunks brings Goku to the future in Dragon Ball Super, they think he's Goku black because he looks like him. Anyway,
I never watched Super, but I know that. Right?
I envy you.
But yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure Goku has stood in front of people with pistols before.
Sure.
There was that episode where Tai Pei, that's his name, right? The guy from Dragon Ball comes back and takes something, and Goku's like goes to meet him anyway, and then they get shot, and that happened. But irrelevant.
So real quick, I just say
we're down the power fantasy thing. Where
Okay.
this is supposed to be about
the
isekai.
concept of power fantasy, again, and I think this is an important distinction, is I believe that there is a difference between, how it's applied when it is applied to the audience versus the character. I don't think it's a power fantasy for Saitama to be all powerful. His literal fantasy is to find somebody he can fight that is able to take more than one punch.
The genre, I don't know what you're talking about, like the character. The genre is always about how the power fantasy of the reader or the watcher is expressed through their viewing of the main character.
If only I could be like Saitama and just punch and kill something.
Look, it's kind of like in shows and movies and stuff that have decent world building, create an environment that gets your brain thinking about how you would behave in this world. For example, in the Matrix, they established that people can have downloaded information to the point where they get kung fu downloaded into their brain, and then they're masters at kung fu, right? So that you leave the theater, that's in my mind, I think of that as sort of the fantasy aspect of it, like for the person experiencing it, right? So yes, I agree that there are going to be some things where you see an all-powerful character and like you're just enjoying sort of the carnage that they're of the fact that they can't be touched or whatever, right? Like I would argue that in the Punisher comic books, I don't think of it as a power fantasy, but I do think of it from the perspective of like the Mary Sue mechanic, which is weird because Mary Sues don't apply to men the same way they do to women. Because in Punisher, for example, nearly every single thing that happens to the Punisher, he's already one or two steps ahead, right? So like you'll see like something that comes to mind is like a character is coming after the Punisher with a flamethrower, right? So the Punisher like manages to position himself in such a way where he's able to shoot the tanks and blow up and light the guy on fire. You know what I mean? So it's like every step of the way, there's no matter what you throw at him, he's already ready to deal with it in a satisfyingly badass way, right? So for the perspective of the reader, obviously I agree, that is a power fantasy, right? The hyper competency of the main character. Right?
May I ask, where's this leading in the isekai?
So coming back, I just think it's important that we have an agreement in our understanding of the terms we're using, right? So when it comes to Saitama, for example, I would argue that it's not a power fantasy from his perspective, because his literal fantasy is to find somebody who he is not able to beat in one punch.
So he might not fantasize about being powerful.
Yeah. But this is
genre of the show is still a power fantasy, which doesn't have any inkling about what that character wants.
So,
it's only about how the audience is perceiving the story.
And this is why I'm using it to make a point here, because when it comes to One Punch Man is a parody of superhero and like the all-powerful type character, right? To where now it is like mundane and it's actually inconvenient to be that strong for him.
Yes.
Right? Like that's the point of it. Now, with most modern isekai, they're doing the exact same thing. They are making a story that is turning the trope on its head so that they can make a parody of sorts. And some of them, like Shield Hero, do that in such a way where it becomes real, I guess, like sentimental and heartfelt, and becomes like, it's not like a joke the whole time, even though some parts of it are funny.
I don't even think it was, well, what is it? It's more of a subversion than it is a parody.
Sure. I guess that's an alternate way to describe it. Sure. And there are certainly levels to the parody, right? To where some of them go way overboard with it, and others are sort of more subtle, right? Like for example, I think one area where I might be willing to concede that isekai is ill-equipped to describe every setting, that just simply takes place with a character being transported into another world is that it feels inaccurate to describe, as they suggested, Digimon as an isekai, even though it's actually true. The idea is it doesn't ring true when it comes to the term, and I always will go back to our Trapske, right? And the idea behind this, just like they were saying, is that if you can't accurately describe it with the synonym, then you need another term to explain the argument you're trying to make. And that's why people are scrambling to look for a term, because they want to have conversations that their language is not equipped to have.
I think Digimon is an isekai.
This conversation went through like 17 roller coaster loops here. Yeah, I would argue that Digimon is an isekai, but just like there's Tolkien fantasy, and then there's Harry Potter fantasy. There are different subgenres and different cliches that you would expect to see in different aspects of the total fantasy genre. So Digimon doesn't have the cliche like 2010s isekai cliches. Sorry, but by the definition of the thing, you could use the term to describe that anime because it is people getting transported into another world.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be an isekai, but it's not the stereotypical isekai that has been popularized by the 2010s.
This is, I think, the problem is that I think isekai originally is ill-equipped to describe the genre that it has become known for regardless, because, for example, you can reduce almost anything to an isekai depending on how big of a magnifying glass you put on it. For example, in Blue's Clues, they like skidoo into a fucking painting, right? Technically, that aspect of it is isekai.
Why isn't it an isekai?
Right? So,
but hold on. There are genres of like other. Let's put this in the context of other types of genres, right? We've been focusing on fantasy, but there are other ones, right? There are comedy. That's a genre.
Mm-hmm.
Action. That's a genre.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of anime are action genre, and they're isekai, right? Some are comedy isekai. Some are romance isekai, right?
Sure.
So, you know, yes, Blue's Clues could be an isekai if you want to put that label on it, possibly for that one small segment. Although I would argue that the show mainly doesn't partake in that. Like the show isn't built around that one little aspect of them going off into dream world or whatever, right?
I also
Now,
think
manga, they do that a bit more.
I also think definitions change. So like it's something that would ordinarily be considered an isekai by like something from like 10 years ago, I don't think would be considered an isekai in some standards.
Yeah.
Nowadays.
So I use Digimon as an example because that's the one that the article used.
That basically retroactively became one, right?
Exactly. And a better example might be Escaflowne, Inuyasha,
Monster Rancher.
Yeah, I guess I think of Monster Rancher and Digimon, like I think of them the same, but I think of them differently than I would think of Inuyasha or Escaflowne. I think specifically that most of the isekai that people consider isekai these days specifically involves reincarnation.
Transporting or reincarnation.
Yeah.
Where it's
Like
like,
it's like to the
point.
Another world, please save our realm from the demon
Yeah,
lord.
to the point where the trope concept of truck-kun became something because so many shows and light novels and whatnot were doing, right? That it was an easy way to transport, because really what it is that this is the same thing as like, you know, you could say like, oh, well, there's also comedy and action and stuff. Well, there's also fish out of water, which is what nearly every isekai, other than perhaps native isekai, are.
Yeah. Like you wouldn't consider Harry Potter an isekai. It kind of fits the bill, but it's like I wouldn't consider that an isekai.
No.
Nobody would. Like, I'd look at them funny, be like, no.
Yeah,
Like,
and you
that's
could even
not-
argue, by that logic, you could also argue that Digimon would not be considered an isekai because the concept of the digital world, it's a world that exists on computers in the real world, right? So it's like, it actually isn't. It's no different from the skidooing into the painting.
What about Tron? Would Tron be considered the same?
Yeah, that's a good point. Would Tron be considered an isekai, or would it be considered something else?
All right. Again, we're doing the loopy loop, so this is going to take a second.
Sure, go ahead.
So first of all, you're bringing up a bunch of shows that predate the term, like the genre isekai, right? So
But they still fit the bill.
That's the point. But you're saying they don't. But anyway, so the term isekai was popularized as a genre during like the 2010s ish era with the light novel shit, right? And then people were like, oh, this term that we're using to describe all these books that happen to have the video game stuff and happen to have all this transported stuff, and although I would argue that they were also using the tensei thing and whatever, but can be applied to previous properties. So just like superheroes, everyone thinks of Superman as the first superhero, but there are superheroes that predate him, people with powers that predate Superman.
Sure.
People think that like Lord of the Rings is like one of the first fantasy books, right? But there are things that predate Lord of the Rings with orcs and shit. So just because they predate it doesn't mean that we can't go back and retroactively apply the genre to the said properties. So that's what I would say first, even though they don't have some of the other key aspects of the things that of the anime or the light novels of the 2010s. Then I would say that a lot of the I don't really understand your issue with Monster Hunter, why that one's somehow different.
No, okay. So real quick, the thing I'm saying is that language and classification are how we discuss topics, right? Or how we wrap our minds around the world we live in, right? And so I'm saying that the argument, like the reason that there is not an agreed upon thing going on with isekai is because of the same reason I argue that traps are literally gay, but figuratively not gay, in the sense that it's not interchangeable with the term. When you are saying that somebody likes trap porn, it is not the same as being able to just say that guy's into gay porn, because it conveys to the person you're speaking to something that is vastly different than specifically the thing that that person is celebrating National Male Orgasm Day with.
Okay, there are definitely gaps in the English language, right? Where words should exist and they don't. And then a new word will usually, not always, but usually pop up, or will borrow a word.
So
like
what I'm suggesting,
Shorten's, what's that?
Schadenfreude?
Schadenfreude. Yeah. That one was like a recent borrowed word, right? Sure. Isekai is one of those borrowed words, and that's what.
But what I'm saying is
the
the reason there is contention about it entirely is due to the fact that when most people think of the term isekai, they are not thinking of Inuyasha, Escaflowne, Digimon, or Monster Rancher. They are thinking specifically of the trend that seemed to have started to emerge in the 2010s of characters getting hit by a truck, sent to another world, and becoming practically or literally the ruler of that world by taking knowledge that they obtained in the real world and brought with them to this alternate place.
All right, I can see why you're saying that. I can
somewhat
That's just
agree with
product
you.
of it coming out like and being popularized in the 2010s or whatever. Though.
So then taking that understanding and dropping it to the next level here.
But hold on, I disagree. I would like to make a point here.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying there, but that's a product of us borrowing a word that we have no context with, right? Isekai doesn't mean anything to someone who speaks English. So therefore, it's when we borrow the word, it applied to specifically the thing that we associated it with directly at that time. Whereas in Japan, it means something, right? It means in another world. And so if the genre is in another world, this is why I think that guy's article is just asinine. If we
it actually
ignore the
means different world.
Whatever.
But
different world, right? If we substitute the word isekai for different world, right? And we make the same argument that he made in his dumb article. Let's say that, again, the reason they called it native isekai was because the people in the world of the story are native to that world, and that world is a different world.
Yeah.
That's where the term came from. And now he's saying, or they were saying, whatever, he, she, whatever, they were saying, ignore the source of those words, and we're going to take native different world genre and ignore all context of what those words actually mean, make it mean gobbledygook, and now it applies to anime that have power fantasies, video game logic, and whatever their other stupid cliches.
Universally, you and I, we both agree that his argument was very stupid. Yeah. Okay, so we don't need to. I
think everybody here agrees that article and that argument was stupid.
Yeah. Okay. So real quick, what I was saying before though about the language and not having terminology that applies when you apply it retroactively on the criteria that you're using now. One thing I will say,
like saying Joan of Arc was trans,
right? One thing I will say that I think the article did well is that it acknowledged certain criteria that aren't normally included in the explanation of isekai. So the criteria being like the class, video game class style systems, skill trees, that kind of stuff, right? So if the term is, in another world, then yes, you can apply it to just about anything. But the problem is that just because you can apply something to everything doesn't mean that it necessarily should be. And so the argument that I'm making here is that when you think of the term isekai, it conjures in your mind the concept of a person getting hit by a truck and transported into another world where they, are a fish out of water who eventually grows to like sort of be a badass within that world effectively, right?
Sure, but people also...
So hold on. So what I'm suggesting is that because my argument is that even though you could throw the concept of character gets transported into another world, then you could apply that to Escaflowne, Inuyasha, Fushigi Yugi, any of that stuff. Just because you can do that doesn't mean that it doesn't muddy the water on what the term means once you start to apply it retroactively. And because of that, I am also making the argument that taking the term isekai and choosing to apply it where a term fantasy, dark fantasy, any other like variations of the term already adequately described that thing, that just because you're getting hung up on the concept of the fact that sekai means world and in this context, so the kanji used is alternate or differing world, that just because you can apply that any place where the world is different from planet Earth, I mean, technically, One Punch Man takes place in an alternate version of Earth, right? Any show like that is considered an isekai by that metric, right? So I'm saying that because the terminology is used in order for us to communicate, that you muddy the waters and make it more difficult to communicate by overly applying it when there are other terms that describe things better. earlier you brought up the concept of, well, there's other things like comedy, romance, action, which would also apply. It's like, yes. So when necessary to describe something, we use additional or alternate words. And so by saying that isekai can be applied retroactively to a bunch of shows that came out before 2010, and then saying it can also be applied to any show that takes place in a place that's not planet Earth, I think it dilutes the usage of the word and makes it less clear what we're describing and what we're communicating about when we decide that it
then
can
you
be
have a
applied to anything.
comprehensive list of shows that aren't based on Earth, and it's like, oh, I can experience whatever. But to your not point, counter your point, I don't know. When you say, oh, when they already have something that adequately describes them, it's like, once again, you can have more than one genre. Like, you're not just going to limit it saying, well, it's not an action because it's already adequately described by comedy or something. Like,
so, like another example. This is
also real quick before I forget.
Yeah.
So you're saying like we associate isekai with XYZ trope, and like so that's the useful word that we know in the West because that's what we adopted it with. But you know, a lot of people still think that the phrase is Luke, no, or was it no, Luke, I am your father, or whatever. Everyone's just, you know, interpreting it that way because they keep on repeating that to other people or whatever, right? So we've misinterpreted the word from the get-go, and then we're just continuing to kind of spread that as the thing that describes isekai or whatever, right? So I think
that's the nature of language, and there are countless examples of us misusing words and appropriating words for classification purposes.
And this is some way that would kind of course correct it to some extent.
Well, I think it opens a can of worms where once you try to course correct here, you have to course correct everywhere.
No. I agree that there are words that we borrow that means like something's almost opposite. Yeah, almost. But
the example I use is the name Nimrod from the Bible, who was a great hunter, that Bugs Bunny referred to Elmer Fudd as Nimrod mockingly. And because the people who saw that Looney Tunes back in the day didn't know the biblical reference, they assumed the term was synonymous with idiot. And so the term has now come to mean as a synonym for idiot or stupid or whatever.
Yeah. And things like names like pejoratives kind of make that shift sometimes. Like nice can be used to say someone is nice and,
like
and
gay
a positive
could
thing,
mean happy.
or gay, and nice can also mean they're not nice anyway. Also smart is also one of those things that can mean both.
Don't be smart with me there, buddy.
My argument would be not to allow there to be a schism in the definition of isekai when isekai is a Japanese word that we've imported directly from the Japanese community, specifically the anime community in Japan. It would just create confusion if we import a word from Japan in the sub community of anime people, use it in a similar context, being anime here, and then have it mean something else. That's going to cause problems. So I think that we apply the term more literally, and if that creates a vacuum where we need to describe the genre of, I have a skill tree, I have a little menu that pops up, and I am a power fantasy god that can't do no wrong, like Solo Leveling, because Solo Leveling wasn't an isekai, but it fits all the tropes of an isekai. If you want to say, well, we need a new term, and this is what this fucking guy's trying to adopt the native isekai completely bastardly. If you're saying, well, we need a new genre name, something to describe those things, then yeah, sure, okay, let's get a new name, call those things something else.
So what about a story that takes place where a character, like, did you ever see that movie with Adam Driver? I think it's called like 65 Million.
No.
Is that the one where he says the N-word?
I doubt it. But basically, the concept of this film is that he crash lands on a planet, and it turns out that what happened is that he landed on the planet he meant to go to, Earth, but the way that he went to get there caused him to go back in time 65 million years BC. So
yeah, it's a similar plot to Planet of the Apes, but the other way around.
Sure, and that's another example of like a world where, or Futurama, for example, it actually takes place on Earth.
Well, that's why I was saying that
it takes place in a world that is so different from what you expect or would, the convention that you are familiar with, that it becomes a different world.
That's why at the beginning of this conversation,
gray areas that falls under Random 11.
But see, this is what I'm saying, is that nobody would refer to C.S. Lewis's The Time Machine as an isekai.
Then why is it an issue?
Even though it has fantastical elements to it and characters that live in underground cities because they can't be in the light or whatever, and there's all this crazy shit that happens.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I get you. There's another genre called the time traveling. Like there's a genre for time traveling stories, right? In Deadpool, in the first Deadpool, he has a romance with his girlfriend. They make a big plot point out of it for like a half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Would you call Deadpool a romantic comedy?
No.
See, again, this is the primary versus secondary genre.
This is the whole point, right? So you wouldn't lead with romantic comedy. It doesn't really say anything. But if you wanted to, you could put it on the tin. Okay?
I think what you do in that
traveler thing, you could put isekai on the tin, right? Native or no, just normal isekai, right? Because they're traveling. In this case, the different world would be the crazy future, right? Or crazy past. And so you put it on the tin, but you don't lead with it because that's not going to be the best descriptor of what the story is, what the themes are.
The primary descriptor of Deadpool is that it is a subversive superhero film or a comic movie,
action comedy,
right? So like the thing that, so the way I would look at it, and this is you've given me sort of a way to like wrangle this a little bit differently, is when you have a movie that has like a weird quirkiness level to it, like something about it is different from other things. The thing that you're going to use to describe it is the part of it that's different. So even though it's an action movie,
sorry, Seb's comment here. In 600 BC, the Greek philosophers tried to answer the question, what is an isekai?
If you were going to describe Deadpool, to use your example, you wouldn't describe it necessarily as being an action movie, because when you think of an action movie or a movie that people describe,
I would describe it as an action movie.
Hold on. If you're describing it to somebody, like let's say you're trying to sell them on the movie, right? You wouldn't necessarily use the term action, because when you think of the term action movie in your head, typically you're going to think of explosions, gun fights, stuff like that, right? Or maybe
all happens in the movie.
Yeah, but when you think of Deadpool, it has those things to it. But what separates it from, just being like an action movie like Die Hard is the superhero aspect. Right, that front and center
the way I would describe Deadpool is an action comedy that is a subversion of the superhero genre.
Right. So just like when it comes to Deadpool 2, there is a time travel aspect to it, but the time travel aspect is even less consequential than in Terminator, right?
Yep.
In the sense that there isn't like for example, in Back to the Future, you describe Back to the Future as a time travel movie because the purpose of going back in time is to change or alter the future. That is still the premise of Cable's reasoning for going back in time. But most of the aspect of being there is that I exist in this timeline versus I exist in this timeline and I'm constantly pining forward on the thing I'm trying to change, even though there is some aspect of that. It's not the focal point. Right. So I guess the way that we could describe this is when you look at something that has a lot of things going on, if you squint at it, the shape you still see is the thing you'll use to describe it.
Yeah. I think it's different for everyone. If I could add my 2 cents to it, if somebody was asking me, they're new to anime, right? And they say, hey, I just got into that like vending machine show. It was kind of funny. Do you know any like people were recommending me other isekai? What would you recommend? It'd be like, try Konosuba. Oh, try, that time I got reincarnated as a slime. If they're recommending, hey, if you want isekai, I wouldn't necessarily. Oh, they said they also mentioned Inuyasha. Should I watch that? I mean, that's kind of an isekai, kind of not. But yeah, I mean, you could watch it. It's really, I think it also just depends on different people what an isekai is.
Take your sentence and replace it with tensei, and you could have the same sentence. It's just this is the reason we're saying, like, if we establish this, you can communicate the exact thing you're looking for even more correctly, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, there's certain things that I personally wouldn't consider this thing. Right. You could look into it more, but whatever.
There are definitely like primary genres, subcategory genres, and like it's just there for 5-minute genre, like tags. Okay, the way I am approaching this is, have you guys ever used? I know this is bad, but pirated manga websites?
Yeah. Never. Google image search, what?
So on my scarvy ridden journeys across the seas, I've come across these magic places that have all these different manga, right? And they use this archaic system called tagging.
Yes.
And those tags have genres like action and comedy and all that kind of stuff. And
all the way through.
Sure, they probably have those as well.
We all know what you really meant when you said that. It is National Male Orgasm Day, so you're among friends.
Those tags. Maybe there's one that says slice of life, okay? And you want all slice of life stuff, right? And then you come across like Madoka, whatever the fuck that magical girl.
Madoka
Yeah, so
real quick, that one would be tagged slice of life. Just let me finish my point. Tagged slice of life, like way down the line, right?
Yes.
Most of it would be magical girl, like horror, like all those kind of tags. But down the line would be slice of life.
Squint. Because if you're watching, let's just say that Netflix didn't suck ass, right? And they have so much content and you're enjoying it. You're like, I'm on a kick. I watched Back to the Future, the whole trilogy, and then I checked out this other time travel movie. What's that one that Bruce Willis is in? Looper, right? And then I was watching this other movie, right? And then I saw that Harry Potter recommended time travel movie, right? The one where they have that like weird time travel mechanic in it.
Prisoner of Azkaban.
Yeah,
right.
The Time Turner.
Yeah. So it's nobody is thinking when they're on a kick about time travel that movie belongs in their watch, unless it's like literally the last film in your.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Movies.
It's not going to be the first or second movie that you recommend.
That's why
if you've watched them all, it's on the list.
Yeah, but I'm just saying if you squint, that portion of the aspect of it gets distorted to the point where it's unrecognizable, whereas the part that is still recognizable are the wizards, the fantasy element and all that stuff, right?
Sure.
So
I agree, but I think that having so I would say that using it as the main descriptor of said property, probably not the most effective utilitarian way of using said genre, okay? But having it, but saying, is it this? I would say, yes, Inuyasha is an isekai, but it's probably not the best example of what you want an isekai.
It's more.
But do you understand then why I'm arguing that if I'm reading a bunch of manga or light novels that are in the 2010 definition of isekai, that I don't need to then click on literally just a whole slew of manga.
No, but hold on. That's like saying, okay, I've read a bunch of superhero stuff, and they're all tagged as action, and then I say, well, is Die Hard an action film? Well, it doesn't have a superhero in it. It's not action. Yeah, that's the face I'm making right now. You're taking a genre and you're applying aspects of a specific niche that we're saying doesn't have a genre, okay, to that genre that is misapplied.
No, I'm saying that, again, language fucking matters. And if I'm going to watch or read a bunch of dark fantasy, I start with Berserk and I want some more. Then I start reading Bastard. Oh, I want some more. Then I start reading something else, right? Like, the point of that is that because a universally agreed upon understanding of what the terms mean and how they're best applied has been utilized to a place where we can navigate from one thing to the next, it then doesn't make sense for me to then go on to an isekai binge and then end up jumping to Berserk, which is so drastically different from any isekai you've ever seen that it feels like it gives you whiplash to jump from one to the next.
I disagree. I find utilitarianism in having a what's it called?
And this
if
again,
isekai actually meant what it meant. If it's like, I can find stuff like Bastard and all that, where it's like, dude, it's not I was transported after getting hit by a truck, but it's in a different world.
You guys are literally arguing that there should be a new term to describe things that already has an adequate term, just because you're fixated on the concept of isekai, that you need to now throw in native isekai to replace the term fantasy. Dark fantasy has already accurately portrayed Berserk, Bastard,
it adequately portrays Harry Potter, that dark fantasy.
So when you have if you're on a superhero binge, of course Die Hard is not going to show up. If you're on an action movie binge, Die Hard will show up.
No, but okay, so my argument is that isekai, you're using isekai as incorrectly, okay? And I'm saying isekai applies to a more broad set of things than you are saying it should, right? And so the analogy that I was saying is, if you are watching a bunch of and you're only looking at superhero movies, and you see a list of all the genres that are tagged on all these superhero movies, and you keep seeing, let's say superhero genre does not exist, and you keep seeing action, 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 and you're like, oh shit, okay, I'm gonna click on action, and then you see, oh look, there's Die Hard, that must be a superhero movie. No, it's not. It's action, because that's what action is.
This is an absurd premise, because you're describing a situation where we do have a term to adequately describe these things.
No.
Random
We
Eleven,
have.
Is it adequate to say? Is it accurate to say that it's kind of like he's saying, well, let's not add the term superhero because we already have an adequate descriptor.
Yeah, exactly. Well, in your world where you live in only superhero movies, action works perfectly good. So why do we need superhero?
Because what you're describing, so a superhero movie is implied typically that it is going to contain action. Like that's the genre of comics for the most part. Yes, there are like, detective dramas and stuff like Dick Tracy and whatnot. I get that.
So you're saying it's a subgenre of action, like in the same way that Tensei would be a subgenre of isekai?
No, I'm saying that if we already have terms such as fantasy.
Okay, but fantasy isn't an. But hold on, I just want to correct one thing. You said earlier that native isekai. Why do we need native isekai? Because we have fantasy. They're not equivalent though.
Okay,
because
explain to me the difference then.
Okay, Harry Potter is not a native isekai.
Yeah,
because
Harry
it takes
Potter
place
would be a light fantasy.
Because it takes place on Earth, right? So not native isekai. But it would be a fantasy, right? Involves wizards and witches and shit.
Sure.
And dragons. Fantasy. Not native isekai. So therefore, we have one example that proves the two terms do not mean the same thing.
Okay, so explain to me. Okay, I get what you're saying. So you're saying that simply because one series exists with.
Well, it's not just one.
Setting,
it's just one example to prove the point.
Yeah, with one. So okay, but what I'm suggesting is that what we have layers of fantasy. The concept of fantasy exists. This is naturally how things work. One person comes up with a concept that hasn't been seen before, and they need to come up with a term to describe this setting. And the term that applies to it and best rings true as describing it is the term fantasy. Then, as people start to explore the concept of this genre, they start to develop different levels of it. There's light fantasy, there's dark fantasy, there's medieval fantasy, right?
No, but there's tons. Action fantasy, adventure fantasy. Like you can add subgenres out your ass to narrow down specifically what you like about something, right?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is if we have terms that can be hybridized and created in order to accurately convey the genre of some piece of media so that it can be categorized alongside similar things in the Venn diagram of all media, then it is reductive to then decide to retroactively apply isekai, a broader term, across everything just simply because different world somewhat applies here. When it seems like we're going backwards in terms of classification rather than forward.
It's just another bucket.
Hold up. So, in the metal scene, we are notorious for making tons of subgenres, but I'm a proponent that these are very useful because it's so easy to get a good idea of the grouping of that sound if you say symphonic death metal or blackened death metal or gent, all these things. Because the thing is, a lot of people argued gent isn't a genre, but the thing is, when you say, oh, it's a gent band, you know exactly what you're looking for. You know exactly what you're trying to get. So when you have isekai changed to the more broader option, and then you add the subgenre of tensei or whatever that other one was that you said transported, whatever the translation is, then it's basically like now we have more subgenres to play with. And like you were saying, we already have these genres we can hybridize. It's like, well, now we just have some things that can further be hybridized. So you can say it's an isekai, tensei action thriller or whatever.
And I am not arguing against the usage of further terms such as isekai tensei, although I think there aren't enough differentiated terms these days to where the usage of isekai tensei needs to even be there, because most isekai understood under the 2010 range term fall into that category already.
Well, this was my whole argument, that isekai was the broader term. Isekai tensei was the more narrower term.
Right.
And you're saying, well, we know, and now the new thing is like, well, we need native isekai. But my argument was, we don't need native isekai. That's just isekai. And if what you're all actually talking about is isekai tensei, right? So that was my argument. We don't need this new term. But I lost that argument apparently, and this fucking term comes out, and it's like, oh, it's fucking just sliced bread. We all need to use this term native isekai. Fine, I don't give a shit. We'll use the term native isekai. But I do think it has a purpose in its existence of describing stories that take place in other worlds. And does that create a scenario where it's going to apply to a bunch of stories that have nothing to do with quote unquote isekai tropes? Yeah. But
I mean, fantasy also exists and has been used to describe other worlds.
I guess one way to look at it could be something to the effect of, when you film a movie and you like plan out every shot and you put it to film, it's obviously different than setting up a single camera and filming a stage play. Right?
Okay.
So the tools used are the same to capture the performances, but the execution of how every shot was captured are different. So you're not going to refer to a stage play as a movie and expect people to walk into it thinking it's a movie. If you're going to tell somebody, hey, do you want to go see that new musical? It has a different meaning than telling them, do you want to go to a play with me? You know what I mean?
But musical is a term that can actually apply to a movie or a play.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, in the terminology of a play, let's say, right? There are specific types of plays. Like if you ask somebody to go to the opera with you, right? So there's, and then of course there's always going to be, cross-contamination between different genres. That's kind of the point of media, is to mix and match and create new things by putting pieces together that otherwise hadn't been done before in order to keep things fresh and new, right? So that's the purpose of isekai in the 2010 sense of the word, of creating a subverted expectation version of a typical fantasy, whether you involve a person in a fish out of water mechanic or not. Right. So that's why I like, and this is the thing, is that the stuff that predates the term isn't accurately described by the term, because stuff like Escaflowne or Inuyasha exist in a time when the purpose of the character being sent to another world doesn't have the same meaning. And a good example of this is that Hitomi, when being for example, let me put it this way. In Shield Hero, in ReZero, for shows we've watched recently, the main character has almost no desire to return.
Zero did.
To their main, like their actual world, right? In Shield Hero, yes, he did have some degree of paying lip service to the concept of going home. But the real purpose of that lip service was just the payoff of him choosing to stay. Right? When it comes to ReZero, he has no fucking desire whatsoever to go home. Right? In season 2, he has a moment where he does wake up back at home. But the main point of the show is that he is not there pining to go home every day. Right? When it comes to Escaflowne, Hitomi's reason for being transported into another world specifically is she's conflicted. She literally is considering suicide at points, because she is feeling out of the world she lives in her own world. And then being transported to a different world puts her in an environment to appreciate the world she's from. And it also has
like negate its isekai potential.
I'm suggesting that the concept doesn't apply the same way, and the purpose of having a character. What I'm trying to say is that I guess 2010 isekai is more the characters. The character getting to the other world is an excuse to get them there. Whereas in an older show such as Inuyasha or Escaflowne, it wasn't as shoehorned in.
Well, that's just an evolution of the genre.
That doesn't because like qualify it.
Like superhero movies always had the origin story, right? So for the first 30 minutes of the fucking movie, you're sitting there watching the origin story. Now it's like, fuck, we all know what the origin shit is. We don't skip that part. You're a superhero. Okay, go. Right? And same thing with the isekai stuff. It's like, okay, well, I want to write an isekai, but I don't really give a shit about the isekai. I just kind of want it for the tick mark on my book. So he dies in the first 2 pages and he's in the world and we're going.
I guess it's sort of an unwritten expectation that you know what you're going to get, whether it be the skill trees, the fantasy, or like the power fantasy, or whatever.
It's all building on top of previous works, and that eventually, like, each grain of sand gets thrown in a pile, and eventually
nearly every type of music we currently have is built on a previous version of music. You're not going to retroactively refer to, a fast song from the 1920s as rap or hip hop. You know what I mean?
A lot of people say when looking for the roots, they're like, honestly, this is like the first black metal song.
Yeah, well, that does happen. But hold on. You go back and you listen to the rap in the 80s.
Yeah,
like, I want to be the guy that does the thing and we're going to get there. Yeah, boy. And then you go listen to like the mumble rap of like a couple years ago, like not even saying anything, just kind of mumbling to the beat. Those are both rap, vastly different.
Yeah.
Right?
Agreed.
So genres can have variety. Right?
Nobody's disputing that.
So
this is why I am arguing.
So we take Inuyasha. We take Inuyasha. No, hold on. We take Inuyasha.
You just said Escaflowne is qualified differently because it has a different reason for why they're isekai.
Right. So I'm not.
We throw Inuyasha in a pile. We throw Escaflowne in a pile. It's a little tiny pile because not many people have done it yet. And it's like, oh, that's not even
Familiar
a pile.
Zero comes along.
It's a little divot in the ground. And then eventually you start throwing shit like Sword Art Online and all those big fucking things, right? And then it's like, that's redo of Healer, whatever, fine. But all those stories start making a mound, right? And you're like, oh shit, there's something there now, right? Okay, and that doesn't mean that the pieces of sand at the bottom of that pile aren't in that pile. They're in there. And maybe you're skimming around the top and you're like, oh yeah, look at all this yummy sand at the top of the pile. And look at all that dirty sand at the bottom of the pile. Whenever I want a handful of sand, I only want the top of this pile. Well, then make a new pile.
Yeah, so that is the point I'm making regarding Deadpool 2, right? It's like the top of the pile is, based on a comic book, superhero, action, comedy. Very bottom of the pile is time travel. Right? You're not getting into that movie because you're a sucker for time travel. You know what I mean? Like, you might go see a movie because you heard it has time travel elements in it, but that's not the reason you sat through it. Right? So
it doesn't matter your reason, it still has it as a
if
tag.
you watch every
doesn't have it. I'm arguing that Escaflowne and Digimon and Inuyasha fit the criteria of a person transported into another world. The argument I'm making is that it is not always a good descriptor when something is technically true, such as, are traps gay? Figuratively, no. Literally, yes. The reason language exists the way that it does is to convey information. Human beings choose words to be able to convey information as accurately and as succinctly as possible. So
Yeah, but you get
therefore-
way more accurate if you say
Okay.
Isekai Tensei. I know they're reincarnated in this story.
Yeah,
in this
and
bunch.
I could give two shits if we're going to do that. All I'm saying is that because the vast majority of the 2010 definition of isekai
I get what you're saying.
specifically involves characters getting hit by a truck and reincarnating in another world, that it is redundant to then have to make a subgenre that applies to 90+% of the genre. When isekai adequately does that already, if we aren't willing to get so autistic with it that we apply it to literally any single fiction that doesn't take place specifically on the nonfiction version of Earth. It's completely absurd.
When you go down the line, go ahead.
I think there are certain titles. Let's say Inuyasha, for example. Isekai, it theoretically can fit the bill. I think there are better descriptors and better genres to place Inuyasha into to describe.
To be clear, I think Ram 11 and I are we're not saying is it a better descriptor. We're just saying it is it does.
It's more of a shoujo.
Okay, hold on. If you were to ask someone, give me your top 10 isekai, okay? You're not going to put probably even Inuyasha on that list, okay?
People do put Digimon.
If you say is Inuyasha in isekai, I would say yes.
Right?
Right?
I got it. I got the perfect way to argue this.
I have a question. Do you guys know what Iyashike is?
No.
Nope.
Basically, it means healing, and it's a tag on Mao. Are you going to tell them that they need to get rid of that because we already had a perfectly adequate slice of life as a tag?
What did you say it meant?
Iyashike or Ayashike.
Yeah, okay. What does it mean though?
It basically means healing.
Healing? And so how does that apply to slice of life? Oh,
wow,
like you watch it and it has a healing effect on the viewer.
What do you mean, wow, Randy?
You didn't get that? Come on.
Real quick. So we've got here, PETA asks, all animals want to live. Where do you draw the line between pet and food? And people draw the right fucking here, right? Obviously, right? So I guess the way to describe this would be that when it comes to isekai or any genre at all, right? It's actually a gradient, right? And therefore, there's going to be a place where you're going to plot things, just like you have like on the political compass, right? Where you determine what is authoritarian versus libertarian and right versus left, right? And so there's going to become, in the gradient, there is a place where it ceases to be accurate to describe the thing based on the umbrella that fits over most of the thing. We can agree on this?
Yeah, sure.
So for example,
that's where those gray area things come in, and that's when the discussions happen.
So let's say that you're watching the most superhero thing, and you're working your way down to the it's still technically superhero, but it starts to trail off into becoming a different genre, right? So your most superhero thing might be like the original Superman movie. Right. And then as you get down, you're probably going to get somewhere down the line. You're going to get to like Tokusatsu Spider-Man. And then you're going to keep going down. Maybe
then you're going to get to the Bible with Jesus.
Somewhere in there is Watchmen. Right. And then you're going to get to something like Jessica Jones. Right. So Jessica Jones is based on a comic book. The character in the comic book is existing in the rest of the Marvel universe. Right. And they do have characters in it with powers. Right. But the experience of watching Jessica Jones is dramatically different from watching Daredevil, Luke Cage, or Iron Fist, right? Dramatically different.
There's even a better example. The Question from DC doesn't have any superpowers as far as I know. And he's just a detective.
Yeah, well, neither does Batman.
I mean, he makes up for it with the money, but
Sure.
yeah.
Money isn't a superpower, Randy.
But that's what I'm getting at. And it all based on your definition of the term. So if superhero has superpowers, then Batman ends up further down the list than if has superpowers isn't part of your criteria.
Sure. But okay. There is a genre called gender bending or whatever, right?
Mhm.
So like Host
that.
Club.
Footnote
Host
knows
Club is
all the subgenres.
yeah. Host Club is like high up on that list, right?
Mhm.
So if I were to
No,
recommend,
that's not even remotely on the list. She hasn't changed genders.
okay, well, it depends on what your definition of gender bend is.
Yeah,
But
see,
whatever.
we have role reversal, we have gender bending, we have cross dressing,
we have Phoenix.
Oh God.
But and this again, this is my point: is that there are terms that in some instances will be interchangeable that cannot be universally applied to everything that would be under the umbrella of one term. That's
No,
the
I
point of the Venn
disagree.
diagram.
I disagree. So my point was fine, Ranma, whatever.
Mhm.
I would argue Host Club, but fine. Ranma's high up on that list, right?
Yeah.
Looney Tunes is low on that list, but it's on the list.
Mhm.
Okay. Bugs Bunny often dresses in drag. Okay.
Yeah.
But you would never be like, I want to watch a gender bend anime or show or whatever, and me be like, Looney Tunes, that's the one that you're gonna watch. But if you pull up a list of all of the shows that ever have person changing gender or cross dressing or whatever,
Okay. Back
it
to
would
the
come up.
future, Deadpool 2, right? Way at the end, like, yeah, time travel's in there. Harry Potter, Prisoner of Azkaban, time travel's
So it's
in
on
there.
the time travel list, but it's not on the. You would most
not
likely
on
never.
the list.
All right.
Yeah, you would most likely never reference it in terms of that genre.
Let's take the conversation there then. I am fully on board with acknowledging your premise of native isekai while also acknowledging it's a term nobody ever has to use because we have better descriptors that we would use, such as is the case where when you're trying to describe the best time travel movies ever made, you're not even going to put Prisoner of Azkaban on the list. Right?
I mean, I like the time travel sections in Prisoner of Azkaban. It's also a unique interpretation of the time traveler thing.
I agree.
Because
I
it's
think
one of the
I think
few
it's the best
that show
Harry Potter movie.
Fixed time traveling where you can't alter the time, the past.
So
The point is when it comes to, there are dominant genres and submissive genres in anything.
The sub and dom genres.
Did you have more?
No, I'm just explaining why I lost.
No, he's just fantasizing about genres being humanized and when
He wants to take advantage of the last couple minutes. Oh, it's already passed. We're already past the orgasm day, okay?
Yeah.
Footnote, calm down.
Well, for the Canadians,
I still
We are. We're already past it. You guys can still take
we're 3
advantage.
hours in, by the way.
Yeah, let's address some chats. So Luigi the Metal 64 says the Matrix is stupid. Okay, before I read the chats, I want to ask.
Matrix is one of the most
Shut up.
top rated movies ever.
We'll read it in just a second. I want to ask the chat so that the comments have already come in by the time I get to the bottom. What is your opinion on this fucking retarded hour-long argument we've had? Which of us is the biggest idiot? Thank you. Well, the will of the
we
people.
can make a poll, can't we? Make a poll on.
Well, then I have to put my input in.
Fuck's sake! I don't think you can make polls anymore.
The thing I was going to say.
Are there two? Hold on. Are there two? Yeah, I don't think you can do polls anymore.
Do you have to do it?
Lame.
I'm on YouTube. I'm doing it on YouTube, but there isn't a way to do it anymore. There's just chat add emojis or super chat. Anyway, I see the most recent comment was an answer. Both. Both of you are fucking retarded. All right. So the Matrix is stupid. I know what is never done before should not suddenly mean it will work as a succession. Saint Anger and Lulu are never done before, yet Metallica fans rejected those albums. Okay. Seems like a false equivalency.
Yeah. Matrix is one of the best movies ever. So
Alice in Wonderland is an isekai.
Change my mind.
Yes.
No.
The Backyardigans is an isekai.
Don't know that one, but probably.
Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood is an isekai because they go to the land of make-believe with the creepy-ass puppets.
We can put it far down on the list.
Come back here, shocker. Random 11 Star Trek is an isekai. The Enterprise travels to the mirror universe. See, it also travels to different worlds. See, I also would argue that the concept of world, in fact, let's even pull it up just to be 100% sure.
What's the definition of world?
Yeah, well, that it kind of matters because is world referencing Earth or is it referencing a habitable planet? No way.
Or is it referencing universe?
The kanji for sekai means the world, society, the universe.
There you go.
So therefore,
all of the above.
Realm governed by one Buddha, space. Secular anime is not isekai. Or actually it kind of is, right? To me, it describes shows like 12 Kingdoms, agreed, Fushigi Yugi, Escaflowne, and Inuyasha. So I would say that based on the definition of transported into another world, I would argue that yes, all of those fit that criteria. However, I also think that the term, as it has come to be known, due to the overabundance of light novel.
What about .hack-sign? It has the menu stuff.
See, this is the thing: is that if the criteria of isekai is that it mimics video game mechanics, I don't think it necessarily applies when it is a video game. You know what I mean?
Okay, what about Overlord? Overlord is literally a video game.
I haven't watched Overlord. Watched the one.
Overlord is an isekai.
Yeah.
Or isn't it?
I would say it is, but AC just said if it's an actual video game, it doesn't count. So Sword Art Online is a video game.
But
Literally
technically, his human body is dead. So
spoilers.
We don't know that yet.
No,
it was in the what? It was in, no. It was in the compilation movies.
I like to think that over in Japan, they're just having a moderate discussion about isekai, and they're enjoying their discussion and talking.
No, they're not.
You're not enjoying this discussion
over here.
Greenline, you're not enjoying this discussion. Come on. This is prime time.
Not having the discussion because they know what isekai means.
This is prime time weave conversations right now.
Randy, you'll hate to hear what I've been doing this entire time.
Enjoying Orgasm Day.
Scrolling through Facebook Reels.
Usually, a different world refers to another universe / reality. I think, at least that's the way it's been written in most of the isekai I've seen since the term was created. See, so this is a dangerous thing you've said, since the term was created, because Randy's entire premise is based on the idea that the term predates and more broadly applies, based on our original argument from the
retroactively applies
from the article we read like 15 podcasts ago, whatever that was. There are different ways to trap people. A word with multiple meanings and multiple words that mean the same thing get confusing to any language. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. We need to start saying trap porn is not gay because if you are into women getting caught in bear traps.
Yeah, bear traps. Yeah.
That ain't gay, brother.
If it's got a bear trap, it's going to get labeled trap porn from now on.
Killing characters is a stupid way to have an isekai. I haven't read the Thomas Covenant books in years, but he did travel to another world, one of magic. Or what about like, what's that movie that they made with? It's based on the old TV show. They made it with Will Ferrell with the Slee Stacks.
Oh, Land of the Lost.
Land of the Lost, right? Is that an isekai? Is that a time travel or an isekai, or what is that?
Personally, I think isekai.
Well, that one they go into the center of the earth.
Is the center of the earth a different world?
I don't. For me, the concept of our world has to exist,
and for that matter, yeah, good point, Greenland. The concept of our world must exist for it to be a different world. I like that description. but then the question is, does children who chase lost voices, is it considered an isekai because they go to Agartha, the world inside the Earth's crust?
That's a fantastical realm. It doesn't exist. That's a isekai.
But it exists on the world in the same way that the digital world is a sub-world created. It's a simulation inside the real world, just like the Matrix. Anyway.
Fine, Land of the Lost. It's an isekai, and so is that. There you go. Done.
Blue's Clues is an isekai. Dora the Explorer is an isekai. Magic
down the list, though. Down the list. Far down the list.
See, this is why this is why I argue against your usage of the term, because you can use it to apply to fucking anything if you squint hard enough. Today, I think it's used mostly for light novels where the main dude is born again in a shitty MMORPG world.
But hold on. Why is that not a utilitarian use for it? Transporting to another world?
Because you know what you could just call it instead? A show. Right?
Let's not use genres, I guess.
Selfie has been a reverse applied to pictures taken by people, even showing the camera the person is using. Even when showing the camera the person is using. Selfie sounds like an Australian way of saying selfish. Okay. Lolita has been used in a negative way in the US. It is used in a positive way in Japan. Confusing.
I don't think you mean Lolita. All right. I think you mean a different word. A shorter word.
Are you referring to my comment about Death Note? I was just saying as a power fantasy. I don't know if that's wrong. I skipped a bunch. Sorry.
He said that Death Note is a power fantasy because he's...
I feel like we've lost like 10 viewers in the past hour. Just
we've gained viewers, if anything.
Don't read it. Okay.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
That was the...
Yeah, go ahead and click on
his comment.
I always thought that was fantasy. I agree. As Augie described it, it's the rise of the king and the fall of the king, right? Like he attains mass power and is all powerful and able to kill anybody he wants effectively with minor restrictions. I would 100% agree that that's an example of a power fantasy. Luke, I Am Your Father was from Jimmy Neutron. I don't think so.
Well, technically, he doesn't say Luke, I am. Well,
he says, "No, I am your father." He says, "You killed my father."
Luke.
No, Luke, I am your father.
Yeah. No, he doesn't say Luke. He just says, "No, I am your father."
Yeah.
Because Luke, right before that, said, "You killed my father."
No, I am your father.
He does say Luke, but it's a lot earlier in the scene. But anyway, the Cool Tucci said, quote, "The Luke, I am your father." I don't know what "the" is in there for, but maybe that's
Luke, I am your father is supposed to be close.
Maybe that was specifically for Jimmy Neutron. He said, "The Luke, I am your father." Anyway.
Oh. Sub gave us some sex.
Isekai in the title. That's how the genre's name. I don't know if it does have Isekai in the title. I think Isekai should be used in reference to anime, or it gets diluted and vague. Much like anime is usually in reference to... Okay, so you're saying it should be used in reference to anime or light novels or manga specifically, versus also being applied to a kid in King Arthur's court. right? Or some shit like
Well,
that.
well, put it this way: do you use shonen to describe Western properties? Do you use shoujo?
See, but that's okay. This is actually a really good example. Then are anime cartoons? Yes. Do we call them that? No. Why not? Because they're distinctively something different.
But no, so okay, if you said, if someone, so that's a great example, actually, perfect example. You go to someone and you say, "What is this?" You would say, "It's an anime," right? If someone comes to you and says, "Is this a cartoon?" You'd say, "Oh, it's a Japanese cartoon," or just, "Yes, it is a cartoon. It's a Japanese cartoon. It's
So,
called an
likewise,
anime."
Is this a time travel movie? It has time travel elements.
Yeah. So it gets the little tag, but it's not something that would come up on a list if you said, "Give me your top, like,
Our
quintessential
traps
time
say
travel movie."
They're men, right? Anime and manga. Yeah. Okay. Did I finish that? Much like anime is usually in reference to Japanese animation, even though Japan anime just refer. Man, I wish I read that before. I could have given you credit for my brilliant epiphany.
Also, I disagree with this. If there's a word that can apply to Western properties, as long as people have an understand, like, obviously the way language works is you have to have an understanding of the word from in a significant population for that word to be meaningful. But if that word becomes meaningful enough in the populace, I don't have an issue with it being applied outside of the niche of anime.
I do. I'm gatekeeping the term anime because Adi Shankar has never made an anime in his life, and he never will.
Okay, that's fine. But anime is specifically anime applies to Japanese cartoons. So
See, and that's the problem because then you have to work.
We're talking about isekai.
Yes, but now you have to work with the fact or wrangle the fact that TMS animated Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, and we're not going to go down that route. But
yeah, but I'm just saying that this is why language is important. You can acknowledge that something is technically fulfilling some of the criteria that commonly is used to apply to a broader spectrum of other things.
Yeah, there are edge cases.
Is it inaccurate to say trap porn is gay porn? Because they are not interchangeable. Therefore, likewise, you would not tell somebody, my favorite anime, oh, I can't wait. Oh, you just got into anime? Oh, you should check out Inspector Gadget. Because if you just started watching anime, there is not a single anime out there that you would.
Oh my God, what is going on there?
What?
I know it's National Male Orgasm Day, but if you could please not do it directly into the mic, please.
It sounded like you were getting abducted by aliens.
If you could please not stimulate your prostate with the microphone.
My dad must be picking up the TV in the other room.
The term anime is specifically about Japanese cartoons, right? And then you start going down, okay, well, this was animated in Japan, okay, but it wasn't produced in Japan, like
and that's
producers
where
weren't in Japan.
I make a distinction.
It's not about a Japanese story.
I would argue that a proper explanation for anime is a cartoon animated in Japan, but more specifically for a Japanese audience.
Yeah.
I think that is the distinguishing feature that cuts out most of the bullshit, right? And when you have stuff like Netflix producing the Yasuke anime, it separates it out from the broader term. Because right now, we have people trying to infiltrate into the studios and produce things and be part of the production committees to make those things more palatable to an audience outside of Japan. That also removes the identity from it of what the genre or medium of anime is to people who are fans of it. It is It is an attempt similar to like that Ultraman movie that's coming out that looks shitty, like Pixar or DreamWorks style, rather than approaching, the more realistic proportion. They make him look like he's fucking Big Hero 6 character or something. Like that makes it more palatable to the outside world of Japan, but it also removes the soul, that soul being the anime.
What do you think of this is a side tangent, but Pokemon Mewtwo's Revenge Evolution and the Earwig and the Witch being both movies that ditched the aesthetic completely and went to like just normal Western style CG animation?
In the same way that we have a distinguishing thing, like when I was growing up and I went to see movies in theaters, I could go see Ants or A Bug's Life, right? And Ants and A Bug's Life are 3D animated, right? But if I went to see Lilo and Stitch, like that's obviously hand-drawn or different, right? There's a distinguishing feature between it, right? So as I can look at animated, hand-drawn, 2D animated, whatever you're going to call it, and I can look at Pixar and DreamWorks and stuff as being CG or 3D or whatever you want to call it, right? Likewise, I can also view that when it comes to anime as being 3D anime. Right. So when it comes to the Mewtwo evolution, whatever, where they remade it in 3D, that is what I would describe as a lazy retooling, in the same way that Disney has made live action versions of all their original movies or whatever. But I would still recognize it as a distinctly Japanese thing that is utilizing a different medium than the traditional. Same thing with Earwig and the Witch.
So you'd still
I would call it 3D anime. In the same way that I would refer to a production in the West as a 3D movie versus a cartoon. It caters to a similar audience. It uses a slightly different medium to achieve the same. Right?
Okay. And then, sorry, were you going to say something?
No.
Okay. So, sorry about that tangent, but that's all good about the term anime, which I mostly agree with your definition of anime. But isekai could be, the term anime specifically limits its use in applying to only Japanese stuff. Isekai doesn't have that requirement of geography, right? So it could apply if enough people knew what the term meant. It could apply cross medium to film or other things.
By that logic, the term shonen or shoujo could also be applied if enough people knew the term.
It could, like Random 11 was saying earlier, like if enough people adopt it, say over here, then sure.
But it does not feel accurate. Like Japanese anime is so unique and so different from what we have in the West that I feel it has earned a disclaimer to its to its descriptors, right? So as Old Man said, isekai should be used in reference to anime or manga, or it gets diluted and more vague. Once you start to apply it to a kid in King Arthur's court.
Okay, hold on then. What about I can't think of an example right now, but anyway, isekai, Sword Art Online. Okay, we'll just take that. I know it doesn't exist yet, but there's probably an example that already exists. Sword Art Online gets a Hollywood version of a movie, right? Made by Americans, like Edge of Tomorrow, a sized story. Would you call that now not an isekai because it's made by Americans, it's a Hollywood thing, and it's live action, it's not anime anymore? Like the genre still applies to the story.
I guess
where it was made doesn't change the genre that the story has.
Well, I guess it's kind of like, so the thing about it, and this is the thing that is so frustrating about this for people, is that it's very difficult to quantify and understand. Like, we all can observe something that's happening, but we can't, there's the old saying when it comes to pornography, it's difficult to describe, but you know it when you see it, so to speak, right? So when it comes to these terms, like or like the concept of anime is something that is distinctly different from cartoons. Likewise, if you look at Godzilla and you look at the Matthew Broderick Godzilla, it stands out like a sore thumb, right? Like there is something distinctly different about it. Now, what we have more recently is a return to the more traditional idea of Godzilla, with like the movie with Walter White. What's his name? What's his name? The guy who plays Walter White in Breaking Bad, Bryan Cranston. So like there's the movie that came out a couple of years ago with him, right? That movie is much closer, not an overlap that's one for one easily, right? But it's much closer than the Matthew Broderick film to the idea of what Godzilla is. However, in recent years, they've continued that trajectory, they've continued that franchise where they bring in King Kong, and now I would argue it has deviated away from, trying to get closer to what it's supposed to be. In terms of, you know what I mean? So like, and this is the issue here, is that there's like the dominant.
It is still a kaiju.
Yeah. But the thing is that when you squint, it ceases to look reminiscent of its origin and starts to look like something else.
Okay, so what is it?
I was just going to say.
Well, I had a thing that was going to say.
Hold on, just quickly. Let me.
Okay,
hold on.
go
let
ahead.
me say this quickly. Tokusatsu is the term that is applied to the original Godzilla films, right? But doesn't get applied to the Hollywood one.
I think it's kaiju, not tokusatsu. I think
obviously.
No, because I think tokusatsu is more about like the character like Ultraman or Tokusatsu Spider-Man or whatever, where they are normal sized and they take on monsters and they grow or pilot something big enough to battle those larger than life characters, right?
But tokusatsu is just the idea of practical effects, like man in a suit, fucking monster thing, right? So it is a monster film.
Sure. Yeah. I can.
But it's also a tokusatsu, and then the newer films aren't. But like Godzilla 0 or whatever the fuck that was, -1. While I don't think it was a guy in a suit, their CGI was rooted in the original tokusatsu motion and movement of Godzilla, so it was emulating that genre still, even though it wasn't technically that genre. Kind of like how the Lion King, the live action Lion King, is technically just CGI. Everything's CGI, but they call it live action, right? So I think that would be the distinction between the Hollywood Godzilla and how Hollywood Godzilla are different, because they're not inhabiting this tokusatsu idea of the films, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those wouldn't get that genre.
Yeah, the term tokusatsu comes from two different words merged together that basically means special and shot, right? Or special effects, right? And so I see where you're coming from there, in the sense that technology has gotten to the point where we, just like how we used to shoot on film, but now most films are shot digitally, right? We used to do things analog, and now they're doing them digitally. So even though there is also a terminology for special effect versus visual effect, you still use like now we have a term, right? We go back to using the term special effect so that when we do a practical effect in a movie, it is distinguishable from it being fully synthetic and CGI, right? So real quick, I want to address a different term. You were talking about like when they do it in the West, for example, if they made a live action Sword Art Online, would I consider it an isekai? Well, honestly, I guess I would, but not so much in the you know, the way I think you're inquiring about it. I would say, like, for example, the term mecha. There's an American live action Gundam that features almost no Gundams, but they are in there. That technically would be a mecha, right? Now the question is, do we consider Pacific Rim or something else more in that sort of vein as also falling into the category of mecha versus giant robot? Like, would you consider Iron
Or
Giant?
kaiju?
Yeah, exactly. Or
Well, Pacific Rim is definitely kaiju.
Pacific Rim is deliberately attempting to produce something off of that. Whereas, for example, Iron Giant features a giant robot, but it doesn't feature a mecha, right?
Isn't kaiju giant monster? So there needs to be like an actual monster
There are monsters in Pacific Rim if you haven't seen it.
in Iron Giant.
No.
No, I'm talking about
you're
Iron
saying
Giant being
mecha.
mecha. Now, granted, you might
But
consider mecha pilotable.
Yeah, you have to have
Right.
the pilot.
So then, oh god, did you ever watch Josh Kirby?
No.
Okay, well, there was a villain in this series of movies about this character, Josh Kirby, who was a guy in a suit, like in a more, like, I would say, mech warrior sized suit. That's an example. Let's say mech warrior. The term mech is literally in the title, but is it mecha, or does it only become mecha when it's a stylized giant robot that the characters pilot, you know, like a Megazord? And also, Figgin, I think we cut you off like a while ago. Did you have something you wanted to? Great contribution.
Oh, are you talking about me?
Yes.
Yeah, we interrupted you.
My name isn't you. I completely
I
forgot.
said Foodum. You had something that you were saying before.
1 sec. Well, here's the thing. I completely forgot because it's been like 20 minutes since I had the thought. I'm going to rethink it while you're going over the
I'm gonna go over some chats.
comments.
Everyone knows Die Hard is a Christmas movie. See, and this is the problem. Die Hard is an action movie that takes place during Christmas. It came out in July, right? I would argue that it is a Christmas movie if you watch it at Christmas. It takes place during the Christmas time. It ends with a Christmas song. But I think anybody would agree that a quote-unquote Christmas movie is different from Die Hard in that a Christmas movie has like a holiday spirit to it that Die Hard does not have. Right?
He wants to get together with his family.
Die Hard is still a Christmas movie. Shut up.
The whole movie is about him
Yeah.
trying to reunite with his family for Christmas.
Once again, Back to the Future, Prisoner of Azkaban, right? So we've got fucking Christmas with the Cranks, Die Hard, okay? It's on the spectrum, but it's way at the end of it. Like,
it's good, but
what
it is.
spectrum are we talking about? Because Christmas Cranks is definitely on the spectrum.
It's
It's
on the Christmas.
How about the Santa Claus?
It is a Christmas movie, but it is not a movie that you would suggest when someone asks you to watch a Christmas movie.
So Seb says, but the world that they go to in Inuyasha is the past, the Sengoku era, but there are demons. Is Inuyasha a time travel show?
Yes.
My understanding, isekai mean another world. Isekai kind of involves fantasy, but they do have sci-fi as well. I consider Fushigi Yugi as isekai because Miyaka Yuki, she was teleported into another world via a book.
Was it the 12 Kingdoms also like isekai?
Yes.
It was brought up earlier.
And that's an example of a show that does not
That was the one I
follow
tried to think of.
it does not follow the traditional isekai trope in the sense that there is a character in it that should be the protagonist because she fits all the criteria of somebody who like literally wants to leave the world she's in and would be better suited in this other world. And they make the character that doesn't want to be there the protagonist, and she ends up, gaining all the skills and everything. It's an interesting show.
What about Darcy's wing? Only his soul gets transported to another world.
Not true. His naked body on a goose gets taken to Byston Well.
No, that's his soul though. His body stays on the in the car or whatever.
Question: what would Escaflowne be characterized as? Isekai or mecha?
It's
both.
That's the problem that we've been arguing is that
it is not required. You only have one.
Right.
You can be two.
Yeah, it's both.
Mecha fantasy. The isekai talk.
Let's put it this way, Reese. I can see some people putting it on the top list of mechas and the top list of isekais separately.
So Seb says in music there are genres like alternative that is hard to say what it sounds like. So that's an interesting example, is that you have the primary genre, rock, and then you have alternative rock. Because when you think of rock, you might think of, a specific type of sound. But alternative rock expands that sound in a different direction that is not the same, you're not scratching the same itch when you listen to it, but it in its own right is equally valid as music and fits the genre because it is a rock type, but not the traditional rock type. Right? So that's kind of an idea of
he's a Geo dude.
What?
Let's make a joke.
Okay. So but that kind of if rock and roll revolutionizes music at the time when it first gets introduced, right? That is the subheader of the title of the genre, rock and roll, right? So then as you start to experiment with this sound we call rock, and you start to develop new sounds that sound like it, but they're different enough that they're no longer under the umbrella of classic rock, you start to create new terms for it, as we've discussed to an extent with metal. That is a isekai. Rock and roll is isekai. What is an isekai? If you're on enough drugs, any music is isekai. What is an isekai when? I don't know. El Hazard is considered an isekai. I haven't watched it yet, but we should definitely get on that. Because people were accidentally sent to another world. Isekai tend to involve parallel universes sometimes. For the love of God, read the chat. I'm here. I'm sorry. The chat is an isekai. They are debating, is isekai gay? That's the shirt I think we should make. Is isekai gay? You guys have had this discussion. Yes. So the reason we are rehashing it is because Foodnum wasn't here for it. And instead, we've talked over him and made him forget his points. I think we were in a Groundhog Day loop.
All according to Keikaku.
Right. Chat tall. What? Okay. I am not sorry. Chat takes the L on this one. Isekai, consider an MMO isekai. Isekai, 20 sec. Transported into another world known as my bank account. Thank you, Seth. El Hazard doesn't do MMO elements. It's a fantasy, but they travel by accident into another world. Animation. Did y'all do pickups yet? Yes, we did. Referring to anime as Japanese cartoons is just a way out because it's a pain to explain to a normie. Shoujo, tsundere, trap, shonen, etc. So just to crystallize this point, the reason specifically that anime and tokusatsu and all that stuff is distinctly different from other things is because Japan is in a unique situation that is almost entirely homogenous. They have had, perhaps their entire history closed off to the outside world, right? So they have developed in isolation a unique culture distinct to them. And they have religion like Shintoism that causes the people there to have a mindset, a way of viewing the world that is completely different from anywhere else. Everywhere else, like we talked all this time about like phrases that we use, like Schadenfreude, right? America especially, in the English language especially, has grabbed stuff. I mean, we use the term head honcho. Honcho is the Japanese word for boss.
I
right?
thought it was a Mexican word.
No, it means boss.
Like
It's
poncho.
Honcho. So we have all sorts of phrases that we use in English that are borrowed and sometimes often bastardized from other cultures and countries and whatnot, right? And so
I'd say Japan does that too.
Yeah, but Japan has a history and a way of life that is dramatically different from surrounding cultures because they've been isolated for so long and they are so homogeneous. That's why when they create something, there is something distinctly different about it. That's why we call them JRPGs as opposed to just RPGs, right? And that's why it's important to have this distinct term that means something else, so we don't just throw it in the broad, umbrella of isekai or RPG, right? That we could technically apply it to everything necessarily, but we choose to use a descriptor that, because when you think of a JRPG versus, I mean, most people, if you tell them the term RPG, they probably think of a JRPG because there aren't as many, like in the fandom, they didn't survive as much. Like, for example, role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons are very vastly different than a JRPG. You know what I mean?
So
maybe that's what we got to call
like Skyrim. There's not as many Skyrims as there are like Final Fantasies.
Yeah, well, the other thing is that Skyrim is not like a turn-based battle system either.
Well, RPG just means role-playing game. You're playing the role of the Dovahkiin. JRPG is just Japanese version of it.
I know, but it's not the same thing. Like for example, and I know that Ghost of Tsushima is not a JRPG or a Japanese game to begin with, but think of Ghost of Tsushima versus Skyrim, right? It's distinctly, I mean, that is an example of something that is a Japanese setting where you play as Jin Sakai, right? The same way that you play as the Dovahkiin in Skyrim. But in this example, that game is very different from a Japanese-made version of the same thing, And because there is something, because they approached the concept of building a game differently than a different culture did, it holds a different meaning to people. And it's why we refer to them as JRPGs. Because when you think of a JRPG, you think of something like Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy that has a very distinct system behind how it works. And it's kind of similar to like how when you think of Tolkien and you think of orcs and whatnot, orcs end up in other things like Warhammer and whatnot. But when you think of like JRPGs, you run into monsters, you mimics these sorts of things that end up across the whole genre for the most part. You know what I mean? Anyway, so did I miss this?
What I was trying to say though is maybe we call them J-isekais. And that'll be the term. Yeah. That'll be the term for specifically the game element and that kind of shit.
I mean, to be fair, there is stuff like J-pop, K-pop, and that's the only two. But no.
The other thing I was gonna say is there's a specific website where all these fucking light novels, like with the paragraph long names, blew up. And I can't remember what it was.
That's manga.
But I just quickly Googling it now. I think it's Shosetsu Ninori.
Shosetsu Ninori, yeah.
Yeah.
So that no, that's not what that is. That's the contest that they run to write light novels and submit them.
Yeah, but so that's where the genre blew up, is because that website took in a bunch of all those
literally we covered this on the podcast, I think, before you joined. It got to the point where they had so many isekai coming in that they actually put a stipulation, at least 1 year, I don't know if they're still doing it, where they would not take submissions that were isekai anymore.
Yeah. So let's I petition now. Adopt the genre Nora or something. Like
by the power invested in the.
I don't know. Brainstorm it on your own, folks. But like somehow take their name and make a genre out of it, and that genre will be what you guys are all talking about specifically, with the game mechanics and the power fantasy, like all that, and the whatever that guy's niche gamer article trying to come up and bastardize native isekai. Make a new genre out of the name of that website. There you go. It's problem solved.
Gamekai.
I may or may not have remembered kind of the thing I was going to say. Please course correct me, Random 11, if my point is getting lost, because I can't. I had such a concise way of putting it, and I forgot. I hate myself. But I'm sorry. What is it? Okay, so basically, I don't know if this will cap it off or anything, but my stance, being pro new isekai order, is so basically, you say fantasy adequately describes what the new isekai definition would be, or whatever, right? So it's like the more
native
general
isekai definition.
Original. What are we talking about? The new.
My argument is that we don't
is.
need to call fantasy things native isekais. That's
No. I'm not talking about native isekai. I'm talking about what me and Random 11 are saying. The original, more literal meaning. That's what I'm calling the new isekai. The theoretical proposed one that Random 11 and I would push, or whatever. So. Okay. So you're basically saying that fantasy would adequately describe it, or whatever, something like that, right?
No, I don't know that I agree with that.
No, that's literally what you said.
So hold on.
The new term of isekai that Fun was talking about is
you're trying to come up with the one that
other people
you're joking. You would call it J isekai or whatever.
No. Well, I don't think so. Sorry. Because I brought that up after he had his point.
It's hilarious how well my point is made by the fact that we do not have terms to be able to properly articulate these things, that we can't even barely have this conversation because we don't have the terms to be clear to each other when we're describing one type versus
anytime you're arguing over definitions is an issue.
We would, because in theory, we would, because this would be the legend, the original isekai. Everything would stem from it. That's why we can't just overtly say, "Oh yeah, isekai." The version I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. So, and keep in mind this, because it's so widely applicable. It's not as if it doesn't have use. But anyway, so all I'm saying is, you're saying that there isn't. What is it? It could be adequately described by other things like fantasy, or right? I don't know.
The term
like this is
native isekai is the thing that
I'm get rid of that. Get rid of that.
But I'm just making sure that you are not thinking that I'm saying any isekai is adequately described as just being calling it fantasy. I have never.
Well, I'm not trying to lawyer that point. I'm just kind of like setting the stage here to go into the reason I think it's useful to have the OG isekai, the original definition that is more broad,
the umbrella term.
Yeah, and then have the subgenres come out to more like be more precise for those ones, is because what this would be able to do is communicate that they're in another world without the premise of Truck-kun being involved, right? And fantasy doesn't distinguish, which world they're in and why they're there.
So that we're 100% clear. When I say that I don't think Escaflowne is adequately described as an isekai, it's because it's more than that. It's because the original idea, hold on. It's because the original idea of it is not to captivate, to capitalize on the trend, right? So I am willing, hold on, I am willing to agree that isekai does describe it. I just don't think it's the primary descriptor.
Well, let's put it this way. I think isekai is kind of like, shonen's not a genre, but it's...
hold that thought for 1 second. Hold on for just 1 second. All I'm saying is, while I will agree that you could use isekai to describe something like Escaflowne, I disagree with it being used to describe something like Record of Lodoss War, because in that case, I think that fantasy does a better job of explaining the setting of that show. Just so we're on the same page.
Well, basically what I was going to say with the let's pretend shonen's a genre for a second is that it's kind of like one of those things that kind of like goes side by side, if you will, with the main genre. So let's say you have your isekai. That's just telling you that, hey, it's in some other world, but it's a I don't know, ecchi. So the main theme is that, oh my god, weird horny things happen, but it's in another world. It's not in Earth, modern day Earth, or whatever, something like that. So it's like those two are like, I'd almost say kind of equally prominent, but it's not necessarily the factor you're going in for of, well, because it's an isekai, you're probably going in for the other genre, but they're both equally like in your face, like, oh, clearly, yeah, they're in another world. So Escaflowne, sure, I'd say like, yeah, it's a mecha or a romance or whatever, but you could say it's an isekai because that describes the setting rather than the actual genre of what they do. Because isekai isn't necessarily an action, I don't think, which is why it doesn't like bother me that, it's not saying that Truck-kun is part of the equation and all that, and that he has the power fantasy or whatever, because it's just different worlds. So it's just kind of the setting.
Okay. So real quick, when I was a kid, I used to play games like Final Fantasy or whatever, and I remember
isekai.
I remember thinking that the names they gave places, and Final Fantasy isn't like specifically what I was playing, but just hear me out here. I remember playing RPGs.
You never played Final Fantasy?
Hold on. I remember playing RPGs, and I remember going to different towns and stuff and looking at how they were named. And I remember being like, "Oh man, it's so cool!" Like for example, when I think of Game of Thrones, I think that all the names of the places and the characters are super satisfying to say, and they sound cool. They sound exotic, but they also feel grounded in reality. Like they didn't just spam the keyboard like Footnum did for his username.
My isekai name.
And I remember at one point realizing, and this is before I studied any Japanese, these things might not have even been in Japanese, but I remember thinking like, it sounds so cool to read off the name of this place. But in reality, like for example, Yamanaka, right? Oh, it's that place over there that I want to get to, the Yamanakas, right? That sounds so cool. It actually means among the mountains. Like Yama is
really mundane.
Word. Yeah, it's like extremely mundane, but it sounds so cool when you don't fully know, where the etymology of the word is. So this may not be an accurate statement regarding the invention of the term isekai, but what I feel like is happening is if you needed to come up with a word and you exist, again, Japan is extremely unique in how their language system works and stuff. It's like, granted, a lot of it's loan words from China and stuff. I get that, but they have a way to construct terms that is dramatically different from most other languages, right? So if you were trying to classify the idea of people being translated or transferred into another world, then the terminology you would come up with would be two kanji that side by side mean different world, right? Isekai, right? And so you can understand that you chose those words and made a new term using two kanji that when put together is read out as isekai, that you would acknowledge that you're using that term because these two characters describe a setting that is a different world, right? But then you can come along and say, well, technically, all this stuff is also a second world, a separate world. So I'm going to apply that there as well. Whereas the intent of making the word comes from needing to be able to create a word out of thin air, and therefore using two kanji that refer to different world, and your intention behind it is specifically about transported into another world or whatever, versus just the world being another world.
Well, our argument would be that would be Isekai Tensei, but anyway.
Yeah.
And my argument is that that's not a bad thing, that there's a bunch of other things that do fall under the umbrella that didn't before.
Yeah, yeah. But what I'm saying,
accurate.
All of those books, right, had, or well, most of them, had the cliche of Truck-kun killing someone.
Mhm.
So is that required for an Isekai?
No.
Why? All of those books had it.
It was Truck-kun specifically?
At the time when they made the word, that was the established thing, is Truck-kun kills your main character and then you get reincarnated. So if it's an Isekai Tensei, they get killed by Truck-kun. And if it's not Truck-kun, then it's not an Isekai Tensei, because that's something different.
If it's
What about
Truck
stabbing on
Chan,
the street?
count me out.
His have been an isekai. First question I'm asking God. And then he said, why don't you ask Satan? Pushes the button and the trapdoor opens up.
like my argument is, clearly we can take the aspects of what they're of the genre that was getting distinguished at that time and apply it slightly outside of what the very niche thing that they were describing, because those things aren't necessarily in what's inherent in what that kind of story could be, right? Not every isekai needs Truck-kun video game logic, male protagonist, like you know,
Adult protagonist.
we can change up the genre slightly to get to a different
I guess another way to
story.
describe it then, and again, we're just rehashing the same point, but another way to describe it would be, we covered an article from That Park Place describing Dragon Age the Veilguard as being pornographic. If I told you, here's my selection of porn games, and it was Baldur's Gate 3, freaking Dragon's Dogma, and goddamn Dragon Age the Veilguard, you'd be like, what the fuck is this shit?
Well, yeah,
Right?
because I wouldn't agree that those are porn games.
Exactly. But if the definition of porn, which is difficult to define, but you know it when you see it, is that it makes your pee-pee big, right?
Well, that's
And
not the definition of porn.
I know, but if that's your definition when you're a Catholic who runs
Podcast
that park
definition.
place, then you're going to view things as pornographic that the rest of us look at and say, like for example, I don't consider Game of Thrones pornography. You know, there's sex scenes all over the place in it, but I don't look at it and go like, oh yeah, this is like watching porn, right?
My personal definition would be media made with the intention of sexual gratification.
That's a good definition. Although,
but I would argue that pornographic things could be made by accident.
Like a sex tape?
A person can be unbelievably sexy by accident.
I don't know if I could. I'd like to see an example of accidental porn, but specifically not by the subject, but by the creator, right? Like the creator accidentally creates porn.
It started out, I was just giving my boyfriend a kiss, and one thing led to another, and boom, we made a porno.
Zach and Yuri make a porno.
But I would say most porn would require the actual visual of the intercourse happening.
What about softcore porn?
So real quick, I just want to catch up on some of the chat here. So referring to anime as Japanese cartoons is just a way out because it's a pain to explain to a normie. Shoujo, tsundere, traps, shonen, etc. Very little in anime has a one-to-one counterpart in cartoons. The thing is, genre tends to have a cultural context in which it's developed. This is an argument I'm trying to make here. I do agree with that wholeheartedly. For example, sword and sorcery fiction or pulp sci-fi is a genre which would readily be identified from within the tradition and lineage of authors from which it was made. An adaptation of an isekai made in the West would still fit in this context because it's adapting a Japanese work that is made from within that genre, its conventions and origins. But while something like Narnia is technically an isekai because it takes place in another world and it's transported through a portal of the wardrobe, it doesn't make sense to use the term isekai because it was not developed within the context. I think this is a good way of explaining it. Thank you, E. Castro, for I wish I had read I guess it's pretty recent, but I wish I had read this hours ago. Tokusatsu is Japanese special effects.
That's a good point he's making, but I disagree. I don't think, while some genres like the tokusatsu genre probably do more cling to the context of where it was created. Like you're not going to really get a North American tokusatsu.
I'm sorry, toku sexy shirt when, right? Like,
how would we just cut it short and call it toku sexy?
That's what I said. Toku sexy shirt when.
Oh, I thought you said something else.
Whatever.
Oh man, I'm just picturing like a Titan, like a female Titan, like man in a suit.
Oh, I was picturing Godzilla in a bikini or whatever.
I was just thinking of just like how like the live action explosion in just the picture and just call it toku sexy. Just the explosion that shows up in the background.
The explosion that shows up in the background is just a big dick, though. Like.
So yeah, you skipped over this, but yeah, tokusatsu. Or I didn't see it anyway. Tokusatsu is a Japanese special effect. Yeah, so it does link to Japan. So I wouldn't really use it outside of a Japanese context, but I don't think isekai has that link to specifically being a Japanese context story.
I do, because we use the term fish out of water to describe it elsewhere.
Fish out of water is a completely different thing. You can have a fish out of water if some upper class businessman goes into a mob area, right?
Yeah.
Like
trading places in isekai?
No, but it is fish out of water.
What about Cautious Hero? That's the second time he was incarnated, so he's not out of water. He's in his element again.
Well, technically he is.
Fish back in water. All right, so finally I get to catch her live. Hey, Nuxie, glad to see you. Old Man says, anime, light novels, manga, etc. have diverged greatly from their Western influences. Decades ago, you'd see drama, action, fantasy, spy thriller, comedy, romance, etc. that had a similar Western media. Rock and roll is an isekai because music takes your mind to another world. Knights and Magic, kind of isekai, but not that popular. Japan has the manji. Was Hitler an isekai?
Yeah, he's just in an isekai right now. He didn't actually die.
Turns out.
Well, his plan was to go to the center of the earth, right?
Turns out Gaskun was doing his job.
Oh my god, I got murdered by Hitler in a concentration camp, and then I ended up here.
Oh, imagine that power fantasy. The white power.
And then he finds Hitler in the other world too because he died at that point, and then he has to overcome this. He has to power fantasy his way back to taking back power from
Randy,
Hitler.
You fall out of your window.
You just hit like Japan.
You fall out of your window, but before you hit the ground, you ejaculate so hard you get sent to another planet. Is it an isekai?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Once cocked on another planet, confirmed isekai.
Well, yeah.
So if is the moon landing in isekai?
It's on a moon, not another world.
Yeah. Does the moon?
Well, it's a border. It's a border. It's debatable.
See, like
we could debate another hour about it.
The Mars rover is currently not an isekai, though.
See, but this is why I brought up before. What is the definition of world? Because is a world a habitable planet? If so, it opens up a different. Like, are we crossing celestial planes to get to another place, or are we simply crossing out of an environment we can live in that we are familiar with into one that we aren't?
That time I got reincarnated as the Mars rover, have to make Mars habitable.
Well, like, I would say possibly, because I would think that if there was a story about like Atlantis, you go down to Atlantis, I would classify that as possibly another world story, right? So you could possibly put the isekai tag on it.
Isn't
if you're
Avatar
going,
an isekai?
Yeah, it would be because that's.
Is it an isekai
separate.
within an isekai? When now Fumi goes inside the turtle.
Oh, I didn't watch season 2.
When the school bus goes into the human body, is it an isekai?
I was gonna say Avatar is an isekai mech warrior. Movie.
Is Cells at Work an isekai?
No, but it might be a mech warrior movie.
If Cells at Work is an isekai, or if Cells at Work is not an isekai, then I argue Digimon is not an isekai.
But Cells at Work, it just takes place in the human body.
Mm-hmm. And Digimon
How is that
takes place
different?
in a simulation on planet Earth.
I don't know. Digital world's like a parallel universe, kind of though.
Yeah, it's digital world. The world is in the title.
It's the colloquial term for the place they go to, which is a simulation inside.
No, you lost on the title. You lost on the title. It's not the body world. It's not the world of the body.
All right, Cells at Work doesn't see because the word
cells are
world,
not human.
Cells at Work takes place in a body, not inside of a world, so doesn't count.
Unless you're really fat, then it would be.
If you're a ham planet, then it's an isekai.
Maybe your body is maybe your body is Cells at Work. Cells at Work code black.
Mirage says that time I got reincarnated as Joe Biden chocolate chip ice cream cone. There already is a specific category in Japan for those light novels called Naroke for fiction that comes from that site and tradition.
There you go.
Maybe there's our term.
Well, we have to look up what that.
It's funny. It's so funny that like this argument all started from the fact that a bunch of English speakers don't know the terms that already exist in Japan, and so we're scrambling for terms we don't know exist because we don't speak Japanese.
We are but blind weebs in the dark, looking for light.
Joe is
I'm
great.
looking for the end of this podcast.
Traps are always used in a plot. When I think of isekai, I think of .hack/Escaflowne/Monster Rancher. Like Digimon, Pokemon, I wouldn't consider isekai.
Digimon and .hack, wouldn't they be kind of similar?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a term for if you die in the game, you die in real life?
If you die in the game, you die in real life.
So we'll tag that on Mal. If you die in the game, you die in real life.
Truck-kun
isekai with stakes.
Yeah, high stakes isekai by the Jigsaw Killer.
Isekai with consequences.
Jigsaw isekai. Fafo Isekai. Truckun is an actual character and no longer allowed in another world. Annette refers to him as her agent to transport people to her world.
That was so fucking
Westeros in Game of Thrones is named after Västerås in Sweden. Nice. Truckun is always used as a story device joke.
Oh, hold on. There was I saw on TikTok there was this like storybook author that had like I forget what language it was, but she had like borrowed a bunch of words from some other language to name all of her like places and people and all that kind of stuff, and she couldn't pronounce any of them like because she just was reading them.
Yeah.
So the people from that country were giving her shit on TikTok for like naming something, whatever, Westeros, and
and it actually means like file cabinet or whatever.
Well, it's not file cabinet. It wouldn't be that bad, but it would be like if something was called dragon and you were like no. If the word is dragon and you were like, oh yeah, I found this exotic word called dragon, and it's like that's not how you pronounce that, you know. Anyway, I just thought it was funny.
Isekai is defined by going to another world, but the spirit of isekai is really the play between modern and Japanese people using their systemic knowledge in a fantasy setting. Okay. Yeah, the spirit of okay, I got you. So what you mean is it's defined by going to another world, but the spirit of isekai, meaning like the 2010 usage of the word, is that it's about modern people using their current, modern knowledge in a fantasy setting.
Well, for Familiar of Zero, for sure, that's like the main thing. But there are isekais where they're literally only useful because they're in that world and they gain some OP whatever, and then it's like, well, I'm the king of the castle, bitch, or whatever, right? So
there's a sort of interplay that occurs there that you don't really see in other portal fiction. It's much more self-aware / postmodern in how it functions. Totally agree. Ekasha, we should have invited you on the podcast tonight to explain all this stuff. There's a lot of isekai where the main character dies of overwork. Okay, maybe. It would be called Isekai Truckun. Well, that's the high
That's
stakes.
the subgenre.
That time I got reincarnated as Truckun.
That time, the whole isekai genre is pretty sad when you consider the number of Japanese people who consider dying and traveling to another world as the only way out of their miserable existence. Yeah, and that's actually why Russia banned isekai, because the concept of isekai is that you have to die to get out of the life you're in, right?
Well, that's also the well, that's not Isekai Tensei specifically, yeah. But that's also I don't know if it was intentional, but there is a root of like Buddhism in there, right? Where in Buddhism you have to die and then be reincarnated to get to enlightenment, right?
I think Shintoism too, right? That's why they have the concept of like everything has a spirit, like even inanimate objects like books and stuff.
I don't think Shintoism has specifically the reincarnation stuff. I mean, I could be wrong though, but I know Buddhism.
I know that Buddhism is where the concept, or Hinduism or whatever, is where the concept of reincarnation comes from.
Buddhism, but I don't know if it is the source of it, but anyway, Buddhism is in Japan. Like, it has mixed with Shintoism, I believe. So they probably do share some aspects, and maybe one of them is the reincarnation bit too. Are you Googling something?
Googling these nuts.
The concept of reincarnation, or the belief the soul returns to live in a new body after death, has roots in many ancient cultures and religions around the world. Here are some key origins and influences. Hinduism. One of the earliest and most detailed doctrines of reincarnation is found in Hinduism. The concept of samsara, the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, and karma, the law of cause and effect, is central. The Bhagavad Gita, a key Hindu text, elaborates on the immortality of the soul and its journey through various lives. Then next is Jainism and Buddhism. Both of these religions, which originated in India, also embrace the concept of reincarnation. Jainism is the detailed doctrine about the soul's journey and its purification. Buddhism's belief in rebirth is connecting to the idea of anatman, no eternal soul, and focuses on the cycle of dukkha, suffering, and achieving nirvana, liberation. Oh, shit.
So, yeah, Hinduism might have been first, but I don't think Hinduism moved to Japan. But I think Buddhism did.
Yes.
Right?
So Pythagoreanism from Pythagoras and his followers believed the transmigration of souls, where the soul could inhabit new bodies. Plato discussed the idea of reincarnation in his works like Phaedrus and the Republic, suggesting that souls return to the mortal realm after dwelling in a spiritual realm. I guess there's a shit ton. Ancient Egyptian beliefs, Celtic and Norse traditions, indigenous cultures. Anyway, so yeah, back to comments here. When it comes to whether or not a game is considered an RPG or an action-adventure game, I consider Ghost of Tsushima an action-adventure game and something like Dragon Quest an RPG. So the question, Mirage Leonardo, is do you consider Skyrim an RPG? Because even though the concept and the idea behind it is role-playing game, I think most people think of an RPG as the top-down, going to different towns and fighting monsters on a turn-based system. They think of it more like that, right? Even if, and this is a similar concept to, okay, well, we need a term to describe being transported around the world, so we're going to take the kanji for different and world. Okay, well, we made a game style, right? And we are going to describe it as a role-playing game because that's what you're doing. You're role-playing the hero, usually a silent protagonist, right? But that term can be broadly applied outside of that to places where you're role-playing. Like, oh, I played a role-playing game with my wife last night where I was the doctor and she was the slutty nurse, right? Like, it's a whole, you can apply it multiple ways.
The real question, Mirage, is the slutty nurse stuff trap? Is the slutty trap nurse porn gay? There you go. Got it out.
And the answer is, does she have a penis? Our food is gay.
The core of the role playing, the core of role playing or whatever, it comes from your what is it? You're fulfilling that role or whatever, like Dungeons and Dragons, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's like, I don't know why Skyrim's such a like it's clearly an RPG, like in game.
Yeah, but this is
in game design.
This is sort of the point I'm making, right? With all this is that the term is more like originating in sort of the tabletop gaming world because video games didn't exist, but the term gained prominence in like outside of the realm of fans of Dungeons and Dragons once it became on the Nintendo Entertainment System, and you played Final Fantasy, and there was the term to describe this game was that it was an RPG. That's where the term gained its prominence.
Well, what is it? D&D, you have, well, obviously you're playing some character of sorts, but you also have a progression system, leveling up, your stats increase, you can buy items, you can use items, whatever. So it's like, especially when you're translating to video games, that became kind of the standard, and that's why, like, without a doubt, I'm sitting here like Skyrim. It's like, yeah, of course it's an RPG. Like, it's not a JRPG, but it's an RPG because you have progression system and like, oh, you play as Dovahkiin.
Yeah, but I think in most video games, like for example, Contra has power-ups. That's sort of a progression system. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like the point is that making a role-playing game where the concept is that you are playing the role of the character that you get to occupy in the game, that just because it's on a video game system, it then takes on traits common with video games, such as power-ups and leveling to the next level, gaining points that act as your high score, which maybe could be considered your experience or whatever. Just any number of tropes from gaming get also applied in it, then it becomes a new thing, right? In the sense that it's still considered an RPG, but there's more to it than that. And that's also why the term JRPG exists, to describe a different style of RPG than the kind that you would do with Dungeons and Dragons. And then if you're going to consider Skyrim an RPG, which I'm not saying you're right or wrong to do that. I'm just saying that when I think of it, I don't necessarily think of it as an RPG, because I play a lot of games where I am occupying a protagonist who has a set, criteria about them. Like when I play Resident Evil 4, I'm playing as a special, raccoon police department turned special forces soldier, right? So
when it comes to that, though, I don't know if there's some sort of innate characteristic of RPGs where it has to be some form of open world-ish type deal, like exploration.
Well,
whereas
they're considering the next Resident Evil may even be open world, and if it's open world, and you the last two Resident Evil games are first person, so if you do open world and first person, it's no different from Skyrim.
RPGs don't have to be open world.
The thing is,
most RPGs aren't
but
open world.
A lot of them do. But so for example, when Halo Infinite, they were talking about open world and stuff, people were like, oh, so now it's going to be like an RPG and stuff like that, because I think you can level other stuff.
Let me just read this comment so that I can get it off screen, so I don't have random people joining our call be like, the Monty is proof that Hitler was a time traveler. Hitler
to me, it's not.
I think most people think that Halo would have level up mechanics is because that's the easiest way to gatekeep open world games.
I'm gonna take a leak. I'll be right back.
Wow, just ditch us like that. I don't even think we should go through the comments because he's just gonna want to go over them again later. God damn it! You couldn't wait till we got through all the comments.
His wife was calling.
How rude! No, he said he's going to the bathroom.
Oh, maybe he could hold it. Maybe he's trying to get his last chance in before masturbation day ends.
He's got plenty of time. He's got an hour and a half.
You might not see him for half an hour.
So, have you guys seen Deadpool?
No.
So am I the only one that go see it?
Did it
I'll probably
suck,
wait
or was
till
it
we do a
good?
watch party of it.
I don't remember number 2 as much, but I think it was probably close to the same enjoyment level as number 2.
Was that an improvement on the first one or worse?
Worse than the first one.
Okay.
Still a good movie though. I would prefer more movies like that than some of the other movies they've decided to make. Thankfully, no stupid woke crap, They did kind of focus a little bit too much on nostalgia, but
How many of the Marvel series do you need to watch before you can actually go in to enjoy everything?
0? 'Cause you just need to know who Wolverine is? ?
No. Honestly, you should watch the first X-Men movie, like the 2000s X-Men, or at least know of it.
I came in at a great moment. You're telling me what I need to watch to enjoy Deadpool 3?
Yeah. The first X-Men movie, maybe the second
Wolverine
one.
Origins.
Not as much. You can watch it if you want.
What about Logan?
Pardon?
What about Logan?
Yes. You'll need to at least know the ending, so you may as well watch it.
Okay, let me ask a question that you can answer with a yes or a no. That show that's on Disney Plus with Owen Wilson,
Yes.
Is there any reason to know that show at all?
Season 1 would be helpful.
Okay, I'm not gonna watch it.
And Loki. Yes.
Not gonna watch it.
You don't need to watch it. It kind of explains everything in.
Dude, this is like the Fate
movie.
series. Jesus Christ! Oh, where do I start with the Fate? Oh, you have to watch Fate Grand Penis.
No.
That's the
As long as-
that's the point. Like that's
as long as you
that's why
know-
Disney got in this game.
I know why they do it. I'm just saying, God, what a headache.
Okay, you don't have to watch the Loki series. It will just make you appreciate
You'll
things
appreciate
more.
it. Yeah, I figured.
You'll if you don't watch it, you'll be like, "Who are these people?" And then it'll explain it, and you'll be fine. But if you watch it, you'll be like, "Oh, I know who all these people are." The only thing you really need to know is the X-Men. All of the what you need to know before going in is which movies were not Marvel and which movies are made by Marvel, licensed by Marvel versus made by Marvel. And as long as you know that, and know that Marvel has now bought, Marvel has now bought all of them. So now there are no more licensed by Marvel movies; they're all owned by Marvel.
Okay.
That's all you need to know.
So then that would be the X-Men movies, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans, the Andrew Garfield Spider-Mans, the original Hulk.
Sorry, to be fair, the Spider-Man stuff is ignore Spider-Man stuff because that's still
That's
owned by
still Sony.
Sony.
That's still Sony.
Okay,
So
are you
X-Men,
saying that we
Hulk,
need to know Disney
Fantastic Four.
versus Fox?
Yes, basically.
Okay, yeah, Fantastic Four, Hulk, and
Blade,
X-Men,
X-Men,
and,
Blade.
Yeah, okay. We don't need to talk about the Blade.
Fantastic
one,
Four.
But yeah, okay, so I get you.
Yeah, all the Fox stuff versus Disney stuff. So just a general idea of that, and then you need to know what happens in Logan.
Okay.
Those are the two things that you absolutely probably should know going in.
Cool. Jeff and I are going to try to see it on Friday. All right. Is Kingdom Hearts and Isekai Digimon's digital world is not on Earth if we go by the Cyber Sleuth game. It's connected to the virtual reality, but the Digimon aren't from the VR. Virtual reality is a simulation of reality existing on Earth. So I'm right.
Mind blown GIF right now. Whoa!
I doubt Dinana OG has isekai like a utopia. Lloyd just twists dimensions with his magic. All right, don't know what that meant. Afternoon, please put timestamps on the previous stream. I'm working on it, bro.
I did half of them. The first 2 hours are timestamped as of like just
What?
before this podcast.
Point your grievances at random 11.
I'm sorry, I left the podcast early and I couldn't finish time.
You were once business critical, but
You have to wait for today to finish.
Well, I was gonna go back and watch the second half of the podcast that I missed, so it wasn't on it. But then I got busy. Okay, sorry.
Still
Russian order considers
concentration
Skyrim
day
an
early.
Is Skyrim an isekai?
He's fucking
It's
with
orgasm
Stan's-
month, okay?
Stan's dad over here, like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I'm skipping. I can't have the same comment every single fucking one. It will never end. My wife became an elementary school student is controversial because of a sense of an adult woman reincarnated as a little girl was kind of freaky to people. Watch Deadpool Wolverine movie, you will enjoy it. Great. Since Deadpool kind of exists in his own separate timeline, would that be considered a Marvel isekai? Yep. All right, great. We're done. Let's move on.
I'm going to start this last one just so we know where we left off.
Okay, cool. All right. There are some articles coming up that I'm going to give you guys the opportunity to skip if we want to, but let's just keep moving here. So the
It's
Apothecary.
4.5 hours in. Most of those answers are going to be skipped.
Yes, I understand that. Apothecaries Diary manga evades jail time. No, sorry, the mangaka evades jail time. Manga will continue. So the mangaka for Apothecary Diaries pled guilty to tax evasion earlier this year, and it also seems he's managed to evade jail time as well. Erika
Dodging police.
Nekurokage Ikeda, the artist for the popular historical manga, pled guilty. So is it the mangaka or the artist, or are they both the same person? Pled guilty and has recently been sentenced. She was ordered to pay a fine of 11 million yen or $70,600 and was given a 10-month prison sentence, suspended for 3 years, meaning that as long as she behaves herself, she won't have to go to jail at all. Ikeda pled guilty to tax evasion of approximately $300,000. While not exactly the same, it's not nearly as bad as the Sonic creator Yuji Naka's charges of insider trading, which warranted a fine of 1.1 million.
Did they avoid jail time by changing genders?
No.
In that first sentence, it says he.
Yeah.
They also named those theories wrong in the headline. They named it correctly.
Apothecaries versus Apothecary. Yeah,
It's
Apothecaries
Apothecary
Diary
Diary.
versus Apothecary Diaries.
Yeah. $10 is a typo.
Despite the criminal charges, according to Games Radar, Square Enix has no plans to end or even suspend the series more than it has to. Apothecary Diaries is set to continue. Anyway, in other news, Where is the Elf Teacher's Toilet manga is the latest in barely disguised fetishes. Is this an isekai?
Wow.
Depends on how far down the toilet you go.
Was it an isekai when I took a leak a second ago? A new manga series is making waves, or I guess a splash, online called Where is the Elf Teacher's Toilet? The series features the titular elf who travels from her fantasy world to teach at an all-boys school in Japan. The only problem is that it's in an elf's nature that they can only do their business in nature. And a school in the middle of a city means she's in for a rough time. Elves seem to be a popular subject when it comes to the barely disguised fetishes of authors, artists, and even game developers. Most famously, the recent anime Plus Size Elf has been the talk of the most recent anime season. This isn't the creator's first foray into bathroom troubles. Creator Chizuna Nakajima is perhaps best known for their manga Alice No 100 Degrees CC. I'm afraid. Well, we'll let the synopsis. So this is going to be all about a completely different thing, or? Aoi Kururi is an onmyoji who is studying smells at a private academy. He, in fact, hates using onmyo magic, but when a spell is mysteriously cast on his whole class that causes everyone to wet themselves, he finds that with the warm power of and sweet smell of girls' pee, his magic becomes more powerful, and he saves his class by breaking the spell. This is the story of the strange misadventures of Aoi, his sisters, and his friends. We're a judgment-free zone here at Niche Gamer. So for all you Coomers out there waiting for Where is the Elf Teacher's Toilet in English, we wish you Godspeed and good luck.
At first you had my attention, now you have my disgust.
I'll take it. All right. So this is what I think we could skip because it's Nintendo stance on AI, Embracer Group's AI, video game voice actors are officially on strike over AI. This is how long this article is.
And nothing of value was lost.
I think there's a highlight in here for how stupid this one is. No, I guess there isn't. All right, we'll save these.
Of course, Nintendo doesn't want to use AI. I don't give a shit about Embracer Group. The voice actors, it's kind of dumb that they went on
Hold
strike.
up. You calm your tits. Calm your titties. Okay, here we go. If we're going to do this, let's do it right. Nintendo's still against the use of generative AI in its games. So, yeah, they are against using AI because the intellectual property rights need to be solved. Meaning that if you use generative AI, but the AI was trained on IP you don't own, then it starts to get tricky as to, if the output is owned by you. So Nintendo should input their own shit and stop bitching about it. Moving on. Here's what Embracer Group decided to do. They
Who
want to
cares?
use AI to help avoid bias in game design. Oh, we're going to totally use it so that it removes our bias, right? Except for
But we're gonna write bias into the
except
AI.
for the bias, yeah, except for the bias of the AI, like
Yeah.
Gemini fucking distorting the history.
It's not just that AI enables our developers to do even more and to become more efficient on certain tasks. It will also open up coding to a broader group of developers. Entry into the industry might be easier for individuals with disabilities who, for instance, cannot use a keyboard as easily as others. So they're going to use AI so that everybody in the department can now code. Who needs
You know,
coding?
you have to still use a keyboard to interact with an AI. So
Yeah,
it
well,
sucks.
I mean, you might be able to do it with the push to talk function on the.
Generally, the AIs, like, you're gonna need to copy and paste that code a lot. So I
Mhm.
mean, I hope your talk to action has a lot of select from that specific spot on the screen down
Mhm.
to that specific spot on the screen. Copy that, paste it here. Yeah,
It's
good luck.
a retarded take from Embracer Group. What did they make? Are they did they make what is that game called? Fuck, why can't I remember?
How are they relevant?
The
Embracer
GTA
Group.
clone.
Yeah, Saints Row.
Yeah.
Did they make that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
not-
they didn't make it. They bought it, and then the one that failed was under them, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
The shitty one. There it is, right? Saints Row 2022.
Yeah.
Anyway, cool. Closing that. Video game voice actors are officially on strike over AI. We refuse this paradigm. I'm going to speed read this, okay? We don't need.
We don't need to know anything except.
I'm going to ask ChatGPT to synopsize this. How's that sound?
I'll just synopsis it. Okay.
Here, look. Summarize this page.
They agreed to this deal that we covered on the
Mhm.
podcast a while ago, back in December. I think
Yeah,
it was.
but they protested that nobody agreed to it, and who's lining your pockets? And
Yeah, and that deal was great for them. It made
It
so
was.
much sense, and
It
they were
did.
stupid. All the actors were stupid, and they didn't
we've known
understand
this.
what was going on, and they
Actors are
bitched about
dumb.
it.
Mhm.
And now they're flipping the table and saying, "Fuck you, we're going on strike." That's the story. And the leader of fucking SAG,
Fran
I forget her
Drescher?
name. Yeah, Fran is like, "Oh yeah, we can't have any AI." Like, bitch, you just agreed to the AI thing
Mhm.
like 6 months ago. Fuck off! Like, Jesus Christ, no one likes any of you people. That's the summary. If you really want to read something else, go ahead. But
Well,
that's
I
all
just
that I care about.
they talk a little bit about OpenAI using a voice that sounded very similar to Scarlett Johansson's, mimicking the Hollywood star's performances in a
You don't
computer
own
and
your
using her.
voice. If I do a mim, like if I mim, the only you
Yeah.
own your we've said it before, right? You own your endorsement. Like, I can't make an AI and trick people into thinking Scarlett Johansson is the voice and it approves of my product. But if I have someone that
If
sounds
it
like
sounds just like
Scarlett,
you, but I am not purporting that it is you,
yeah,
then you have no recourse.
because like there are those music like you've heard. I can't remember the exact one, but it's like, oh, if you slow down this band, they sound like Avril Lavigne, or you speed them up, they sound like Avril Lavigne. Like that happens all the time. You slow this song down, that this artist sounds like Miley Cyrus. Like, people sound the same. The vocal cords.
There's a guy on TikTok or something who he ruins music for people by putting a picture of a celebrity up, so that when you hear the song, I forget which song he did, but he puts up a picture of Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, I know the account.
You know what I'm talking
I don't
about?
know any
Yeah.
specific examples, but yeah, exactly. So you can hear someone's voice and it sound very similar by complete accident. So how are they going to regulate this at all? Like, I've even had people tell me like, "Oh, you sound like this other YouTuber."
Mhm.
Okay.
Ethos Lab.
I'm sure lots of people have had that
said to them, right? Oh, you sound like whatever. So are we gonna say, oh well, you sound too much like Scarlett
You can't
Johansson,
talk
so you
anymore.
can't you can't ever sell any recording of your voice?
Mhm.
Like fuck off.
Yeah.
No, that's stupid. So people are just idiots. I don't know. Anyway.
No, totally agree. We can, oh wait, whoa. Hold on. AI voice replication is also being used by non-professionals in some cases to create material that actors vehemently object to, such as pornography. Get bent. It's hard to stop hobbyists, but contractual protections could at least prevent game companies from exploiting a hired actress like this for work they didn't agree to. You know what? I don't even want to make porn of you.
Your voice is so ugly, we shouldn't make porn of it.
No, we just have to make an AI.
You wish.
Voice.
You wish people wanted to make porn of your voice. That's how disgusting you are to me. Hypothetical actor. All
So
right.
that's how we got around the whole thing with the Trump ad. He had introducing himself as your boy Donnie.
Well, I think the obvious thing is that we did it in such a way where it's obviously not him. Like that's kind of the point. Like there are degrees to which you can attempt. Like for example, what they do with Joe Rogan all the time is they'll start with an actual clip from his show, and then they'll put something over the screen, like B-roll or something, as he's saying the generated stuff, so that it seems more immersive, like it came from the show. And they script it in such a way where it sounds like something he would say. It's not outlandish and ridiculous to the point where it deviates and triggers your
Is this real?
uncanny valley sort of aspect to where something's wrong in your subconscious or whatever. Anyway, I know this is going to suck, but let's jump into Assassin's Creed. Okay, so I'm going to try to speed read a lot of this. And I cut down as much as I possibly could, but I really just want to get this out here because it looks like parts of this are like we're going to get to put a lid on it finally. So Assassin's Creed Shadows booth receives sparse traffic at Japan Expo. So the other booths were crowded, but the Assassin's Creed Shadow booth was, as you can see, the chairs were used as resting spots. I wonder if the French are angry too. So people were sitting there, but they weren't even facing the thing that it was set up to show you. Mark Kern stated, quote, "The bad news and outright awful mistakes Ubisoft is making are just piling up. There is more than what I can post in a day. The Assassin's Creed booth was empty at Japan Expo compared to the other crowded booths. Even the French don't seem to be excited for the game. Just got a report from someone at Japan Expo. Ubisoft staff are asking that anyone using the seats at the Assassin's Creed Shadows booth turn around to face their screen. People were using them as benches to watch the much more popular Nintendo booth across the way. Nobody cares about Ubisoft." Another shot of the Assassin's Creed Shadows booth. They are showing exclusive gameplay, but it's the same video they already posted to YouTube. If you stay till the very end, Ubisoft gives you a bag of goodies. The official Assassin's Creed France account had previously promised that the booth would give potential players an immersive experience when initially promoted it. However, it was quickly discovered that the katana shown in the picture was a reproduction from One Piece's Sandai Kitetsu that was wielded by Roro Noazora. Yeah, so they told you that you could come see a katana and Yasuke's helmet, right? Katana and Yasuke's mask, or even artwork from the game. Our Ubisoft stand in Japan offers you an immersive experience, and yet the katana is fucking from One Piece, right?
And I think that's part of the problem nowadays with this type of stuff, because I saw a guy who was kind of bent out of shape about that backlash with Shadows, but like it came from like a assumption that he thinks people are just being racist, and it's like, well, no, like Assassin's Creed, like they used to put so much attention to detail, like you said, with Notre Dame and all this other stuff. It's like, because imagine a French company being so immersed in the French fucking version of Assassin's Creed, they get every last fucking detail right, and to see them with Shadows to be so like, it's obvious why they put Yasuke in there, blatantly obvious, and it's like, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel like authentic Assassin's Creed as it once did.
Lucas
Now
Kobo
it's
says Blacku Samurai. I've been enjoying the sound of DEI Samurai. Right, that's been rattling around in my head, and I think it's hilarious. So I do want to point out, they don't say that it's Yasuke's katana. They say katana and Yasuke's mask, right? But you could put just some random fucking sword up there. You can't specifically put up the Sandai Kitetsu from One Piece. That is, you just can't fucking do that, right? If you go to, I bought katanas at Ace Hardware, like 20 years ago. Like I went there with my dad and I couldn't believe it. They had swords there. We bought a couple of katanas. You can do that and put those on display and just say a katana is here. You can't use an iconic sword from a completely different franchise. That is where you fucked up beyond belief.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to your point, Greenline, I removed an article just because it was bogging things down about a Japanese player addressing what we're about to look at here, where they give a sort of somewhat apology, and they described Assassin's Creed Origins, which is a game that takes place in Egypt. Yeah,
Egypt,
and it takes place in like ancient Egypt. Is that correct?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
most of the Assassin's Creed games are ancient, whatever.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it's like ancient
Origins take
Egypt,
place
the way
in
that we
Egypt.
understand it, with like the pharaohs and all that shit, right? So he described that it takes place, like, this is a Japanese player saying it takes place in a world that was very foreign to me, and I actually had trouble getting into it. But as the game progressed, I felt myself drawn in as it gave me a taste of the culture, and everything was so immersive that I understood the character's drive and all of this stuff because of the attention to detail. And then he goes on to say, when you started making Assassin's Creed Shadows, I was dumbfounded to find that instead of doing that with a Japanese hero, you have instead done the DEI Samurai, right? And it's like the biggest slap to the face that just when it comes to Japan, you make this choice, right? So anyway, Ubisoft released a statement to Japanese players amidst a massive backlash to Assassin's Creed Shadows. Japanese players launched a petition at the end of June claiming the game, quote, is a serious insult to Japanese culture and history. I'm skipping over stuff we covered 2 podcasts ago. Japanese YouTuber Shohei Kondo explained in a recent video why Japanese players are signing the petition and are taking issue with the game. First, he notes that Ubisoft is promoting the game as historical and points to an interview the game director Charles Benoit gave to Xbox Wire, right? Benoit was asked, quote, this is a familiar setting for gamers. How does this game differentiate its take on the setting? And he responded, quote, we're at the end of the Sengoku era, in a turning point of Japan's history. Assassin's Creed is well known for its depiction of the history and accurate recreation of the world, and it's what players can expect with Assassin's Creed Shadows. We're showing real historical figures, such as Oda Nobunaga, and a lot of events that happened during that time. So you're not only playing in feudal Japan, but learning about this fantastic time period. Ubisoft addressed this backlash in a blog post, saying, quote, since the announcement of Assassin's Creed Shadows, we have received many positive reactions. By the way, just so we're clear, if you've seen the pictures of the 4 like white text on red background, it's each of those is a portion of the actual blog post. So it's the same thing of that. So since the announcement of Assassin's Creed Shadows, we've received many positive reactions, but also some criticism, including from you, our Japanese players. We share your passion for history and deeply respect your care for the historical and cultural integrity of your rich heritage. We would like to address a few points to clarify our intentions and creative decisions. We have put significant effort into ensuring an immersive and respectful representation of feudal Japan. However, our intention has never been to present any of our Assassin's Creed games, including Assassin's Creed Shadows, as factual representations of history. I'm sorry, what did we just read? Oh, that's right. You're not just playing in feudal Japan, but learning about this fantastic time period. Okay, cool. Or historical characters. Well, what? It's not a factual representation of the history or historical characters? Okay. Instead, we aim to spark curiosity and encourage players to explore and learn more about the historical settings we get inspired by.
The first DIY Assassin's Creed.
DEI.
Yeah, DIY. I get what you're
yourself?
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, do it yourself. Research the history yourself, bucko.
As noted by Benoit in the interview, this is not true. Benoit made it abundantly clear that the game's intention was for players to learn about this fantastic time period. Nevertheless, Ubisoft continued, quote, Assassin's Creed Shadows is first and foremost designed to be an entertaining video game that tells a compelling historical fiction set in feudal Japan. Our team extensively collaborated with external consultants, historians, researchers, and internal teams at Ubisoft Japan to inform our creative choices. Why the
failed
fuck?
at every level.
Why the fuck would you go to the trouble of saying that? That makes absolutely every complaint they have that much more valid. That you would even argue, oh, we had all these consultants in history. You either did not listen or you hired DEI hires that didn't actually belong in those roles. Despite these sustained efforts, we acknowledge that some elements in our promotional materials have caused concern within the Japanese community. For this, we sincerely apologize. All game footage presented so far is in development, and the game will keep evolving until launch. Based on the constructive criticism we have received, we will continue our efforts until we put this game into your hands and beyond. The fuck does that mean? We're going to keep working on it and beyond for the DLC you're not going to buy. While we strive for authenticity in everything that we do, Assassin's Creed games are works of fiction inspired by real historical events and figures. From its inception, the series has taken creative license and incorporated fantasy elements to craft engaging and immersive experiences. Ubisoft then specifically addressed the inclusion of Yasuke, which the company is describing as a historical legendary samurai in its various marketing promotions. This claim is highly disputed and is currently being investigated by various branches of the Japanese government. The company wrote, quote, the representation of Yasuke in our game is an illustration of this. His unique and mysterious life made him an ideal candidate to tell an Assassin's Creed story with the setting of feudal Japan as a backdrop. While Yasuke is depicted as a samurai in Assassin's Creed Shadows, we acknowledge that this is a matter of debate and discussion. Real quick, I want to jump you over to Sankaku Complex, who pointed this out. Ubisoft was also found to be using doublespeak, with Yasuke being a samurai being a matter of discussion and debate in English, while the Japanese copy reads that they understand the topic, quote, has become a focal point of contention, with the English copy essentially implying that there is room for debate on the issue of Yasuke being a samurai. Back to this. We have woven this carefully into our narrative, and with our other lead character, the Japanese shinobi Naoe, who is equally important in the game, our dual protagonists provide players with different gameplay styles. We greatly value your feedback and encourage you to continue sharing your thoughts respectfully. Fuck you, Ubisoft. While we understand that meeting everyone's expectations is very difficult, we sincerely hope that when Assassin's Creed Shadows launches on November 15th, the players in Japan and around the world will appreciate the dedication, effort, and passion we have poured into it. Of note, this post comes in the wake of Ubisoft seeing an over 12% decline in its stock price after its most recent earnings report, where its net bookings exceeded its predictions. It brought in $315.76 million instead of $299 million. They were still down significantly compared to the analyst predictions. Bloomberg's Daniel Zudijke claimed that analysts were expecting an average estimate of $408.7 million. That means the net bookings and sales were 22% lower than what analysts initially expected. The stock price is not just down over the past week, but it's down around 50% for the year so far. If you go back an entire year, the stock is down 30%. If you go back 5 years, the stock is down nearly 75%. Continuing from here. So Mark Kern had this to say about the apology, if you will. I started out writing a long, thoughtful rebuttal to the Assassin's Creed Shadows apology statement. Then I remembered this is the internet. Instead, since I speak AAA corporate speak, this is my translation for you of Ubisoft's statement. First, we want to express our heartfelt thanks for all your support for the Assassin's Creed series, which now has its own history spanning almost 20 years. We're scared. Nobody is pre-ordering. Please, support, please. For many of our team, creating an Assassin's Creed game set in feudal Japan has been a long-cherished dream. We're passionate devs, not a soulless corporation. Really, it's like we're an indie. Don't you guys love indies? Some criticism, including from you, our Japanese players. We share your passion for history and deeply respect your care for the historical and cultural integrity of our rich heritage. We've barely had any complaints. That's why we're issuing this huge, long-winded apology. Hardly nothing, really.
Huh.
This is why we stole so much art and mashed Chinese and Japanese cultures together and put a black gay samurai into our game. It's respect, guys. Respect for you, the Japanese people. Immersive and respectful representation of feudal Japan. We spared no expense. We hired a non-historian who wrote about man-boy love in feudal Japan because we respect Japan. We've stolen so much art, but that shows love. We even used that sword from One Piece. You love anime, right? However, our intention has never been to present any of the Assassin's Creed games, including Assassin's Creed Shadows, as factual representations. Please ignore the last 2 paragraphs. We totally didn't mean it. This is fantasy. Just because we hired historians and researchers and respect Japan and marketed it that way for months with our man-boy love historian and fraud, Thomas Lockley, mean nothing. This is fantasy. How dare you get it wrong? Our team extensively collaborated with external consultants, historians, researchers, and internal teams at Ubisoft Japan to inform our creative choices. Once again, for the 3rd time in this apology, we are telling you we hired the best historians and researchers, but we are totally not marketing this as a historical game, guys. If we get it wrong and crap all over Japan, just remember we are only crapping on you as a fantasy. Despite these sustained efforts, we acknowledge that some elements in our promotional material have caused concern within the Japanese community. For this, we sincerely apologize. Actually, our CEO and staff called Elon Musk and gamers racist, hateful bigots and said you were all fake Japanese pretending to be mad. But hey, bygones be bygones. Based on the constructive criticism we have received, we will continue our efforts until we put this game into your hands and beyond. Look, we hear you. We won't change anything because we ship in 3 months, but we will work hard to ship on time and put this turd in your hands before you can realize we fucked up. We also want to clarify that while we have been consulting with many people throughout the development process, they are in no way responsible for the decisions that are taken by the creative teams in the interest of gameplay and entertainment. Consequently, we respectfully request that any criticism not be directed at our collaborators, both internal and external. Nobody, and we mean nobody, is responsible for this. We spent millions on consultants and artists, but we don't actually listen to them. It was for laughs. We are proud to hide behind the nebulous collective shield of the creative team to justify all our crappy decisions. Nobody helped us reach these conclusions. Nobody actually is capable of making good decisions here anyhow. Guys, come on, man. Last one. While we strive for authenticity in everything we do, look, for the 4th time this apology, we took great pains to be authentic and historical, but we're not. We're a complete fantasy. That's why we keep bringing up the history. While Yasuke is depicted as a samurai in Assassin's Creed Shadows, we acknowledge that this is a matter of debate and discussion. We have woven this carefully into our narrative. You know how we had all of our media dogs, Wikipedia and freaking Encyclopedia Britannica go back and edit their pages to report the fact that Yasuke was a samurai? Yeah, we totally agree with you. It's not fact, and we just lied our asses off. Why are all you Japanese so mad about this? It's just revising history to support our billion-dollar corporate narrative. Sheesh. Shadows launches on November 15th, players in Japan around the world, blah, 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 all that stuff. So please, 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 please buy our game. We're begging you. We only have this in Star Wars Outlaws, and you saw how crappy that looked. Mercy. Moving on from here. Reddit's R Assassin's Creed moderator says that no matter what Ubisoft says, Yasuke as samurai is a fact, and anyone saying otherwise would be banned. By this logic, Ubisoft itself would be banned for posting their apology there, as they themselves admit the matter is under debate. Japanese YouTuber explains why the Japanese are calling Ubisoft to immediately discontinue the creation of Assassin's Creed Shadows. So this is a continuation about that guy, Shohei Kondo. So in a recent upload to his YouTube channel, Kondo explains why the Japanese players are signing a petition and are taking issue with the game. First, he notes that Ubisoft is promoting the game as historical. After pointing this out, he listed off a number of reasons why he and other Japanese gamers are opposing the game. Quote, "We are protesting marketing DEIs, historical distortions stemming from their disregard for Asians and their arrogance, and discriminatory responses to protests from Japan." From there, he focuses his video on what he describes as the biggest attempt to distort history, Japan, that is the legendary samurai, they claim, Yasuke. He then brings up a number of historical documents and begins with the samurai's diary that mentions Yasuke. Quote, "He was taken under the care of Nobunaga and given the name Yasuke. He was granted a residence and given personal items. From time to time, he was also entrusted with Nobunaga's tools and belongings, carrying them for him." Next, Shohei Kondo brings up a second historical document called the Chronicles of Lord Nobunaga. Quote, "Lord Nobunaga provided support to a black man who was presented to him by missionaries. His skin was as black as ink, and he was about 1.82 centimeters tall." Not even 6 feet. Is that less than 6 feet, Footnote and Random?
Wait, what height again? 1.82 meters tall. 191 is 6'3".
Yeah.
191 centimeters?
Yeah.
It's just about 6 feet.
Yeah. So he's what, 5'11"?
Granted.
No.
What?
1.82 meters is essentially 6 feet.
Granted, Japanese people back in the day were a lot shorter, which is the thing the guy says.
5'9".
9'7", and it's not 5'9", it's 5'0.97" feet.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right. Which is 97% of a foot. It's not 9 inches.
Good call.
What the guy says in his video, I don't know if it's the same video or the follow-up or whatever, but is that like when he sees Yasuke for the first time, he's like, they didn't make samurai armor this big.
11 and 21 out of 32 inches. You're right. So just under 6 feet.
They said they never made samurai armor this big, because Japanese people back in those days were like, the average was even smaller than today, right? So Yasuke would be a particularly big guy, even at like 5'9" too.
Blow my mind right now. So 2 meters, the height of Steve in Minecraft, 2 blocks tall, is 6.5 feet. 6'6". Damn. Damn.
Steve in Minecraft.
The hero they need, right? The tall ass hero they need. Anyway, so he was about 1.82 meters tall. His name was Yasuke. He notes that this document also indicates that Yasuke was given something, but it's unclear what exactly it is, as it can be translated a number of different ways, including a place to live, a short sword, or a rice. From there, he brings up a third document titled Jesuit Annual Report of Japan. So he's referring to a different document than this one when he's talking about the not being able to determine what it is. But I think it's similar to what this one says here, Ten Kanmon, which we'll get to in a second. Quote, "On the Monday following Easter, Nobunaga was in the capital. A commotion arose as many people wanted to see the black slave, leading to injuries and near fatalities from thrown stones." They throwing them at Yasuke? Because I don't know about you, but I don't think you survive throwing stones at a samurai. Okay, I'm joking. This is before. Wow. This is before. This is like at the beginning of Yasuke getting to Japan. Observers speculated that showcasing the black slave for a fee could easily raise significant funds. Nobunaga invited him to his presence, causing quite a stir, and confirmed his skin color was natural. Nobunaga's sons were also pleased. And Nobunaga's nephew, the commander in Osaka, rewarded him with 10 kanmon. So kanmon translates, it's hard to, it's kind of like koku, where koku is like koku is like the unit of rice that would feed a man for an entire year, right? So kanmon is kind of like that in that it's basically like the degree here. 10 kanmon is like what would you call it? Like extravagant gift, right? So like it's telling you it's a massive present or whatever, but it doesn't tell you what the present is, right? I believe that's what this is here, is that that's why it's difficult to know. Well, did he get land? Did he get a sword? What did he get in this part? You know, when you order Ghost of Tsushima from Wish, we have Ghost of Tsushima at home. Ghost of Tsushima at home, right? Like the problem problem with Yasuke is that Oda Nobunaga lost the war and Yasuke was kicked out of Japan. That's true, right? Like things could be very different if Yasuke hadn't, or if Nobunaga hadn't been betrayed by Akechi. But it seems to me, like, just so we're 100% clear, personally, I don't give a fuck if Yasuke is a samurai or not. I think that it's difficult to determine what constitutes being a samurai in a similar way to the isekai thing. So I think it's very possible that he was, you know, looked upon in the ranks of samurai as among, you know, friends or whatever. I don't necessarily think that he was a samurai in the sense of the word that most people imagine a samurai, right? But as we've discussed with the spectrum and the broadness and stuff, fucking Masamune Shiro. No, not Masamune Shiro. God damn it. What's the guy's name?
Dante Masamune? Date Masamune.
Yeah, any number of actual like samurai that we know from history, and then Yasuke way at the end, right? In terms of like, I think that it's difficult. It's not like, let me put it this way. It's not as simple as getting knighted. Like, oh, have you become a knight yet? It's like, well, I'm on my way there. It was like, okay, but like you haven't been knighted, so therefore you're not a knight or whatever kind of thing. It's not quite that simple.
Are you basically just saying that that's irrelevant to the fact that the obvious motives and implementation of him like supersedes whether or not he is a samurai?
Well, I would argue that I think had Ubisoft not fucked up so horrendously bad with all the historical context, like, you know, they have bags of rice in the street while it's raining. You know, rice was used as the taxation. Like people were taxed in rice.
Rice is theft?
Like you fucking don't leave rice out in the rain to rot. Like that shit is your bread and butter. That is your currency for large parts of Japan during the same period. Right?
And let alone letting it sit out in the rain.
Yeah. So like if they
we have sayings like bread and butter, but do they have sayings like rice and vinegar or rice and soy sauce?
I doubt it. But what I'm saying is that had they not clearly see, it's when you look at the totality of everything, it very much, this is why I refer to him as DEI samurai. Like, I think it's very possible that the real Yasuke was considered among the rest of, you know, the people who served under Nobunaga as one of them, potentially, right? I think it's very possible. But when it's in this game, the purpose of putting him in there feels like a DEI insert because it was seen as the important choice that must have been made versus giving any amount of actual thought to all these little details that show they didn't do their research, that they used footage like the architecture from China and put it in Japan, that he comes down on the horse and he talks about hoping for a good harvest when the cherry blossoms are going off. You know, there's persimmons or something in one part of the trailer that indicates a completely different time than it actually is, because
and the sakura blossoms being out while the rice fields are being out.
Exactly. So clearly they didn't actually fucking know what they were doing in terms of all the research and whatnot, like they pretended to care and be able to. And again, this is the other thing about Japan, again, is that because the culture and the country has been so isolated, like the ecosystem there is just different than what people know. Like you could fuck up a lot and nobody would notice when it comes to like ancient Egypt, because the farming strategies are very similar to what you already, you know, experience in, you know, Europe or whatever. Right. But when it comes to cherry blossoms, you think, oh, cherry blossoms is an iconic Japanese thing, let's put them in the game. But cherry blossom season is a very specific time of the year. Right. And it's like, just because you don't have cherry blossoms outside of Japan necessarily, you don't have a culture surrounding it, it's not an iconic part of a different thing, you aren't as familiar. So these mistakes are noticeable to the Japanese and to anybody else with a brain who knows any you know, bit of knowledge about it, right? So anyway, so they say that Nobunaga invited him. They rewarded him with 10 kanmon. The priest accompanied a black slave. The priest accompanied a black slave. I'm guessing they mean the Jesuit priest. And since no one in the capital had ever seen a black slave before, countless people came to see him. Nobunaga himself was amazed, confirming that his skin color was natural and not painted, and stared at him. The man understood some Japanese, so Nobunaga talked with him endlessly. he knows sushi, yakitori, and sayonara. So Nobunaga talked his ear off. Sushi, that's the one word he catches. That's like a person only knowing like burrito, enchilada, and stuff. And so naturally, the Spanish spoke with him endlessly. It's like nachos. Impressed by his strength and art skills, Nobunaga was very pleased, decided to protect him, and assigned guards to escort him around the city. Some rumored that Nobunaga would make him a lord. The black slave given to Nobunaga by the visitor went to the residence of Nobunaga's heir after Nobunaga's death and fought for quite a long time. An Akechi retainer approached him and told him to surrender his sword without fear, so he handed it over. Damn. That's a samurai if I've ever heard one. Giving up and handing over their sword. Supposedly Yasuke was entitled to carry 2 swords. Didn't use the second one for the seppuku purpose.
But he used a club.
Samurai if I've ever heard of one, right? The kanabo. When the retainer asked Mitsuhide how to handle Yasuke, Mitsuhide replied, "The black slave is like an animal and knows nothing. And since he is not Japanese, do not kill him. Instead," he ordered, "place him in the church of the Indian Padre." So it's kind of like, I sort of think about it like Mitsuhide's reply here is that it's kind of like, you know it's not a good idea, but like African rebels still for some reason give chimpanzees AK-47s every once in a while when things get dull around the campsite. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what they're suggesting here. He's just an animal. They get like the sword is just because it's funny. It's funny to see a chimp walk around with a machete, right? That's kind of what it sounds like Mitsuhide is suggesting here.
You traded him wrong. That's a joke.
Right, yeah, like Wimplo from Kung Pao. So after Shohei Kondo, after these explanations here, because they use a translator to do it, Shohei Kondo states, quote, "There is no document saying Yasuke was a samurai. There's no document. There was also no document specifically saying he was not," right? Again, the term samurai evokes in our mind a noble, like honor-bound servant of the daimyo, right? It's probably a little bit, and it's also kind of like some media you watch, the samurais are the heroes. Other media you watch, they're the villains.
Like
You know
this
what I
one.
mean? Yep. He then shared a translation of another Japanese YouTuber explaining that the idea that Yasuke was a samurai came from Wikipedia edits. The YouTuber specifically points to a Wikipedia edit done on Yasuke's page on June 14, 2013, to claim that he was made a Bushido warrior and kept close by Nobunaga. So again, and this is the thing, even if Yasuke was samurai, they still royally fuck up in the game by having him seated on the same level as Nobunaga. Something that would never fucking happen in Japanese society. To have somebody that acts as your servant seated on your level is unheard of. This change, the YouTuber alleges, convinced many that Yasuke was a samurai. The video then goes on to note that Thomas Lockley, an associate professor at Nihon University College of Law in Tokyo, published a book titled Nobunaga and Yasuke in 2017. He then published a book titled Yasuke, The True Story of the Legendary African Samurai in 2019, which is actually a novel and thus is fiction. Given there is only about 2 or 3 pages of historical documentation of Yasuke, the Japanese YouTuber notes that Lockley had to have exaggerated in order to fill the pages of the 400-page book. He also notes this book helped convince non-Japanese readers that Yasuke was a samurai. Shohei Kondo then pointed to another interview Ubisoft executives gave to Famitsu. At one point in the interview, Assassin's Creed Shadows creative director Jonathan Dumont said, quote, "We were first looking for our samurai, someone who could be our non-Japanese eyes through. Someone who could be our non-Japanese eyes, though. This is because from the beginning, the story of the Portuguese arrival would be a very good way to tell of the crisis in Japan." So again, I think this game could have been amazing. It's like an amazing opportunity to take a character or like a historical person shrouded in mystery for how little is written about him and be able to say, like, this is a work of fiction. We are like, some people believe he's a samurai. Some people believe he was just a retainer. For the sake of our setting in our game, we are going to run with the idea that he did achieve the status of samurai. And this is our fictionalized, playthrough of what that could be like, right? For fucking fun. And if you did that, even though it's obviously that they're doing it in current year for brownie points in the black community and all that shit, it could have been a really awesome game, but they've got so fixated on the skin color and they got so fixated on making everything gay that they've leapfrogged over all the important aspects of the game, historical accuracy, immersion and everything, to take you out of it with the shit that they did. And they completely missed the point of honoring the culture and the people of the culture that they're putting in it. So Kondo reacted, quote, "He thinks the Japanese samurai is not samurai. It's not. You're samurai. As I mentioned in previous video, when we protest about it, and their response is basically, 'Shut up, you are racist.' This is really the great example of how the marketing DEI is actually destroying minority culture. Destroying. This should be stopped. Really, this should be stopped." From there, he encouraged other Japanese YouTubers to make videos calling out Ubisoft and noted, "Otherwise, our history is going to be destroyed by this fake agenda." Japanese political aid indicates Assassin's Creed Shadows debacle could escalate into diplomatic incident. Skipping. Mark Kern reports that letters are being sent with questions to the Japanese Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. He says, while the government have not taken action yet, they are waiting for the final release of the game to decide. and there is mounting pressure in Japan to address the issue with Ubisoft portraying false information to Japanese children. As seen in the video below, the political aide detailed that he sent a variety of questions to the Japanese government and received a report back from them. The aide shared the first question he asked, quote, "It has been pointed out that Mr. Thomas Lockley wrote a book about Yasuke's story, which he created from his own imagination, and spread the contents of the book as historical fact all over the world, and that this is a movement to make a fabricated history the truth of the world without many Japanese people even knowing about it." I'm sorry, to make a fabricated history the truth of the world without many Japanese people knowing about it. Please tell us the government's opinion on this point and its future policy. As for the second question, quote, "Assassin's Creed Shadows is set in the Sengoku period of Japan, and Yasuke appears as the main character. The game company has been taken over by people of the political correctness movement, and from the pre-release interview footage, the disrespect for Japan is blatant. The content of the game that has been partially released has also been distorted and grossly disrespectful of Japanese culture, history, and Japanese people. For example, in an interview, a person in charge of the grotesque decapitation scene said, quote, "Death was a common occurrence in Japan at the time, and most people died by having their heads neatly cut off. I would like to know the government's views on this matter and its future policy." The third question states, quote, "If it were a game made by a private company, there would be no need to be concerned. But it has been announced that this was, quote, based on Japanese historical facts. And if this goes viral, people all over the world will start to believe it, which I think is extremely malicious." This is the response he received from the first question. Quote, "In general terms, if there is any suspicion that the content is contrary to deduction reading, careful measures should be taken." He also detailed, quote, "that this game is currently undergoing ethical review, so it has not been officially released, so it will not be published as a separate game." A response from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs stated, quote, "It is not possible for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to respond because it is a game-related matter and has nothing to do with diplomacy. However, he would later state that after receiving the response, there was a phone call, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has responded that it is just a game that has nothing to do with diplomacy, but the matter has become quite large, and there is a possibility that it could escalate into a diplomatic issue. I have said that there is a possibility, but at this current stage, it is just a game, and I cannot give an answer." Still later in the video, he also indicated he's requested Japan's National Diet Library to confirm what is and is not true regarding the history of Yasuke. He noted, quote, "Regarding the request to the National Diet Library, it would be helpful if you could check the information in the primary source about Yasuke and Thomas Lockley's book, and then summarize the information that is clearly wrong after checking these two." He indicated he would receive a response to his inquiry by today. I didn't see anything yet. I assume they got it to him earlier so they could celebrate Male Orgasm Day. All right. So I am hopeful that this is the end of Thomas Lockley in terms of us having to cover it, because fuck this guy. African Samurai author Thomas Lockley lies about collaborating with Ubisoft on Assassin's Creed Shadows amid the Yasuke controversy. In an interview on the Lance E. Lee podcast from Tokyo on YouTube, Lockley stated, quote, "I don't know whether the game Assassin's Creed should have him as the main character or should have somebody else as the main character. Quite frankly, I don't care." Lee then asks him, "But you have nothing to do with it anyway." Lockley replies, "Nothing to do with it." Lee then asks, "You see no royalties or anything?" Lockley responded, No, it has nothing to do. Though my book is starting to sell well again, which is nice. That's nice." He then added, "But don't attack Yasuke as a man. Let's remember this man for who he was and the great things he did."
It sounds kind of like he's mad that he's not getting a paycheck for his fictional character.
Just you wait. This is not the first time Lockley has made such a claim. On his Facebook account, he also wrote, quote, "Thank you for your support over the years. Due to hate mail connected with Assassin's Creed game, with which I have nothing to do and have no intention of playing, but many people seem to think I am responsible for, I will be freezing this account. I hope not forever, but who knows? However, Lockley did indeed collaborate with Ubisoft for an episode of their Echoes of History podcast titled Yasuke, the First African Samurai. The description of the episode states, quote, Yasuke is one of the most captivating and yet mysterious figures within Japanese history. In 1581, at the height of the Civil War, he crossed paths with the country's most powerful warlord, Oda Nobunaga. Their meeting bound two men together and set Yasuke on a path to becoming the first known samurai of African descent in Japan. Delving into the history behind one of the two main characters in the latest Assassin's Creed game, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Matt Lewis and Thomas Lockley examined the few surviving historical sources that reveal what we know about Yasuke, Japan's first African samurai. So again, stating over and over again, definitely a samurai, he's a samurai, he's a samurai, he's the first African samurai, right? All that kind of stuff. Matt Lewis also introduces the episode saying, quote, in case you haven't had the chance to see it yet, the world premiere trailer for Assassin's Creed Shadows was released, and you can see it takes place in feudal Japan. This is a time famous for its samurai and ninja, an era rich in history, culture, and stories. For the next few episodes in this series, we'll be exploring this fascinating period in history. So far, we've traveled back in time to the Sengoku period, sowed the seeds for the unification of Japan, and culture collider with the arrival of the Portuguese missionaries on Japanese shores. Today, we're tracing the story of a key figure in this era of upheaval, Japan's first black samurai, Yasuke. As one of the main two characters in Assassin's Creed Shadows, you'll get to see the world of feudal Japan through the eyes of the legendary African samurai. But how and when did Yasuke end up in Japan? What was his journey to becoming Japan's first black samurai? And what can his story tell us about life in Sengoku, Japan? To find out more about this notorious and yet mysterious figure from Japanese history, I'm joined by Thomas Lockley, Associate Professor at Nihon University in Tokyo and author of African Samurai, The True Story of Yasuke. Clearly, Lockley did indeed collaborate with Ubisoft for Assassin's Creed Shadows and had something to do with the game. Not only is Lockley lying about collaborating with Ubisoft, but this appears to be a pattern of behavior as noted by Japanese tutor Naoto, who has done significant research into Lockley's claims regarding Yasuke and how it influenced Assassin's Creed Shadows. Following an exhaustive breakdown of an interview Lockley gave with the Japan Times regarding Yasuke, Naoto concludes, quote, I used to think he was just a presumptuous, speculative researcher. However, what I understand from his interview in the Japan Times is that he is deliberately lying. He, who distorts history for his political beliefs, is not qualified to be a historian. Without his book, the latest Assassin's Creed game would have featured a Japanese ninja as the protagonist. Even if Yasuke could act as a mediator between the Jesuits and Nobunaga, that was not a role of significant enough to make him the protagonist. At most, he would have been an NPC. Once again, I strongly feel that his research has changed the content of the game set in Japan and Japanese history. Lockley also previously claimed that his book was fact-checked by Sakujin Kirino. However, Kirino noted this was not the case. As translated by Naoto, Kirino posted on Twitter regarding the Japanese edition of Nobunaga and Yasuke by Thomas Lockley, published by Oda Publishing in 2017. Translator Yoshiko Fuji asked me to read through it and provide my thoughts. I gave a few comments, but it was nothing as grand as a fact check. In fact, Naoto also notes that Lockley's original intention for his book, African Samurai, The True Story of Yasuke, a legendary black warrior in feudal Japan, was to craft a novel, not an academic or historical document. In an interview with News Digest, Lockley was asked why he was interested in Yasuke. As translated by Naoto, Lockley answered, quote, around 2009 or 2010, I accidentally came across a link about Yasuke online. As soon as I clicked it, I was fascinated by this real-life figure. It was so romantic, adventurous, war-filled, passionate, and agonizing that it felt like fiction. I couldn't forget about him. And about a year later, I started writing a novel about Yasuke for my own enjoyment. I paused to prioritize daily life like work and family, but resumed writing in 2015, shifting towards an academic approach to pursue the truth. It does not appear that Lockley pursued truth at all, given the claim that Yasuke was a samurai is heavily disputed. Naoto points to Professor Mihoko Oka, the editor of Connecting World History 2, who commented on Twitter, quote, "Even among Japanese researchers, there are various theories on the definition of samurai, making it difficult to answer. The use of samurai overseas is even more different. Since no one before Professor Lockley had shown academic interest in Yasuke, there would be no researchers who have strictly defined samurai in the Sengoku period and then positioned Yasuke as samurai." All right, now it gets fun. To those defending Thomas Lockley and Yasuke for racial or political reasons, consider this. Lockley fantasized about Yasuke being impaled by Nobunaga. He is literally pulling shit out of his ass. I think Ubisoft loved this line. He became Nobunaga's close companion, and some even say lover. Reminder, thank you, Kirsha. The consultant on Assassin's Creed Shadows is Sachi Schmidt-Hori, who wrote a book on the Chigo system in Japan where monks had sex with young boys. Quote, "Chigos were given the opportunity to bask in the homoerotic energy inside and outside of their home institutions as idolized boys." Gross. Thomas Lockley, the man behind the revisionist history of Japan and famous for his book about the legendary Black Samurai Yasuke, has deleted all of his social media and disappeared from the internet. This happened after he was caught editing academic papers on Wikipedia since 2015. Ubisoft Assassin's Creed's Yasuke stands love to throw out in the Encyclopedia Britannica as proof of Yasuke being a samurai. Of course, look who wrote it for them, Thomas Lockley. We live in an age where actual history gets rewritten to support woke narratives, and don't get me started on lore like 40K. Historian Thomas Lockley, that was cited by so many official sources on Yasuke, makes a wild claim that blames the Japanese for slavery in his book. The Japanese are furious. They also claim that he omitted sections of his book in his Japanese version. At this point, as he goes into hiding, his position as a professor at Nihon University should be revoked. Wikipedia, Encyclopedia Britannica should immediately delete him as an authoritative source. Things are escalating quickly in Japan. Now, Broadway plans to distort Japanese history by creating a Yasuke musical titled The Black Samurai. Meanwhile, Tokyo Weekender, Japan's top English lifestyle magazine, is calling out Thomas Lockley. The man and Ubisoft are done for. The English author has received widespread criticism, particularly in the past few days, and has reportedly deleted his Facebook page. The biggest backlash has been against his claim that several feudal lords in Japan were happy to make use of black slaves. There have been close to 200,000 posts on the subject. The rumor that black slaves were popular among Japanese daimyo needs to be properly refuted and stamped out. Otherwise, it could cause big problems later, tweeted one user. There have also been allegations that Lockley edited Yasuke's Wikipedia page under the name Totori Tom. If black slaves were popular, there should have been a genre of erotic prints in the Edo period featuring black men with big dicks. Woo! You got him there. Breaking, Thomas Lockley, the mastermind behind the false history of Yasuke as a samurai, has had his career and the entire program at Nihon University erased. It's over. Yasuke was a nobody used by the elites to support Afrocentrism. The truth is won over the liars. Due to collectivism/group orientation, Japan often believes whatever official channels and newspapers say. However, Yasuke has awakened them. Now they're angry at NHK, the Japan Times, and other organizations for not acting in Japan's best interest. Time to dismantle ESG, Japan. Look, what happened with Japan and Assassin's Creed Shadows was horrible. Real history was revised and rewritten to fit the narrative of a video game. When they tried to support it with experts, the leading expert turned out to be fake. This is not just about a video game character. This is about how DEI is so insane that they would revise history to support a fake narrative, insulting an entire nation in the process. This is why we fight. It's insanity. Let's do some chats real quick. Kyoto Animation evaded taxes, yet they are fine.
Do you mean ufotable?
Yes, I think he does mean ufotable. Taxation is theft, yes. Anime characters shitting and pissing are never cute. This is like saying anime characters eating dirt is cute. Is it not cute when Gohan pisses off the top of a spire as Piccolo has brutally trained him? Is that not cute? According to the game, the VR is in our world. Look at the Jamal. We already covered that one. Video game voice actors are going on strike. Just puts their AI replacements on the fast track. Plus, Ubisoft, EA, etc. have a huge data library of voice samples for from voice chat for AI samples.
That's a interesting point.
That you could use the voice chat of players.
Yeah. Just to train models.
Mm-hmm.
So they basically pull an Adobe and say, "Well, you agreed to this, so sucks."
Especially like voice chat from like streamers that are super popular who have iconic voices.
So are they gonna generate all the N words that the Xbox Live kids say?
Yeah, I don't think there's a use in trying to get a voice that sounds like some popular streamer. Although
no, but I'm just saying that if Joe Schmo, who has no online presence, is playing a game, his headset probably sucks ass. But popular streamers, pay for higher quality gear.
Oh yeah,
and probably have better quality recording. Yeah, right. So even if you're not trying to capitalize on their popularity, if they are popular, they have better equipment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the quality of the audio is a good point, because even if you have quality mic,
the actual processing still for some reason turns it into AIDS.
Yeah, generally they're not putting like the best quality. They're throttling the quality so that it's quick. They don't really give a shit if it sounds good because they realize it's just.
I guess the point I'm making though is that if you can identify somebody based on their gamer tag and you could isolate the audio that they had, and you know that they're a popular streamer who's using high quality equipment, you theoretically could change things for the files coming from that account to get better quality samples.
You could just go on Twitch and find their VOD from that session and then just use their.
but I'm just saying that if you could get from that session, you're going to get it without the added sound effects of the video game and all that stuff. So you can get an isolated audio.
It's interesting that like a couple years ago they added terms to say like we're allowed to record.
That they own it, yeah.
All of the voice audio and their excuse back then was for safety reasons.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay.
So Old Man then also said, I think gamers will volunteer to have their voice used in the game. Can you imagine an RPG where all the characters are voiced by you and your friends?
So even worse, okay, I'll just finish what I was saying. Even worse, like why even give the opportunity to gamers? Like you have to deal with their audio equipment, whether or not they're close to the studio if you want to bring them in to get recording. The best solution is just hire the programmers, like of
the
all the
people
video
who are
games.
already in the building.
Yeah, the staff. Oh, there's a custodial staff. Go ahead, record some lines. Get the secretary to record lines. Who the fucking cares, right? The AI is going to be doing.
Yeah, the cool thing about it is that even if you're not a very good actor, if you could just give me the vocal range, samples, like I could get
whoever's programming the AI just do it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but that's one person. But like the whole idea would be that you want multiple different voice textures, right?
Mhm.
You don't give a shit how good they act. You just want a texture. And actually, even if they don't speak very well, I mean, if you stick it in the AI and it doesn't quite sound like them because they've mumbled some vocals while they were doing the recording or whatever, you don't care. You're just trying to get some texture for a voice to use for some random character.
Yeah,
right?
that's how I got the Japanese thing, even though it's like an English. It was an English only AI at the time,
Right, and that's the number one reason why, even though Kamala Harris said, "I know you're still on the call," that people argue that she's not actually talking to an AI because there's too much dialogue. What did Scott Adams call it? Like there's too much speech interruption in it. Like the terms of like stuttering and all that kind of stuff that people naturally do. It's very difficult to recreate that with the AI because the input you have doesn't necessarily intuitively allow you to replicate it. Like you have to do weird things, like how, for example, when we made the intro or the ad at the beginning that has Trump saying, referring to the OCA podcast, you can't just use capital O, capital C, capital A, right? It doesn't. You don't get the thing to actually say it with the thing we were using at the time. So you'd have to do OH space SEE space and then like EY to get it to say OCA, right? And so it's very difficult to get those sorts of speech patterns. Some things do them naturally. It's weird. Like 11 Labs can do, taking a breath and do all that stuff naturally, but it can't do stuttering and normal speech patterns for that specific person. That
The bigger one was the coughing.
Yeah,
that was the bigger one. That was like this is an AI, but I do think it was cut together.
Cut together, yeah.
Yeah. Although you can use an audio guided like
Missile?
TikTok. Yeah, missile. No, TikTok has an AI voice changer, right? As opposed to text to speech.
Yeah.
And so if you did that, then it would pick up the coughing and that kind of thing.
It's absurd to think that the U.S. government doesn't have something significantly more advanced than 11 Labs. You know what I mean? Like
I doubt it.
Everything that we have with AI, 100%, the U.S. government already had, 10 years ago. In terms of like large language models and whatnot, they've already been utilizing. They say that the stuff technology almost exclusively gets developed for military purpose because the military has the funding to get it.
Needs to have the best.
Then 10, 20 years later, that shit hits the civilian market. So I think it's very possible. In fact, Adobe had something called Voco like 10 years ago where it was considered the Photoshop for voice. And at the like thing where they showed it off, they had some text that said like some person went for a walk or whatever, and then they added and kissed his dog, right? And then it spelled it out and it said it just in the same voice, and it sounded natural. And you could change whatever you wanted and have somebody say it, and it was unbelievable. And then it just disappeared. Adobe never released that, and that was like a decade ago that they were showing that stuff. So I assume it became other things similar to, 11 Labs, like people working on that project. Adobe abandons it and they leave and start their own company and basically take the knowledge they developed while they were developing it there and create a company like 11 Labs. I think that's very possible. Anyway, Kotiti says, if I'm not mistaken, Origins also had several DEI elements. I don't blame him. Assassin's Creed Odyssey has a male or female protagonist. Modders tried to make a naked version of the female main character, but she is so masculine that without a top, she just looks like a man. That's hilarious.
Wow, really?
I've waited almost 2 decades for Assassin's Creed game set in Japan, and they go out of their way to fuck it up. Seb says, I'm taller than Yasuke, lol. I enjoyed Takamaru from Mysterious Murasame Castle, and even he is not based on an existing samurai. Wow.
He's not based.
Will he steal the famous sword of legend? The Masamune from Chrono Trigger? Cool. All right. Let's continue here. All right. So here's a thread from a Japanese historian named Hirayama Yu, who has written over a dozen books on the Sengoku period and served as a historical advisor for movies and dramas set in that time period. He's going viral after weighing in on the Yasuke controversy, arguing that Yasuke was a samurai. It seems that there's some buzz about Yasuke, the African who served Oda Nobunaga. Historical records about him are quite scarce, but it's certain that he held the status of a samurai under Nobunaga. Regardless of his origin, if his master elevated him to the rank of samurai, that's what he became in Sengoku society. Why can we say this? Because his historical records show, 1, he was given a stipend by Nobunaga, 2, he was given a residence, and 3, he was given a sword. Being granted a stipend and serving closely to Nobunaga fulfills the important criteria of master-servant contract and a stipend agreement. Additionally, being permitted to carry a sword and having the right to carry 2 swords indicates he was not a lower-class servant, as lower-class servants were not allowed to carry swords. Furthermore, having been granted a residence leaves no room for doubt. While he was likely a slave when Nobunaga received him from the missionaries, the above points, 1 to 3, suggest that he became a samurai through Nobunaga's will. The fact that during the incident at Honnoji, Akechi's forces didn't kill him, referring to him as an animal or not Japanese, merely shows that Akechi did not recognize Yasuke as a samurai. Look, the thing is, I would argue that I can understand the point that this guy's making, Hirayama Yu is making here. I understand that point. But I would argue Yasuke giving up the sword, that's the part that makes him not a samurai. Like, if there's any evidence that I would say definitively shows that he is not samurai, it is that he does not wield the samurai spirit. The fact that he would be willing to just surrender is specifically the thing that precludes me from coming out and saying, yeah, I think he's probably samurai. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of agree with some of this, right? I don't know that this is all confirmed. He was definitely given a sword. I don't know if the rest of the stuff is confirmed, right? But I don't think that it's out of the question to say that he could be viewed as a samurai among all the other samurai that served under Nobunaga. I think that's a very reasonable statement. Could he be viewed as samurai by Nobunaga, but not by us? Absolutely. You know, if Nobunaga saw him give up the sword and just kind of surrender, would he still view him as samurai? That's, you know what I mean? Like, these are the questions that kind of matter. So it says that they didn't recognize him as samurai, likely due to a sense of discrimination. It was common at the time for masters to elevate those of lower status to samurai. After all, there's the distinguished example of Hideyoshi, isn't there? So Hideyoshi was basically like a rags to riches story. He's actually the guy who rose up immediately after Nobunaga's death, right? So I think we were sort of talking a second ago about how, like, this, you know, fake history can't get viral because then it shapes the minds of people to believe a history that's untrue. I believed until literally today that Nobunaga was killed when a stray arrow hit him on a battlefield. And I learned today that he actually commits seppuku and burned Honnoji Temple when he was surrounded by Akechi. So my version of history was based entirely on the opening cinematic to Onimusha so in that game, he dies and comes back as a demon lord, right? Like he, in dying, goes to hell and is reincarnated as himself, or he comes back to life, but powered by demonic energy or something.
And you thought that was nonfiction. No.
So when it starts to become fantastical, I assume that the part where they're slipping off of history to now we're doing our fun fiction where we battle demons history is the part where he comes back to life. It's weird to me that they would even do the arrow piercing the throat on the battlefield thing, because I would expect that if it's universally understood or agreed upon that he died in Honnoji Temple, having set it on fire and commit seppuku to avoid being taken by his betrayers, that's where the opening cinematic would start. Him killing himself in the temple and then coming back to life as a demon or whatever. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It is very possible that you could fuck up, an entire generation. You rewrite history with fiction, right? Because people can easily see a historical fiction and assume it's true up to the wrong point, Anyway.
Did you know that Hercules is actually Roman? And his father is not Zeus.
It's
but
Apollo?
Jupiter.
Zeus, father of Apollo, and Jupiter, and so Hercules is what's the other name for him?
Heracles.
Heracles, right? Yeah, Heracles is the Greek one.
Yeah, Heracles is the Greek one whose father is Zeus.
Mhm.
But because I don't know, someone at some point decided to say Hercules sounds cooler. We're gonna take that and
easier to pronounce. 100%. 100%. Most
And now-
of the stuff like that, like when we use the term polyamorous and you're using root words that are Latin and Greek or whatever, and you're combining them, it's because it's easy to say. The reason we aren't going to use most of the terms that were suggested regarding, the Japanese Shisetsuki Ninaru and all that shit is because it's fucking hard to say. You're not going to use that when isekai is right there. You know what I mean? Because it's just easier for most people to just be able to pronounce it. It's the same reason like I know the term is karate. It means open hand, te meaning hand. I still fucking call it karate because it sounds pretentious not to, right? Even though I know it's wrong. Even though I know it's shogun, not shogun, I'm still calling it shogun most of the time.
Well,
Because
now
when
I
I'm
have to
communicating
call
with
it that.
people-
It has goon in the title.
Shogun merch way.
Maybe there's a reason they stopped using shogun. They're like, you know what? The association is a bit too scandalous. The shoguner was leading his army.
All right, so this is about the historian Hirayama Yu. But what's this? Japanese historian claiming Yasuke was a samurai exposed as a communist.
Oh boy.
So I'm skipping through all of this part that was in the tweet, and then the rest of it doesn't help our length of the podcast, so I'm skipping it. It is believed that there were several stages in the rise from peasant status to samurai status, and one could not rise to the top in one leap. Fair, right? As I was saying before, it's not like becoming a knight. See, because the thing about becoming a knight is that you have to do acts of bravery and whatnot to get knighted, but it's not until you are knighted that you're considered a knight, right? So he's arguing that there's levels to becoming samurai, right? That you don't do it in one leap, right? So then the question is, yeah, but unless you're knighted, you ain't a knight, So first, at the discretion of their lord, one was placed at the bottom of the samurai hierarchy, and by accumulating achievements, one's status rose. You often hear stories of lords giving their surnames or giving one character, part of their name, to their lords. But this was the result of their devotion to loyalty. After Hirayama's comments went viral, it was revealed that he's a member of the Japanese Communist Party, and appears to be an adherent to communist ideology. He posted in the middle of January 2024, quote, "There's been a lot of talk about the state of the Japanese Communist Party convention. It hasn't changed at all since the end of the Showa era, when I was a member, and the early Heisei era, when Miyamoto Kenji was in power. During my time, I remember Iri Kazutomo being expelled for criticizing Miyamoto Kenji, but I wonder how long they intend to hold on to Lenin's unique organizational theory, which sought to build a party under Russia's unique autocratic regime as a golden rule. This time in particular, I think the situation is even worse than it was in the Showa era. The expulsion of Shimosato Masaki in the Heisei era was also truly terrible." In another post around that same time, he appeared to announce his exit from the party. "Today, I felt the Japanese Communist Party had come to an end. The ghost of Stalinism hung over the party leadership, and Stalinist female party leaders appeared with a terrifying speech. I have no hope for anything anymore. Farewell, Japanese Communist Party." A little dramatic, aren't you? He also wrote, "I may be your senior. I'm a former party member. I also served as a prefectural committee member for the Young Communists. Also, isn't the key to a majority revolution in developed countries, how to win over the majority who are neither party members nor supporters? That kind of talk will only put you into enemy shoes. At least read Ueda's Koichiro's Theory of Revolution in Developed Countries and United Front Debate. That way of thinking reveals your theoretical weakness." Isn't it just like a communist to be like, "You're all fucking stupid. Do you even read my book? Do you even read the book I suggest is the ultimate tome for communism done right?" It's the most communist thing I've ever heard. As noted by historian Anna Zofia Chokchaka, I don't know, a board member of the board of Powell, well, goddamn, I don't know how to even try. Communists use history to impose their ideology. She explains, as soon as the Bolsheviks came to power in Russia in 1917, history, as a science of the past, was destroyed. It became a political tool totally controlled by the communist authorities and an instrument of communist propaganda. History was completely subordinated to Marxist-Leninist ideology, and it was the Communist Party that always decided which interpretation of that ideology was correct. This made it possible to constantly manipulate and rewrite history according to the ever-changing needs and political sensitivities of the Soviet regime at a given point in time. The result was lies and manipulation on a mass scale. Cue those images of Stalin where they like photoshopped out the guy before Photoshop. On top of Hirayama being a communist, he's a member of Pony Canyon, and specifically its Area Alliance Department, which according to the company, Luigi's going to love this, which according to the company, quote, embraces the mission of revitalizing regions, energizing Japan through the power of entertainment. Our primary focus lies in regional revitalization and branding, utilizing our proficiency in planning, producing, and promoting entertainment content. Through innovative approaches, we showcase the distinctive charm of local areas while fostering sustainable community development. The new historian saying Yasuke is a samurai is Yu Hirayama. He is partnered with Pony Canyon, a music and entertainment company, to promote Japanese culture through entertainment, and is also a PR media site trying to globalize the West. 2024 is Pony Canyon's first year of globalization and has met with U.S. music industry member and U.S. press to help with the expansion of their newly established North American branch for music and anime distribution. It always happens when Japan opens a branch in California. Pony Canyon, whose management plan is cross the border, has positioned 2024 as its first year of globalization. The event was attended by a standing room only crowd of people from the music and animation industries in the US and abroad, as well as members of the Japanese and US press who have been paying attention to the announcement of the relaunch of its full-scale blah, 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 blah. Anyway, furthermore, Pony Canyon partnered with Crunchyroll subsidiary Right Stuff for distribution. Oh, goddamn. No, it's over. Luigi was right. Pony Canyon's U.S. distribution is handled by Right Stuff Media, misspelled Right Stuff, which, hey, at least that Park Place got it correct, which is a subsidiary of Crunchyroll, which is owned by Sony Pictures and Sony Music Entertainment. Now we know why Yu Hirayama is pushing the narrative that Yasuke was a samurai. It's Sony in disguise. Yep, Sony did it. Sony's got their hand all the way up his ass and they're puppeting his mouth. Like, your tinfoil hat is a little too big today. Muvga, aka Muvja, which is lending money to Fuji Media Holdings, which owns Pony Canyon, who is promoting Yu Hirayama as a historian promoting Yasuke, was a historical samurai for Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed, is majority owned by none other than BlackRock, Vanguard, and Goldman Sachs. Fuji Media Holdings owns Pony Canyon. The biggest lenders of FMH are included below. Blah, 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 blah. They have one of the strongest groups on DEI. They're also one of Sony's financial backers when Sony first started. Damn. We've got the documents. Yeah. All right. Lastly here, why do they do this so much? The Yasuke Assassin's Creed Shadows controversy is part of a pattern. That pattern is historical revisionism via media and even official sources. Every dramatization now seems overeager to race swap historical figures for people of color. In Yasuke's case, he did exist, but actual historical sources were edited after the controversy to support the fiction. This is Marxist revisionism. The latest Yasuke historian is also a communist and member of the far left party in Japan. This is what they do. They destroy the past, revise it, and gaslight you, claiming it was always that way. They even do this in fiction too. Recall the 40K female custodies rush to fix all the wikis and claim the lore was always this way. And this isn't limited to race swapping. There is a similar mass push to claim most historical figures were queer. See the latest on Abe Lincoln or all the recent tweets about Spartans. We can't have this. We either have truth or we have nothing but zealotry and ideology. This will destroy civilization. They are asking us to live a lie. One side is lying to you over and over. And if you question it, you are smeared and attacked for defending the truth. Defend the truth always. Anyway, Cleopatra. Whoever that is now a woman. Right? Anyway, pretty obvious what's going on.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and... Hold on, go back. Is that Lord Farquaad?
Yeah, in fact. Yeah.
Julius Caesar, uh-huh.
Anyway, communists lost in the end, and we got this in the game, so. Ubisoft finally caved after the Japanese petition and swapped the African retainer Yasuke for a real samurai, Shreksuke.
Mods are going to be lit.
All right. So, getting into release news here. Capcom plans to continue supporting physical game releases. Capcom addressed whether it plans to move away from physical games. As of right now, it seems the demand for physical games remains too significant to ignore. Quote, given that a significant number of end users demand physical media, we are currently not expecting to eliminate physical products. All right. Udon licenses stories of Steve Jobs, Princess Diana, and more for manga biography series. So we had previously referred to the Charles Schultz one. They also are doing Steve Jobs, Princess Diana, the inventor of instant noodles, Momofuku Ando, right up there with Steve Jobs, Amelia Earhart, Marie Antoinette, Mother Teresa, Thomas Edison, and Wolfgang Mozart. One of these is not like the other.
Wow.
Anyway.
I got it.
Right. Is there new stuff? It's
Yes,
been 3
there is.
days. Holy fuck.
I've been keeping on it. So we have Kadokawa, Over the Moon for You, Season 1. This is coming from Anime Limited. For all the anime.
G-Kids/Anime Limited. It says Shout Factory, but
Yeah, it's
like
Shout Factory. And
I
when this
don't know. It
was,
feels like they're the same company at this point.
yeah, when this was first solicited, it was just listed as Japanese, and apparently that was a typo. So it does come with the English dub.
Nice.
So you can buy
Crisis
that with
avoided.
confidence. Crisis avoided. And then we've got.
Is this an Aniplex set?
No.
Well, who's
But
releasing
probably priced similarly. Wait, what was the price on the Tonikawa?
I'm logged in.
90?
So,
Command Shift T. Okay, 71.
yeah, 71.98 when not logged in.
Who's
to be fair, that's
releasing
$3 more than a Funimation one, but still, it feels like.
Who's releasing this?
We just G-Kids / all the anime.
Okay.
No, all the anime and Shout Factory.
Okay. The only reason I ask is because it looks like an Aniplex set. Like it looks a really clean design to it. I like it.
Yeah. It's got like a art booklet. I could have pulled up the Shout Factory. But...
Don't worry about it. We can do that on
And
Sunday. I
then
don't care.
we've got Bleach 1000 Year Blood War Part 2 coming out.
Yay.
Here's the limited edition.
I can't wait to have to buy this at some point when I haven't finished through.
The standard edition. That'll be coming out in October.
I can't wait till they don't make one for part 3.
Well, it's Viz. They're not Funimation.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
That's it.
So,
The end.
Now, if you would like to buy from Southweeb, it finally happened. There's a critical error on the website. All right, no. So all WordPress, the WordPress PayPal plugin has crashed sites. So I already removed it from this site, so you could still at least buy this shit. Thank you. Support us. Also, Dragon Quest Liquid Metal Slime becomes an electric floor cleaner. So it's basically a Roomba because that was necessary, right? All right,
Yeah.
Nintendo history you can feel. Super NES, N64, and GameCube controllers become fidget toys.
Feel Peach's titties.
So those the NES and the Famicom ones were old, the old wave. The new ones are the bottom ones.
Yeah.
So are these like phone charms?
Yep.
It's a fidget toy.
Are they
like they don't
indirectly giving us support to have like
Yes.
high quality
Oh.
brand new buttons for our old
Yes.
controllers?
yes replacement parts. Yes.
Hell yeah.
They are tactile buttons and thumbsticks and stuff.
I need a
They don't
Switch
do
Pro
anything.
controller version. Yeah, pretty cool though, right?
I want some, but
All right.
I saw a
Xbox
lineup.
But
I saw a lineup at the store, and it was giant. So I don't expect to be getting any
Wow.
without paying a lot for them.
Xbox offers to give away special Deadpool controller.
It's so
Wolverine
dumb. They keep
one?
making these fucking special edition consoles that are like one-offs,
Mhm.
and you have to enter in a contest to win. Like,
Yeah.
fucking sell these things. You would actually sell consoles.
Right.
Like, the
You'd buy
idea
it?
is foreign to them.
You'd buy
Maybe
it?
have like a contest winners get a 3-month advance exclusive, and then they go public.
get a blowjob from Deadpool in real life. That's the contest.
Eat Deadpool's ass in real life.
The
All right,
ass
anyway.
comes off. You don't like
Does it?
the.
Does it really?
Yeah.
So, in response, to
No,
this-
you can have an assless Deadpool controller.
what the fuck?
I don't know if you have it, but they also had a Wolverine
Holy
one.
shit! Yeah, I don't have it. All of a sudden, a bunch of stuff is missing from the dock. What the fuck? Hold
Man,
on,
that ad's very timely.
Yeah, isn't it?
That means we can push them all the next week and just jump into the Watch Club.
No, hold on. I got it. I'm just trying to.
I'm ready for Watch Club.
Fuck. Where did I put them in? Dude, that's unfortunate.
You put them in, dude?
Oh. Where'd they go? I had like 3 different versions of this. Fuck. How'd that happen? Let me see if I can look at like a version history of the. Oh god. Okay, hold on. I'm on the back end. Can we go over some comments real quick?
Just quickly before we do that, the Wolverine version also has his ass featured, which can also be popped off. And in theory, if you won both of them, you could swap the asses.
Oh, true.
What if one of them was non-removable?
Oh, that would suck.
Isn't there a way to see version history on WordPress?
I think so, but I'm not positive. The old man says, I had a limited edition Dragon Quest Slime controller for the PlayStation 2. It was coated with a rubber material that eventually disintegrated and got thick and gross.
Yeah. I hate that material.
I've had that as well.
Yeah, one of my old World of Warcraft mice did that. I had to like get rubbing alcohol and like just
Rub it out.
douse it in alcohol, and then it breaks down the gooey crap, and then it reveals like like a Lego, like it felt like Lego. It was like just a solid plastic instead of like the rubbery plastic. But it was fine after that.
The rubber entirely, and it had the inner whatever.
Damn.
Yeah,
okay.
essentially.
Well, I don't know where they went. That's unfortunate. I had a bunch of tweets from like Vera saying, do it, I dare you. And it was like Deadpool's ass controller with a picture of Lara Croft next to it. And then Cabrutus had this picture of the controller, but the color scheme was switched to blue, and it was like Cortana. And it's like, come on, Xbox, right? And then somebody else did it, the same thing, but with like literally the exact same image of the blue version, but it was Zero Suit Samus.
As we know, though, guys, that would be sexist and wrong, but it's okay because it's 2 men.
Yeah. If
they are releasing a blue controller, a transparent or translucent blue controller.
Transparent ass?
Just got announced, I think, today,
Anyway.
or maybe it was yesterday.
So, Reese, Yona. Japan's new difficult to drink from beer glass protects your liver, but it's a brutal experience.
You could have used that a couple podcasts ago.
So,
no comment.
Does it seem difficult to drink from to you? Oh, that's what it is.
Well, it's an hourglass, so presumably it would just drip feed you, right?
Right. So I'm guessing the
good luck cleaning it well,
right? I'm guessing the concept is that it aerates the beer differently because of how it percolates it or whatever you titrate it or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Have to basically hold it up for the duration of the latter half instead of I'm taking.
So if it's an hourglass, does that take you like an hour?
All you really got to do is when you get to the bottom, you stick a straw in there.
straw probably can't even get through it.
That's very pointless.
You get the little coffee stir straw.
That still wouldn't fit because
I think it would.
I don't think so.
I bet it would. Yeah. See, the only reason it's having trouble. There. No, the only reason it's having trouble here is because there's air down here. So the air has to come up for it to get through. I think it'd be doable. All right. An eBay merchant sold their PS5 dev kit disguised as a PlayStation pizza kit so the listing would not be removed. It sold for 6,000 euros.
Oh. Holy.
Do you think it plays like a regular PS5 would?
No.
I like how they got the spectral and everything. Let's go digital.
My understanding is that dev kits like purpose-built dev kits generally won't play retail games. And I'm pretty sure, going off memory, like for Xbox One and Xbox Series consoles, you can pay $20 to convert your system into a dev kit. And it basically dual boots. So like you can boot into the dev kit mode. And I'm pretty sure you can't play retail games when you're in dev kit mode. And if you want to play retail games, you have to like go back into retail mode.
I forgot that was a thing that you could opt in to be a dev kit.
It's interesting that they have it's 825 gigabytes for the dev kit. That seems like a lot.
They'd advertise that as a terabyte.
Oh. Anyway, I thought that was funny. I've been saving it only for 3 podcasts now because you kept dipping out. All right. So we have some choices to make.
Does it come with garlic dip? That's the key question.
The adult
you make your own garlic dip.
So we have some choices to make on things we may want to push to next podcast.
Everything.
We can.
I'm ready for bed.
We can push the rest of merch news and do one random miscellaneous article.
I'll take it.
Would you guys like to also push? Because if we do a show on Sunday, it's only like another 3 or 4 days or whatever. Would you guys like to do the Paprika Watch Club on Sunday?
I'm ready for it right now.
You're ready to discuss it? Okay. So then let's skip this one and that one and choose between this misc. Would you want to read about an apartment in Japan that explodes following
the shortest one?
Events?
Which one is the shortest one? That's not short.
Nagoya man arrested for putting glue in woman's hair, pretending it was bird poop to pick them up.
That's also like 15 articles.
15 articles? What? this one appears to be slower or shorter. Okay. All right, we're going to do this one. Apartment in Japan explodes following bizarre series of events. 7 injured in Saitama blast. At roughly 8:30 on Thursday night, an explosion occurred in the town of Kawaguchi in Saitama Prefecture, about 10 minutes north of Tokyo. The explosion didn't occur at a factory, gas station, or any other place where you'd assume there's a comparatively higher chance of something blowing up. Instead, the blast came bursting out of a third-floor corner unit of a 15-story apartment building. On those occasions when explosions do happen in private residences, a gas leak is often to blame. But that wasn't exactly the cause here, since leak implies an unintentional introduction of gas. The occupant of the apartment, a Chinese national in his 40s, had deliberately opened up his gas valve. I was going to kill myself, so I opened... He fucking survived the explosion! I was going to kill myself, so I opened up the gas valve, he told investigators, but I didn't die, and I got scared. Coming to his senses, the man closed the valve and opened his window. Unfortunately, he then decided to smoke a cigarette. And when he
didn't come to his senses. What? He doesn't have any senses. Jesus.
You're high as fuck, man. He attempted to light it. The flame ignited the gas that still remained inside the apartment, triggering the explosion. The man suffered burns all over his body, and 6 other residents of the building sustained minor, non-life-threatening injuries. 148 residents were temporarily evacuated, and the blast was strong enough to shatter the windows of an office building 197 feet away from the apartment.
I'd love to see a video of this. Like, I want to go back in time just to set up a camera.
Damn.
You're the kind of person who would set up an HD camera outside of the World Trade Center.
Mm-hmm.
It's a canon event. We can't change it.
Canon.
It's a prime. What do you call it? The prime timeline or whatever.
Sacred timeline.
No,
World
what do they call
line?
it? What do they call it? Yeah, the world line. In the Steins Gate, they have certain things they call events
world
that
line.
can't be changed.
It was just called the Steins Gate.
Okay. The full severity of the man's burns have not been reported, but he was apparently in good enough condition and feeling sufficiently energetic to physically assault a police officer after being taken to the hospital, upon which he was arrested for obstruction of official police duties. Holy shit!
Like, you're not gonna finish me up, sir. You did this to yourself.
That didn't disappoint at all. All right. So we can skip these other ones for now.
You can just stop screen sharing altogether.
Yeah, that's okay. We can definitely skip these other ones because, quite frankly, I feel like I've used up a lot of our articles for these last two shows, which is good, right? So on Sunday, having a little of extra, stuff might not be a bad idea. So anyway, Paprika. I will start by saying that I have not enjoyed rewatching some of my favorite anime on this podcast because so many of them have not lived up to my memory.
Your rose-tinted perspective from days past.
Yeah. Be it Escaflowne, that's the one that comes to mind. And then Paprika, likewise, I feel like part of me thinks that Satoshi Kon, Paranoia Agent will be another one that comes to mind. But part of me thinks that Satoshi Kon started working on this, and Hiromu, what's the guy's name? Susume Hiro. What's the guy, the Berserk music guy's name?
Kurosawa.
Yeah, that guy. I feel like he produced the parade music, and Satoshi Kon heard it too early and dramatically changed what he was doing with the movie in order to just have more parade shit in it. Right? Like, I love the soundtrack to Paprika. Yeah. I fucking love it. But having watched it...
Yeah, the man always does good bangers.
Having watched the movie again, recently, I can say that there ain't a lot there in terms.
I'm watching it right now.
Like the actual surrealism and stuff is really fun.
Yeah, the visuals are fucking great, and I think in movie form, I think his style works more than it did, at least for me, compared to Paranoia Agent, because you're stretching this weird plot line out for X amount of episodes.
Yeah.
Where here it's just a film.
Yeah.
That this
for
weird
only 90 minutes.
The only problem is I think it loses sight dramatically with what it's doing, because the movie is not actually about the dream device. It's not actually about Paprika. It's not actually about so much stuff. The movie gets fixated on the wrong things. And it's they're they're not even MacGuffins. They're just cheap. In the same way that Truck-kun exists to get protagonists from here to there quickly so I can have fun, that's what those devices are. I want to tell a story that's surrealist and takes place in the dream world, so I use the device as the way to make it happen. I think the story could have been more fun if they had been like a character with this weird insomniac problem, which could have been the lead guy. Right, the detective guy, because he has all these hang-ups over his ex-partner or whatever and all that, and so he has because the whole movie is about dreams as an escape from reality in the same way that media is, right? And so they're kind of like, especially in his mind, they're merging together where his dreams are all like snippets of action movies and suspense movies and shit like that. And I feel like Satoshi Kon's like surrealism stuff is like, it's what he excels at. But I feel like he tried to ground this one in reality where it didn't need to be. And I think it would have been even more enjoyable to just have been a surrealism fest the whole way through. Instead of the girl realizing, you know, like she spends more time with the guy she loves if she's not like in the dream world or whatever. It's just so fucking weird. I don't know. I really I loved the movie when I first saw it, and then I never watched it again.
So Inception is the better version.
I think it is. I do.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna say this was the movie to defy your streak of these things aren't as good as I remember.
No. I think this one actually hits the hardest on it. Actually,
Really?
Yeah. But only, I mean, it's just, I think it's largely because it is a movie, right? So like Paranoia Agent was not at all the same as when I had first watched it, but there were still a couple episodes I really liked. You know what I mean? Whereas this one, because it's a cohesive, like one singular thing, let's say that the score of each individual episode of Paranoia Agent might still not add up for the show to being living up to my memory of it, but the memory and score of an individual episode exceeded at times what I had remembered, right? But with Paprika, you know, because the entire thing is as a whole, it's I can only see it as, you know, not living up, right? And there's just a lot of things wrong with it. The chairman guy, you know, upon like reflecting on it, just didn't need to be in it at all. You know, all the stuff about like his, it's just like a wild goose chase, right? A wild goose chase with an excuse for surrealism in between. And the surrealism is the only thing you actually want to see in the movie, right? So I just feel like that was the whole draw. And yet, couching it amongst the other stuff makes it less appealing, I guess, you know? Whereas I think Inception, couches the dream stuff better because the concept behind, you know, entering the dreams and like the motivation for going into the dreams and all that stuff, I think makes more sense from a narrative point regarding the stuff driving the character. And like the Leonardo DiCaprio's, you know, tragedy that he's, you know, experiencing throughout the plot of Inception, I think is more relatable than Randy's asleep. More relatable than the fat guy and the chick whose alter ego is Paprika, who, by the way, is the only character who has a dramatically different look in the dream world than, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like a lot of that stuff just doesn't seem necessary. What I think happened is the Japanese have this thing with kabuki where, and this is one of the reasons.
You bring that up so much.
It's true, though. One of the reasons why the Japanese are so fucking good at creating striking imagery is because kabuki, that's all it is. Like, it's dynamic poses, big hair, wild painted faces and stuff. Like, they're so fucking good at making striking imagery with dynamic color shift.
Is it striking imagery in kabuki when like a Western video game does it too?
No, I'm just saying that the Japanese, ingrained in their culture, they have such a strong history of this that it translates really well into 2D artwork, right? And I think what happened with this is that I feel like Satoshi Kon drew a picture of the character that became Paprika and fell in love with the drawing or the design, and then wrote a story around it and allowed the surrealism stuff and just kind of like got to play in this playground of making all this stuff and kind of shoehorned the story around it. That's kind of how it feels to me. What are your thoughts?
I liked the cast. Hearing a Bang Zoom cast was nice. I don't know, like the old Bang Zoom cast. Anyways.
Who were some of the people that?
The voice of Jiraiya, Yuri Lowenthal, who I thought honestly was really good, but I also thought he was miscast. I was like, that
yeah, he
seems
felt
more like a
he
Tony
feels
Oliver
weird
character than
as the fat guy.
I thought it was kind of better that they actually got like someone with a higher registry, because like some fat people do have like a higher voice and stuff. And also then when he was like skinny or whatever near the finale or whatever, it's like, well, actually that I can see it even more. But oh my, do we have to mute Randy? Who's the other? Oh yeah, the guy who does Jiraiya. I thought that was interesting, but some of his lines felt weird and robotic. But whatever, it was still good to hear that. Can we mute him?
Yes.
There we go. What is it? So as for Paprika, I do think this is his best work. I don't think it's amazing, but I could at least throw it on and not feel like there's some weird pretentious over whatever story going on that just turns into like disaster or whatever. Or in cases like, say, Millennium Actress, that's the closest one I think I've come to one of the other ones liking it and all that. But even then,
it's funny. I'm irritated by the fact that we have now watched everything that has been put to film that he directed, right?
So there isn't like,
and to me, the two things I liked the least, I like them. Every time I sit down and watch them, I enjoy myself, even though the idea of putting them on is like, I guess, like I don't really want to do it. But every time I do it, I enjoy it. Are Millennium Actress and Tokyo Godfathers, right? And ironically, in the rewatch, those I think are the two strongest that we watched, right? Like,
you like it more than Paprika?
I think it's a better movie, both of them, even though I still like, when I try to remember anything specific from either of them, I can't
remember a thing from Tokyo Godfathers,
but I remember anything. But I remember shit from Perfect Blue. I remember shit from Paranoia Agent. I remember shit from Paprika. I remember that shit. Like visually, it stands out to a point that it grips me and I remember it. I don't remember anything from Tokyo Godfathers other than the fact that there's a fucking baby involved. And that one of the characters is like a drag queen or whatever. Yeah. And then Millennium Actress, I barely remember anything from that except for I remember there being transitions where it was cleverly going from one film style to the next or whatever. I can't remember any of them off the top of my head.
So Millennium Actress, that's the closest thing to one of his that I liked that we've watched this far. And the thing, I only say that though because like near a third of the way, 2/3 of the way through, that's when they started doing this like montage of movies and stuff, exploring the different movies or whatever. And then you have the two guys that are part of the crew for the whatever the documentary. You see them involved in it as well. So it's kind of this wacky little fun thing montage, but it's kind of short lived. And then then it ends with the whole whatever, this is the end of her legacy, blah, blah, blah. I forget, did she die or was she already dead? And then I kind of realized how hollow that brief moment of excitement was. So Paprika was basically that last third that I kind of liked for the most of the movie, and it had a pretty simple, well, I say simple, even though it's got the trippy as balls, whatever. Oh, this is a dream. Oh, we're in the dream. But it was relatively straightforward and easy to digest. And in the way that you can kind of somewhat just turn your brain off and just enjoy the crazy visuals and all that stuff. That's why I like it the most so far. As far as like anything else though, like sure, it kind of falls flat in other aspects, and also has some weirdly convoluted things, like especially like that old guy, how it's like at the beginning he's like, oh, don't use that technology, and then everyone who's involved was like, we can't let the public know about this, but it's pretty rad, or whatever. Like, that's what it felt like the attitude was. And then you come to find out, oh, actually it's the old guy. He's just been trying to like hoard it for himself or something like that. And then I don't even know what the motives were, honestly. And you get a bunch of flashy stuff going on. That's kind of what I grasped from it.
Yeah, I think that the old guy, the chairman or whatever they called him, I completely erased him from my memory. When we rewatched it, I could barely recall that he was even in the movie. I remembered the guy who looks like Quinn from Dexter, the younger guy who was like working with the chairman guy. But yeah,
You're sleeping with him.
yeah, yes.
Oh, actually, you know what? The ending, the biggest disappointment was she was in love with that horrifically fat guy.
I was like, he got a W, but at the I like footnote, I'm like, really? Like,
I mean, I guess they like.
I was taking it back.
Looking at personality and souls, I guess they do kind of enjoy each other's company. That's true love. That was beautiful.
Maybe he'll get in shape.
All you have to do is roll over and she's dead.
Oh no.
I've known some bigger people though, honestly. Bigger than that guy.
Oh.
Not by much, but yeah, I've known bigger people.
Bigger than that guy, you say?
Not by much. I've known bigger people.
So I found 2 of the 3 images I was talking about. I could have sworn I cleared my history, but
I could have sworn I deleted my internet browsing history.
well, I started right when I started I made the stream. It said my recording space and all, so I like cleared the cache and everything. But this is the one I was talking about. I double dog dare you to do it, Xbox, and then
Dude, watch they do it and they make her ass like deflated. They nerf it.
I guess it is a different. Like they added at least this part, right? That is different. What they should do is her like pointy boobs.
Yeah, the original style.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll find the other one and get it into the doc at some point. Greenline, you finished watching it, and
just now I skimmed the last half hour.
Wow,
proud of you.
Right.
I honestly should have done it while we were talking and spinning our wheels about fucking what is it, Isekai? What is it? Yeah, just like hour and a half long, 2 hour long. Just like fucking finish it. But like I said, I enjoyed it for the simple fact that it's short. You can just appreciate the visuals. Whereas Paranoia Agent, I hate to be that guy, but like I don't like his Satoshi Kon's art style too much. I think he makes a lot of realistic, ugly fucking looking characters.
Some of the ladies look good.
Yes, some of the ladies look good. Paprika and what's her bitch, like the real Paprika looked pretty good, but that was kind of the point. But like, and seeing it like in movie form, like I said, versus like having to sit through like a 13 episode show was more. I also could see your point of view, or it's like I could hyper focus in on one episode and enjoy that episode, whereas like you have to sit through an entire film and maybe you won't even find anything good out of it.
Well, it also helps that most of the episodes in Paranoia Agent were pretty like episodic, like they were kind of self-contained.
But like you said, they didn't really have a focus.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly thought they would. I thought they would focus more on the girl, the Paprika, like her backstory and why she's here and like why You know,
I remember when we were rewatching it, that the come on, brain. Oh, I remember thinking that even though it's actually easier to do a lot of the surrealist stuff in animation form instead of like live action, I feel like they just nail it with like her being on the computer and then jumping out of the frame and ending up behind the cubicle and stuff. Like just like looked really pleasing to see.
Not to mention that, I mean, I guess it's also partially because it's a movie, but you know, you don't have your typical frames missing animation, right? It looks closer to like the smoothness of like Western traditional animation stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
by the way, especially with the parades and stuff where they've got like all the confetti and shit, like that shit looks clean for how.
Yeah. I gotta say about the parade specifically, like they recycled the intro to the parade so many times. I was like, okay, I understand that. Like, obviously, they made that opening sequence so unbelievably like detailed and excellent looking, so it makes sense they want to milk it a bit more. But part of me was just like dying inside, being like, I know that's the exact same animation.
Mm-hmm. Boy, it's gonna kill me that I can't find this Samus controller tweet, even though I found the other two. I can't remember who said it. Like who is the person I would have grabbed it from? Anyway, if you guys are tapped out, Reese,
I know for a fact. In fact, all of us know for a fact that Random is tapped out. I'm good for another 6 hours, but I also need
It's
to
almost
work.
3 o'clock in the morning.
It must be
Randy
nice,
and Fernando-
Reese.
I know, right? It's part of my Midwestern privilege.
And I still need to talk to Footnam for at least a tad little bit before he goes to bed. So I'd like to.
I still liked it after watching it.
End it off.
Where does it rank on your tier list of cone stuff?
I'd probably similar to AC's. I'd put Tokyo Godfather probably at number 1. To be honest, maybe Millennium Actress also, and then at number 2, then Paprika, then maybe Perfect Blue. To be honest, and then probably Paranoia Agent way down at the end.
Crazy! I can't believe just.
I kind of am curious.
I'm pausing into my window. I just can't believe like how much the ones that I remember really enjoying I don't like at all.
You don't remember anything about.
No. I remember.
No, you remember.
That's the thing is that I remember stuff from Perfect Blue. I remember stuff from Paranoia Agent and Paprika. I don't remember anything from Tokyo Godfathers and Millennium Actress. Weird how the ones I do remember all start with P as well.
Peas nuts. What was it? The thought has eluded me. Oh yeah, the 4K. I'm curious how the Blu-ray would have looked compared to this new transfer, because new upscale and all that. Guys, it looks great on my end, even if it's not actual 4K or whatever. And they had in the feature, they talked about the extensive lengths, the HDR grader dude. He's like, yeah, for the real scenes, I was just light on the HDR, but then when you're in the whatever fantasy land, then he pumped up the HDR more. And they also mentioned how Paprika was the first animation on Blu-ray or whatever when they rolled out Blu-ray. So obviously that Blu-ray is, that's like ancient technology. So this has got to be a huge upgrade.
I thought you had the original Blu-ray.
Well, you thought wrong, bitch. I do, however, have what is it? The imported DVD of Tokyo Godfathers when it was only subbed, right? This is back before they like re-released it and all that stuff. But I'm just sitting here thinking
they had a domestic DVD for Tokyo Godfathers.
They did, but this one I think was cheaper. Because back in then, like, it was out of print, so it would have been like maybe $40 or $50, and that, or you can get the UK one that was like, I don't know, 15, 25 or something. I don't know, but I'm just predicting they're probably going to try and do their own, like, I don't know, 4K or whatever release. Maybe. Well, actually, I don't even know how it was made, if that one had film still. Because Millennium Actress, I got that on 4K after we watched it. Because they released it after. Well, actually, technically, it used, like, the same master, right? But because the world of 4K is so new to anime, it took them 7 centuries to actually release one.
What are you looking up?
I'm looking for that. I'm looking for that last tweet.
So yes, he's looking for Samus hentai on an Xbox controller.
I mean, kinda. To be honest.
You should have like a Samus mouse pad and controller like next to each other. Just complete the package.
Anyway, I'll have to find it tomorrow, but
Night, old man. It's also 3 a.m. here.
Yep, I need to go to bed. So, next Watch Club, Mashal.
All
Your
right.
mission, should you choose to accept it, is to get me a header image and stuff before Sunday.
All right, we'll give you head before Sunday, bad boy.
Pull something from the opening or ending or something.
Yeah. Well, I gotta get a title and everything too. Anyway, but let's call it here. We shall use.
Oh, are we gonna plan on doing something on Friday? Maybe what?
I'm thinking of seeing Deadpool. So, although I would love it if we had watched Inception before our watch. To be honest. All right, let's use our old intro.